Many people had asked why Chen Gong insisted on taking part in the Holy Grail War. To explain it in a unified way from the very beginning, first having crossed into a two-dimensional world and gained special abilities, if he joined the regretful 7 days, he might regret it for 7 days. If he did not participate, he would regret it for a lifetime. Second, in order to live, in order to keep on living, he had to scheme, and he had to win. On Emiya Kiritsugu's side, if he did not strike, first Emiya Kiritsugu would. Magus like Tosaka Tokiomi did not regard ordinary people as human beings at all. They were expendable consumables. These two men even held the strongest servants in their hands. If he told them the Greater Grail had been corrupted, would they believe him? They would not. One was obsessed with justice, the other bound by his family's long-cherished wish. For the sake of victory, they could use any means. All the more so, with someone like Emiya Kiritsugu present, clearly the master was easier to deal with than the servant, was he not? From the very beginning, Chen Gong had exposed himself as a participant in the Holy Grail War, and later, he even revealed that he was a servant. Emiya Kiritsugu did not know how many souls the Grail demanded, so he would factor in every possible cause of failure. He would inevitably decide that Chen Gong had to be eliminated. If Chen Gong wanted to keep on living, he had to obtain victory. He was compelled to exhaust every possible method to win. For friends unfamiliar with the fate version of Chen Gong, he was a man whose cruelty and ruthlessness could make Lu Bu's eyes widen in shock and cold sweat run down his back. Inside a shabby cheap rental apartment in Fuyuki City, the air was thick with a strange odor, a mixture of mercury chicken blood and low-grade incense. On the floor, a crooked and clumsily drawn magic circle sprawled in chalk, looking only vaguely like the real thing. As a transmigrator, he knew very clearly where he was. Fuyuki City in 1994 was the place where the Fourth Holy Grail War was about to unfold, and he was equally clear about his own meager weight in the scales of that war. I must be insane, Chen Gong muttered with a self-mocking smile, casting a glance at the so-called holy relic placed at the center of the circle. It was a copy of Romance of the Three Kingdoms. It was neither some antique manuscript nor a collectible first edition, just a simplified Chinese print of Romance of the Three Kingdoms he had bought 2 days ago at a Fuyuki bookshop for about the price of a boxed lunch. I do not have magic circuits anyway. Oh, essentially, I am just playing around, Chen Gong murmured, rubbing his temples. He could not even sense anything that might be called mana. An ordinary man with no aptitude holding a mass-printed book and trying to perform a summoning was more or less like attempting to start an airplane with a single paving brick. It should not possibly work. He was simply unwilling to accept that. Since he had come to this world of miracles before the storm arrived, he wanted to test whether he had even the faintest chance of obtaining a ticket to the game. He cleared his throat and began to chant the incantation from memory. He did not even know whether his pronunciation was correct, merely reciting the words mechanically. Let thy body be under my command, and my fate be bound to thy sword. The air remained utterly unchanged. No mana surged, the circle did not glow, everything was exactly as expected. So still it was almost embarrassing. In accordance with the summons of the Holy Grail, if you would obey this will, and this principle, then answer now. He sighed, ready to finish the last few lines, clean up, wash, and go to sleep. Yet the very instant he spoke the words, "Here, I swear," an anomaly erupted. The previously lifeless circle suddenly flared with a blinding light. Ugh! He groaned in pain. He had no magic circuits, so this power should not have resonated with him at all. Yet at this moment he felt as though the very air around him had been sucked dry, while an invisible force rammed brutally into his body, as if determined to carve open a channel within this frail shell by sheer violence. How is this possible? It actually worked. A gale roared to life within the cramped room, whipping up pages and debris. At the moment the light reached its zenith, a tall, slender figure condensed into being at the center of the circle. The newcomer wore an ancient yet exquisitely tailored hanfu in white and violet, a gauze cap upon his head, and a bamboo scroll in hand. His features were refined and scholarly, yet his narrow eyes held a chill and ruthless clarity, as though they could pierce through all the falsehoods of the world. It had actually worked. It had truly worked. His mouth hung agape, and his heart pounded wildly. Instinctively he glanced at the back of his own hand. Empty. There was no command seal to mark him as a master. Why had the summoning succeeded, yet no command seal appeared? While he was still frozen in shock, the newly arrived servant was already surveying the surroundings, the corners of his lips curved in a faint, ambiguous smile. The Holy Grail War. A 7-man slaughter over a so-called omnipotent wish-granting device. His tone was level, as if he were citing some trivial, insignificant matter. The scope is far too small, and the methods far too crude. His voice was quiet, yet reached his ears with cutting clarity, laced with an icy arrogance that seemed to see through everything. To a strategist who had once manipulated warlords and armies amid a world in chaos, this furtive mage skirmish in Fuyuki City was not even worthy of being called a war. You, Chen. For a moment, he did not even know how to respond. The strategist ignored his confusion, merely casting a glance at the copy of Romance of the Three Kingdoms that had served as the relic, and saying to himself, "So this book is the one that summoned me." Interesting in its own way. Unfortunately, I have no interest in such small-scale conflicts. As for having wishes granted, my wish has long since vanished together with that white gate tower. The moment his voice fell, before he could react, the strategist's figure blurred. Too fast. It was a speed no human eye could possibly track. In the next second, he was already standing right before him. A long, slender hand came down and pressed against his forehead, without giving him any chance to resist. "Wait, what are you doing?" He realized in terror that an invisible force had in an instant locked every joint in his body. He was completely restrained, unable to move so much as a single finger. Master, your aptitude is far too wretchedly poor. The strategist's tone was so calm, it was almost cruel, like someone appraising a defective product that could be discarded at any time. Your will is not firm enough either. In this little bout of amusement, you would not survive the first night. It was the plain truth. For an ordinary person drawn into this meat grinder, death was only a matter of time. But your soul. A strange light flickered in the strategist's eyes as though he had glimpsed some unusual quality within that soul. It seems to hold a certain value, yet to be carved and refined. Better to make full use of all things. Consider it a gift from one who bears the same name as you. What? A wave of dread surged up in his heart. I am Chen Gong styled Gongtai. The servant, this strategist who had manifested under the caster class and bore the same name, had arrived at his decision. I have no interest in taking part in this petty scuffle, but my knowledge and Saint Graph should not be left to slumber here. The hand pressed against his forehead began to emit a ghostly blue magical radiance. You shall inherit them. Bearing the same name, use my stratagems to see what sort of ways you can stir up upon this battlefield. A glint flashed through his eyes. He seemed genuinely eager to see what this master could achieve in the game using his abilities. Boom. An unimaginably vast torrent of information crashed through his mental defenses in an instant. Battlefields of clashing blades and iron hooves, duels of scheming minds and covert plots, countless rehearsed calculations of tactics and formations, and those obscure esoteric mysteries of magecraft dating back to ancient Xia. All of the experience, wisdom, and power of the heroic spirit Chen Gong's life were being rammed unrestrained into his brain. Agonizing pain flooded his entire being. He felt his soul being torn apart and ground to pieces, then forcibly fused with another far stronger existence. His body, this mortal shell without a single magic circuit, was being savagely altered and reforged by that power. Just before his consciousness sank completely into darkness, he saw the strategist's figure gradually turn transparent, then finally dissolve into countless points of golden light. Those light motes did not return to the throne of heroes. Instead, every last one of them poured into his body. He had no idea how much time had passed. The icy floor bit into his skin, dragging him up from the depths of darkness. I am still alive. He slowly opened his eyes, his vision clearing from a blur to sharp focus. The rented room was still the same rented room. The traces of the magic circle remained, and that copy of Romance of the Three Kingdoms lay quietly on the floor. Yet he knew that everything had changed. He sat up, his movements unexpectedly light and precise. All the minor ailments that had plagued his body had vanished without a trace, replaced by an easy lightness and surging strength filling every inch of him. In the air, magic was now starkly visible to his senses. He could feel the flow of the ley lines beneath Fuyuki City and could almost see the vast reservoir of mana surging within his own body. More importantly, he raised a hand and rubbed his temples. In his mind, a colossal repository of knowledge that did not belong to the former him loomed into focus, as if with a single thought, those terrifying war-altering stratagems could surface at once. He had become a magus, or rather something a step beyond that. He had inherited the Saint Graph of Chen Gong. He was now a pseudo-servant. An eighth participant who did not occupy one of the 7 official slots of the Holy Grail War, a man drifting outside the rules. Suddenly his vision flickered. A status panel that only a master should be able to see clearly manifested in the air before him. True name, Chen Gong. Class caster. Strength C. Endurance D. Agility B. Mana B. Luck C. Noble Phantasm C. Possess skills, military advisors, candid counsel B. Military advisors, long cherished wish A. Territory creation C. Item construction B. Noble Phantasm, encircling pincer formation C. He rose to his feet and walked over to a full-length mirror. The person in the mirror still wore his own face, but the eyes held no trace of the former confusion or fear of the unknown. He reached out and lightly adjusted his collar. The final kindness, is it? He murmured softly, repeating Chen Gongtai's last words before fading away. Since you have thrown this mess and this power into my hands, then Chen Gongtai, as you wish. He turned toward the window and looked down over the city. I will take part in this Holy Grail War in earnest. From this moment on, he was both Chen Gong and Chen Gong. He patted his cheeks lightly to bring himself back, almost letting Chen Gongtai's vast memories drown out his own. The most pressing task was to acclimate to this reborn body and newfound power, yet the process of adjustment went far more smoothly than he had imagined. Or rather, he scarcely needed to adjust at all. The instant Chen Gong's Saint Graph fused with his body, those stratagems, that knowledge, and even that ruthless decisiveness in matters of life and death had already become part of his instincts, as natural to him as breathing. Chen Gong sprawled idly on the bed. His body had more or less finished adapting. What should he do next? In the Matu family's underground worm pit, the air was as thick as rotting mints. Matu Korea was in the midst of enjoying his daily spa. The crest worms, like a swarm of gourmands high on stimulants, were throwing a grand banquet within his body. Every squirm, every bite sent soul-deep agony lancing through him, as if they were grinding his sanity to pulp inch by inch. For Sakura, it was the only belief that allowed him to endure. Just as he felt that in the next second he would black out and become these little darlings, midnight snack, a clear voice tinged with amused mockery suddenly sounded at his ear without the slightest warning. Pardon the interruption, is this the Immersive Hell Experience Center? I must say the smell and ambience are impressively authentic. Who? Korea snapped open the one eye that still held light, staring around in horror. A young man utterly out of place in this ghastly cellar was currently observing the worm pit with great interest, as if visiting some sort of grotesque museum. How had he gotten in here? What about the Matu family's bounded field? Oh, don't be so tense, I'm just a warm-hearted passerby, Chen Gong said as he turned, giving a kindly smile to the mud-like Korea writhing on the ground. I took a look at your future, Matu Korea. How should I put it? Touching and heroic certainly, but from the perspective of revenge and salvation, it scores a perfect 0. Who are you? Yen Yi roared, his wariness momentarily suppressing the agony. Chen Gong stepped before him, crouched down, and gently tapped Yen Ye's forehead with a single finger. A wave of soothing magical energy instantly flooded Yen Ye's entire body. A miracle occurred. The excruciating pain, like bone-deep worms gnawing at his nerves, vanished in that very instant. Yen Yi froze. For the first time since enduring the grotesque modifications, he felt no pain, only stillness. This fleeting serenity was so profoundly beautiful, it nearly brought tears to his eyes. How does it feel? Chen Gong smiled warmly as he withdrew his finger. I've merely severed your neural link to those little parasites, for now. By the way, that ancient fellow Matu Kotatsu does this to you several times a day, just like teasing a hamster trapped in a cage. You? Yen Ye's body trembled with shock. Look at yourself. Burning your life away, torturing your own flesh, all for a chance to avenge yourself upon Tosaka Tokiomi. Yet you don't even know who truly pulls the strings. Chen Gong wagged a finger, his tone that of a patient teacher addressing a stubborn student. Your self-destruction isn't even worthy of being called drama in that old worm's eyes. Even if you succeed in taking Tokiomi down with you, he might cast but a single glance your way, then turn back to cherish Sakura as his precious Holy Grail vessel. Chen Gong's words cut deeper than any maggot's bite, ruthlessly stripping away every illusion of noble martyrdom. Your vengeance is a farce. Your salvation, a fantasy. And I. Chen Gong rose to his feet, spreading his arms wide, his expression oddly serene. I offer you an entirely new possibility. A chance to crush that immortal worm, not just his body but his very soul, into dust beneath your heel. A chance to blast that hypocritical Tosaka Tokiomi, along with his polished elegance, straight into the heavens. He lowered his gaze to the stunned Yen Yi, his smile radiant and unshakable. So Mr. Matu Yen Yi, shall we try a different game? My premium DLC lets you ascend in a single step. The heavenly tranquility vanished the moment Chen Gong withdrew his finger. An endless tide of agony crashed over Yen Yi once more, its sheer intensity forcing a guttural groan from his throat as his body curled tighter in reflex. Yet within his eyes burned a fierce, desperate light, cautious, suspicious, yet above all the raw, feral hunger of a cornered beast seizing its only lifeline. What do you want? Yen Ye's voice was hoarse. He knew well in the world of magi kindness never came without price. Such immense power demanded an equally immense cost. I want nothing, Chen Gong said, shrugging lightly, his smile disarmingly benign. If pressed, I'll say only that someone found this Holy Grail War dreadfully dull, and asked me to descend and make it infinitely more entertaining. The process? Precisely. And you are precisely the variable that could transform this drama into a spectacle worth witnessing. His tone held genuine admiration. But you're in no condition to begin. You're too weak. Even the first act would claim you. Yen Yi ignored the mad rambling. Only one question mattered. Can you save Sakura? He spoke each word with grim finality, the last line he would ever draw. How? That monster Kotatsu. He'll never let her go. Those worms have already. Stop. Chen Gong raised a finger, silencing him. Don't waste your pain-addled mind on technicalities. Understand this one truth: so long as Matu Kotatsu alive, Sakura cannot be saved. He is the prison's foundation. To rescue the princess, you must first slay the dragon guarding the castle. No. The logic was stark, undeniable. But how? That monster, he is immortal. Despair flickered in Yen Ye's eyes. Immortal? Chen Gong scoffed, a dry, contemptuous laugh. Huh. There is no true immortality in this world. He has merely hidden himself away. Find his true form, and victory becomes inevitable. The analogy eluded Yen Yi, yet he seized the core. You can kill him. Naturally, Chen Gong nodded as if stating the obvious. But what will you give me in return? I grant you vengeance. I grant you salvation. Such a debt demands repayment. What then do you offer? Yen Yi fell silent. He possessed nothing, only a body crumbling toward collapse and a heart brimming with hatred. Watching his inner struggle, Chen Gong's smile deepened. He sought no repayment. Only Yen Ye's complete surrender of hope, his willing transformation into a perfect, obedient piece upon Chen Gong's board. Given your remarkably protagonist-like aura, consider this an early-stage investment. Chen Gong spoke leisurely. I'll let you taste true power, complimentary trial access for VIP clients. Before the final syllable faded, he raised his palm toward Yen Yi. Go on, feel it. The strategist's gift. A torrent of magical energy, dozens of times more potent than before, erupted from his palm. This time it was brute force infusion. Horn resonance. Miniature magical circuit accelerator activated. Arara! Yen Yi screamed, a cry torn raw from his soul. Yet within that shriek, agony was but a fraction. The rest was pure ecstatic release, the violent, exultant surge of overwhelming power flooding his veins. He felt his magical circuits, not just them, but every blood vessel, every nerve fiber, engulfed in molten lava. The imprint worms devouring his flesh were incinerated instantly. Ants flung into a steel furnace, reduced to blackened ash before that tyrannical force. Pain itself was overwritten, it drowned beneath the roaring tide of strength. Beneath the lid of his blinded left eye the pupil stirred, rekindling its capacity to perceive light. Necrotic muscle tissue reawakened under the torrent of magic. Unbidden he rose from the floor, his hunched spine straightening with newfound unyielding rigidity. The world had never been so vivid. He sensed the currents of magical energy in the air, heard the heartbeat of pedestrians blocks away, even perceived, saw every arcane source pulsing within the underground insectarium. This was power, power capable of shattering everything in its path. How does it feel? Chen Gong's voice drifted and honeyed with diabolical allure. This is less than 1% of my noble phantasm's true might. I can lift you to paradise in an instant, or in the blinding zenith of glory reduce you to a single dazzling firework pop. Yan Yi gasped, raggedly staring at his hands, now thrumming with terrifying vitality, then lifting his gaze to the man whose smile never wavered. Fear, awe, and ecstasy. At last he beheld the path, the only path, to tear that ancient worm limb from limb. I accept. His voice was hoarse yet ironclad with resolve. Save Sakura. Kill Kotatsu. Kill Tosaka Tokiomi. My life is yours. Excellent. Chen Gong snapped his fingers. The surging magic vanished instantly. Yan Yi staggered, nearly collapsing, but his body was already vastly stronger than before. Then Mr. Matu Yan Yi, our partnership begins in earnest. Chen Gong clapped his hands, brimming with enthusiasm. Now, let us design the opening fireworks. He drew near, leaning close to whisper only for Yan Ye's ears. Brute assault is for fools. Against an elder such as him one must play dirtier. Timing. Let it coincide with the moment all eyes fixate upon the descending heroic spirits. That shall be the hour you draw the final curtain on that ancient worm's existence. In the underground workshop of the Matu family, the summoning array glowed dimly, as if tainted by the filth of this space. Yan Yi stood before the array, panting heavily. Although the enhancement from Chen Gong temporarily restored his mobility, the process of preparing for the summoning ritual still drained a considerable portion of his already dwindling life force. He pressed the 3 red seals that appeared like blood on the back of his hand to his chest, feeling the connection established with some distant existence. Make your eyes chaotic and your mind frenzied. I am the master of this chain, binding the prisoner, trapped in a frenzy. Come forth, guardian of the balance. Boom. The magical power exploded like a black storm, wild, chaotic, filled with an ominous aura. A knight clad in pitch-black armor, his face obscured, emerged from the sinister red magical mist. He did not speak, only let out a beastly low growl, the overwhelming intent to kill nearly overturning the entire workshop. Berserker Lancelot answered the summons. Almost simultaneously, Yan Yi heard Chen Gong's calm, yet clear voice in his mind, as if a cold thread had been connected to his consciousness. The insect hunt plan begins now. It worked. Yan Yi suddenly raised his head, the bloodshot singular eye fixated on the shadows deep within the workshop. He did not even need to search. The nauseating aura of Matu Zongyan was as clear as the stench of decay in the night. Yan Yi, I knew you would succeed. Very good, very good. This way you can contribute to the Holy Grail. Matu Zongyan's aged voice came from the shadows as he staggered out, a repulsive smile on his emaciated face. However, what he saw was not the mixed gaze of fear and submission from his son, but unmasked killing intent. First command of the seal by the command of the seal. Yan Yi raised his hand, without hesitation, pouring all his will into it. My servant, kill this bastard before you. Tear him to pieces. Roar. Lancelot received the command, his black figure transforming into a blurred shadow, instantly crossing a distance of over 10 meters. His hand pierced through the wall, pulling out a steel rebar used for reinforcement. Under the effect of his berserk skill, this ordinary building material instantly transformed into a terrifying weapon worthy of a treasure. Oh, a glimmer of surprise flashed in Zhangyan's eyes, but he remained unperturbed. Uft. The steel rebar wrapped in dark magical energy penetrated Zhangyan's chest, without obstruction, the immense force nailing him to the wall behind. Lancelot did not cease his assault, roaring as he swung his arms, smashing the old bug into pulp, blood and flesh flying everywhere. However, it was useless. What splattered, described as blood and flesh, was merely a mass of writhing imprint insects. They gathered on the ground into an unsettling tide of insects, quickly reforming. Moments later, the unharmed Matu Zongyan reappeared in place, not even the creases of his clothing disturbed. Useless Yan Yi. Zongyan chuckled dryly. My body is no longer a structure you can comprehend. Looking at the furious servant and the son with resolute killing intent before him, the confusion on his face outweighed his anger. How strange, you the useless child, when did you gain such courage? Aren't you afraid? That little girl you cherish most is still in my hands. Zongyan extended a withered hand, a small imprint insect writhing in his palm. With just a thought from me, these little cuties could devour her entirely. Are you sure you want to bring her to ruin for this moment of impulse? A blatant threat. This was Zhangyan's most adept and effective weapon. Yan Ye's heart felt as if gripped tightly by an invisible hand. Roar. Lancelot's movements also hesitated for a moment due to the master's indecision. Yes, Sakura. Where is Chen Gong? Why hasn't he sent me any information? In the plan, he should have already infiltrated the mansion to rescue Sakura. Could it be? Failed. The mere thought of such a possibility caused the resolve Yi had just established to crack instantly. If something happened to Sakura, what meaning would all his efforts hold? His hesitation was keenly captured by Zhang Yin. It seems you are still the useless waste. Go on, let your servant withdraw and kneel before me like a dog. Perhaps I will, I said, old bug. A sudden voice tinged with a hint of laziness and mockery interrupted Zhang Yin's triumphant declaration from the entrance of the workshop. Using hostages to threaten your opponent is an effective tactic, but the premise is that the hostage is truly still in your hands. Both Zhang Yin and Yi turned to look in the direction of the voice. There stood Chen Gong casually leaning against the doorframe, as if just returning from a leisurely stroll. In his arms was a small girl in thin pajamas looking weak, but unharmed, with purple hair and hollow eyes. It was Sakura. Yen's pupils dilated instantly, the immense joy rendering him almost breathless. Sakura. Zhang Yin's eternally unchanged smile finally froze on his face. He could clearly feel that the connection to the imprint insects embedded in Sakura had been cleanly severed by some spell. Who are you? Zhang Yin's voice carried a hint of panic for the first time. Don't underestimate me, Matukin. Chen Gong ignored the old bug and casually spoke to Yi. I've already resolved your concerns. He gently placed Sakura on the ground surrounding her with a soft magical barrier. Next, it's time for your protagonist to take revenge. He tilted his chin towards Zhang Yin, revealing a delighted smile, as if anticipating a show. Come on, don't hold back. Go all out and let him savor this fireworks display of revenge blooming because of you. When the 3 scarlet command seals appeared on the back of Matu Yin's hand, like a brand, a wave of ominous magical energy instantly spread out, and then the two proceeded underground to prepare for summoning the servant. In the courtyard of the Matu residence, a figure seemed to separate from the shadows, silently stepping onto the decaying land. Chen Gong has arrived. The Matu family's barrier was as if it did not exist before him. The defenses built upon Maida's magical knowledge were riddled with flaws resembling a tattered fishing net in his eyes. He didn't even bother to break through. He casually strolled through the largest holes in the net, without disturbing the slumbering source of magical energy within the residence. So Yanyakun has already been taken to summon the servant. Chen Gong glanced at the eerie Western-style mansion. On the surface, there should only be Matu Korea Matu Shinji, and my target left here. He made no effort to conceal his figure, striding boldly through the front door. As soon as he entered, a middle-aged man wearing glasses and looking listless approached him. It was Matu Korea. Who are you? Matu Korea's face displayed a wary expression upon seeing the unfamiliar young man. Chen Gong wore a gentle smile. TSK. In the next moment, he had already flashed behind Korea, effortlessly striking the back of his neck with a knife hand. Korea didn't even make a sound before he slumped down. Erasing memories and casually fabricating a story of overworking and accidentally hitting his head would suffice. Chen Gong operated with ease as if he had practiced it 1,000 times. But this was actually his first time taking action against a person since inheriting the spiritual foundation. Although Chen Gong's memories were filled with countless battles and schemes, personally, bringing down a living person felt strangely novel. It's nothing too serious, he muttered to himself while confirming the almost negligible magical circuits within Korea. After all, you haven't done anything particularly inhumane, and your magical aptitude is as useless as mud. Leaving you alive could be considered the mercy of this strategist. He also tried to communicate with the deeper knowledge repository in his mind. Strange. Why can't I access or connect with the knowledge about thought key patterns? Is it because I as a pseudo-servant lack access rights? He pouted. Whatever, if I don't have access, I don't have access. The ancient knowledge of the Xia dynasty in my memory is enough for me to digest for a long time. Disregarding this minor interruption, he walked straight toward the faint yet despair-laden room of Matu Sakura. As he opened the door, a damp, foul smell assaulted his senses. Inside the room, a little girl curled up in a corner, her eyes vacant, resembling a soulless doll. For the first time, Chen Gong's brow furrowed in true concern. He approached, crouched down, and gently placed his fingertip on Sakura's wrist. A massive surge of magical energy instantly transformed into the most precise probe, delving deep into the girl's body. Then he saw it. Those repulsive worms that had infested the magical circuits and had even begun to erode her organs. A surge of anger unexpectedly rose from the depths of Chen Gong's heart. It was not feigned, it was pure fury. Perhaps Chen Gong's memories allowed him to regard human lives as mere fodder, to use allies as cannon fodder, as it was part of efficiency and strategy. But the scene before him was the most pure, despicable, inept, and utterly unforgivable torment inflicted on a child. Damn old worms. Chen Gong's gaze instantly turned cold. You really deserve to die. Just then he distinctly felt a violent and chaotic wave of magical energy emanating from the direction of the basement. The summoning had begun. The timing is just right. Chen Gong hesitated no longer. He quickly retrieved several spells regarding shielding, sealing, and severing connections from his memory. These spells consumed a great deal of magical energy and were extremely intricate, but for him, a top-tier caster, they were merely a matter of course. The azure runes flowed at his fingertips, forming an invisible net that instantly enveloped Sakura's entire body, precisely severing the connection between all the imprinting worms within her and Matu Zhongyan. Don't be afraid. He looked at the trembling girl due to the magical fluctuation and spoke in a gentle tone. It will be over soon. A brother will take you to see a grand fireworks display. He picked up the weak little Sakura, feeling her body shivering slightly in his arms. What he needed to do was not just to rescue her body. He needed to revive her heart, which had already fallen silent. And the best way to do that was to let her witness the source of all her nightmares completely turn to ashes. Holding Sakura, Chen Gong arrived at the door of the underground workshop. Inside, the repulsive voice of Matu Zongyan could be heard alongside Yinya's suppressed pain and despair. The corners of Chen Gong's mouth curled up into a cold yet pleased smile. It was time. He did not push the door open, nor did he unlock it. Instead, he raised his foot infused with magical energy and forcefully kicked the door. Boom! The heavy stone door shattered with a loud crash, turning into countless fragments that flew everywhere. Amidst the swirling dust, Chen Gong appeared before both confronting parties holding little Sakura. He ignored Yinya's eyes filled with overwhelming surprise and also disregarded Zhang Yan's frozen expression. He merely spoke to the old worm in a relaxed tone, as if chatting, "I say, old worm. Using a hostage to threaten your opponent while this method is effective. The premise is that the hostage is truly still in your hands." The moment his worries were completely lifted, Matu Yinya felt as if his soul, which had been gnawed at by insects, was being infused with molten iron once more. He no longer hesitated, nor did he waver. Berserker. He poured all his hatred and determination into the command with every ounce of strength he had. Kill for me. Kill him. The Dark Knight transformed into an unstoppable disaster. The steel bar in his hand had twisted into a grotesque weapon under the raging magical power, and every swing tore through the air with a sharp whistle. Walls, floors, ceilings. Under Lancelot's fury, the entire underground workshop began to crumble. Matu Zongyan, a great magician who had lived for 500 years, now resembled a punching bag being relentlessly smashed, torn, and pierced by an enraged beast. But it was all meaningless. Lancelot struck him down into a writhing mass of insects, and in the next moment the swarm reassembled, a human form not far away. He crushed Zhang Yan's head with a claw, and what splattered out was not brain matter but a nest of shrieking monsters. This was a slaughter destined to have no conclusion. Useless, useless, Yinya. Zhang Yan's nauseating voice echoed in the workshop. You are merely wasting your pathetic life. The angrier your servant gets, the quicker your death will come. Yinya gritted his teeth, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. He could feel his vitality being frantically drained, but he did not care. He only wanted to see the monster before him utterly vanish. What? What is this? Beside him, Chen Gong, who was shielding Sakura, looked at the scene and couldn't help but scratch his head. He covered Sakura's eyes with one hand to shield her from the overly degrading sight, while his other hand supported his chin, revealing a troubled expression. This is too inefficient, Yanyakan. While your anger and desire for revenge are commendable, if you keep this up, you'll exhaust yourself before that old insect even dies. Inheriting Chen Gong's memories made him instinctively loathe such ineffective attacks. It was like watching a teammate who could easily flank to steal the crystals, stubbornly engaging an infinitely resurrecting super minion in a heated fight. There's no helping it. I had hoped to let you show off a bit, but it seems I, the strategist, must step in personally. He sighed, his expression shifting from helplessness to one of excitement at discovering a new strategy. I've got an idea. He snapped his fingers at the anxious Yinya, his face breaking into a confident smile. Yinya, have your servant stop for a moment. Though confused out of trust, Yinya immediately suppressed Lancelot's assault. The Black Knight halted, his savage red gaze locking onto Chen Gong. Don't look at me like that, I am not your enemy. Chen Gong waved his hand, and then turned his gaze toward Matu Zongyan, who was reassembling his body. Hey, old insect, your remote-controlled puppet is quite well made. At this, Zhang Yan's murky eyes gleamed with a hint of suspicion. Chen Gong did not give him time to respond. Unfortunately, the firewall is too weak. He suddenly extended his hand, fingers spread wide. Countless invisible threads of magical power sprang from his fingertips like the most skilled hacker, directly bypassing all of Zhang Yan's defenses and forcibly seizing control of the body made of insects. Wah! What did you do? Zhang Yan was horrified to discover that his control over his own body was being stripped away by a brute force. It's nothing, just borrowing your body for a bit. A mischievous smile crept across Chen Gong's face as he spoke. He manipulated the insect body from a distance, making it rigidly turn around to face an inconspicuous corner of the workshop. It's about time. Chen Gong muttered to himself as if speaking to the body from which he had seized control in a tone of tragic lament. He began to activate his true noble phantasm. Unexpectedly, the horn is a difficult choice, you should understand, right? The true name of the noble phantasm was unleashed, and massive magical energy surged into the insect body. Buzz! Matu Zongyan's body began to uncontrollably swell, the magical energy inside reacting violently, and torrents of frenzied light burst forth from the seams of every insect's shell. But in the eyes of Yinya and Lancelot, what they saw was an entirely different scene. Chen Gong slowly raised his hand, and countless bamboo slips appeared out of thin air, swiftly combining and assembling into an ancient and elegant battle bow in his grasp. He drew the bowstring, and an arrow formed from pure light took shape, its tip coalescing with a terrifying energy that sent shivers down the spine. Next comes the moment to witness a miracle. Chen Gong smiled and released the bowstring. However, in a layer of reality unseen by outsiders, that insect body, infused with overloaded magical power and on the verge of explosion, was controlled by Chen Gong, using its last bit of strength to charge like a human bomb towards the cluttered corner. There, hidden within a cocoon disguised as an old scroll, lay Matu Zhangyan's true form that had lived for hundreds of years. The arrow of light was released. The human bomb charged forward. Both hit the same target at the same time. BM. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a blinding azure light that instantly engulfed the entire underground workshop. Within that light, a piercing scream filled with pain and resentment echoed, the final wail of Matu Zhangyan's decayed soul, struck by the dual blows of the noble phantasm's critical explosion and the destruction of his true form. As the azure light dissipated, all that remained was a perfectly evaporated circular pit, not a speck of dust left behind, while the air was filled with a faint smell of ozone from the magical power overload, sweeping away the stench and sweetness that had lingered in the Matu residence for hundreds of years. Chen Gong clicked his tongue in mild disdain, waving his hand to disperse the smoke and dust before him. Tis, what a pity. He shook his head regretfully. The magical circuitry of that body was truly terrible. With a low magic capacity limit, it couldn't even sustain a grand explosion, and the visual effects were lacking. Chen Gong dispelled the illusionary light bow in his hand, gently clapped his hands, and then walked over to kindly remove the hand covering Sakura's eyes. All right, Sakura. Look, the fireworks are over. Not even a grand explosion can be managed. The lighting is rated poorly. This remark made the corner of Jiang Tong's eye twitch. Glamorous. Grand explosion. This is the immortal monster that has plagued the Jiang Tong family for generations. Did he die? Yan Ye's voice quivered with disbelief as he stared intently at the pit, fearing that the old worm might emerge from somewhere at any moment. Chen Gong did not respond, merely casting him a look that seemed to say, "Are you talking nonsense?" That gaze was filled with absolute confidence, as if to declare, "How could there be any survivors after my intervention?" That look was more reassuring than any words. Yan Ye's tense body relaxed instantly, a wave of immense exhaustion washing over him as his legs gave way and he collapsed to the ground. It's over. It's truly over. All right, Sakura. Chen Gong gently removed his hand from covering the girl's eyes. Look, the fireworks have finished. Sakura blinked, her hollow eyes seemingly still not recovered from the blinding light. She stared blankly at the smooth pit, glanced at her uncle, Yan Yi, who was slumped on the ground, and finally her gaze fell on Chen Gong's gentle, smiling face. The world was unprecedentedly quiet. There were no more worm-like screeches in her ears, no more chilling sounds from the basement, and no more terrifying voice of that old man. The fear that had tightly constricted her heart finally broke in this silence. A single glistening tear, without warning, slid down her lifeless eyes, tracing a path down her pale face. Then came the second drop, the third. As if a dam had burst, the girl's body began to tremble uncontrollably. She parted her lips, but could not make a sound, only silently shedding tears. Finally, the fear and pain that had accumulated deep in her throat for a year erupted with a heart-wrenching wail. What? The girl's cries were so piercing, so despairing, as if she were shouting out all the suffering she had endured over the past year from her small body. Hey, don't cry. He instantly became flustered. Having inherited Chen Gong's memories, he possessed the strategies and abilities to calculate the world and ignite spiritual veins, but this memory bank lacked the entry: how to comfort a severely traumatized child. He reached out, patting Sakura's back, attempting to say a few comforting words, only to find that any language felt utterly powerless in the face of such sorrow. It's okay, it's all over. He awkwardly tried to comfort her, but Sakura's cries only grew louder. However, Chen Gong quickly understood. What she needed now perhaps was not comfort, but a complete catharsis. He ceased speaking, just quietly stood by, allowing the girl to wash away the scars of her heart with her cries. Eventually, after exhausting all her strength in crying, Sakura's sobs gradually faded, and her small body slumped into a deep sleep. Chen Gong carefully picked her up, navigating around the mess on the ground, and exited the basement that had buried her nightmares. He found a clean room on the second floor with plenty of sunlight, and gently placed her on the soft bed. Looking at the girl's brows still tightly furrowed even in her sleep and the tear stains on her face that had yet to dry, Chen Gong sat by the bed, falling into a prolonged silence. He was hesitant. Should he allow Sakura to retain this memory? Perhaps remembering this pain would make her stronger. But for a child of only 6 or 7 years old, this experience was not a tempering, but a poison that could ruin her life. Chen Gong simply could not bear to watch a child carry such a hellish burden, yet he lacked the ability to reverse time. After a long while, he finally made up his mind. To hell with being strong, he muttered softly. Children should be allowed to be children. He extended his hand, his fingertips glowing with soft magical light, and gently tapped Sakura's forehead. The duty of a strategist sometimes involves more than just winning. He began to weave a complex spell, not to erase, but to seal. He carefully extracted all the memories related to Jiang Tong's dirty inkstone, the worms, and the pain wrapping them in magic, like dealing with the venom of a hydra, submerging them into the depths of her consciousness. When she grows up, when her mental strength can endure it, and when she herself is willing, only then will the seal be lifted. Then he began to fill in false memories. He did not fabricate a perfect childhood out of thin air. That would be too fake. He merely constructed the simplest backbone. After being adopted, I lived an ordinary life with Chen Gong and Uncle Yan Yi. As for the mundane details that constituted the feeling of life, let her fill those in herself piece by piece in her dreams. The glow of magic gradually faded, and Sakura's tightly furrowed brows finally relaxed in her sleep. Chen Gong tucked her in and stood up, walking to the window to pull down the curtains. Sweet dreams, Sakura. After settling the peacefully sleeping Sakura, he advised the physically and mentally exhausted, yet unprecedentedly invigorated Jiang Tong, Yin Yi to rest well. Chen Gong wore an uncontrollable excited smile and dove into the old worm's underground workshop. No, it should now be called treasure trove. Chen Gong, like a child who has fallen into a rice jar, gazed wide-eyed at this magical workshop. Oh, the remains of deep-sea driftwood, exquisite materials for crafting curses. This is the molar tooth of an underground dragon. Ground into powder, it's a top-notch magical amplification agent. And these bottles and jars, although they look a bit disgusting, they're all high-purity nutrient solutions for cultivating familiars. After purifying, they can completely be used to replenish my own magical energy. For an ordinary person, this place was a hell filled with garbage and remnants of terrifying experiments. But for Chen Gong, it felt like a hardcore RPG player discovering an unrestricted stash of materials after defeating the final boss, a horde that had accumulated over hundreds of years. As an ordinary person who had gained Chen Gong's spiritual foundation, the knowledge in his mind was merely knowledge, but now he finally had the chance to put these theories into practice. He could not wait to roll up his sleeves and begin a thorough cleanup. He sorted useful materials and burned away the disgusting corpses of worms until everything was spotless. Under his efficient organization, the entire workshop quickly transformed. Well, at least it no longer resembled a horror film set. Just as he was moving a stone tablet engraved with ancient runes, the Silent Knight, Lancelot, stood behind him like a statue. Since Yin Yi was resting, he as the servant automatically took on the role of guardian. Chen Gong turned to glance at him. Although this lake-light knight was in a berserk state and unable to communicate, the powerful aura he exuded was undeniably real. The strength is sufficient and the destructive power is undoubtedly top-notch. Chen Gong stroked his chin, appraising him up and down. But your noble phantasm, a knight does not die by hand. In simpler terms, is the ability to turn anything into a noble phantasm. It's strong, but it relies too much on the environment. He recalled the earlier battle where Lancelot had used a steel bar as a weapon with unparalleled might. But what if the fight took place in an empty square? Would he just grab a cobblestone or resort to using his fists? The efficiency would be too low. As a qualified strategist, one must eliminate all unstable factors. Lancelot not having a suitable weapon was the biggest unstable factor at present. You can't always expect to find steel bars on the ground, knight. Chen Gong's gaze swept across the pile of treasures scavenged from the workshop. In his mind, countless knowledge about weapon forging, magical enchantment, and mysterious processing flowed forth. Since you can turn anything into a noble phantasm, what if I were to craft a weapon specifically designed to be the most suitable for becoming a noble phantasm for you? He didn't need to replicate the legendary indestructible lake light. What he aimed to do was utilize the diverse materials at hand combined with the knowledge of the Xia dynasty to create a perfect form tailored for Lancelot. A weapon that had no fixed form, yet could most efficiently harness Lancelot's violent magical power, and the trait of a knight does not die by hand. Just thinking about it made Chen Gong unable to contain his excitement. He looked at the mountain of materials beside him and then at the silent black knight behind him. It's decided. He clapped his hands. Let you be my first masterpiece, Chen Gong. Yin Yi, before you wake up, I will give you a big surprise. Then, let's get to work. In the Fuju family residence, the elegant study was filled with the aroma of black tea. Fuju Tokiomi, the man who held maintaining elegance at all times as his creed, was holding a cup of exquisite Darjeeling tea. Opposite him, the golden-haired hero King Gilgamesh was idly toying with a priceless wine goblet. Everything was according to Tokiomi's plan. He successfully summoned the strongest servant, gaining an absolute advantage at the start. Next, he merely needed to patiently wait for the Holy Grail War to officially commence, and then claim the ultimate victory in the most elegant manner. However, just then, buzz, a wave of magical energy, distant yet of an exceedingly unusual nature, rippled through the senses of every top-tier magician like a stone thrown into a still lake. Tokiomi's hand holding the teacup momentarily froze in midair. He immediately set it down, furrowing his brow as he carefully discerned the origin and nature of that wave. This direction is the Matu family. A glint of surprise flashed in his eyes. The magical wave was peculiar, a residual effect of two completely different magical energies colliding. One of them was filled with rage and chaos. Without a doubt, it was Berserker. But the other force that clashed with it and ultimately consumed it entirely appeared exceedingly domineering. It didn't feel like a clash of noble phantasms between servants, but rather a highly sophisticated grand magic. Oh, a battle. Gilgamesh sensed it too, a hint of interest appearing on his face. It seems that some impatient magus has started the banquet early. Tokiomi's expression remained calm, but his mind raced with analysis. This is illogical. The Holy Grail War has not officially begun, and the servants have not been fully summoned. It is too hasty to engage in battle at this moment. His fingers lightly tapped the table, ruling out one possibility after another. As one of the three great families, even if the Matu family had fallen, they could not be foolish enough to provoke the first battle in their own stronghold. This was against the magician's code of conduct and the rules of the Holy Grail War. Therefore, there could only be one conclusion. Someone has attacked the Matu family. A cold glint flashed in Tokiomi's eyes. Is there a magician who does not understand the rules, mixing and thinking that through a moment of impulse and brute force, they could gain an advantage in this ritual? Truly shallow. To him, this was undoubtedly the reckless act of a novice master, someone ignorant of elegance and strategy. However, this provided him with an excellent opportunity to gather intelligence. Tokiomi picked up the communication magic tool beside him and connected with Kirai Kotomine, who was standing by at the Fuyuki church. Kirai, did you feel it? On the other end of the communication, curious, emotionless voice responded. Yes, master, the source points to the Matu family's residence. It should be a small-scale battle. Tokiomi replied in a deep voice. It seems that an impatient master has already started the war, disrupting the game, but it also gives us an opportunity. Although it is not yet the time for action, the plan can be slightly advanced. The timing was just right to use this disturbance to allow his assassin, to make a seamless appearance. Kirai, dispatch your assassin and send a few to scout near the Matu family. Remember, the purpose is only reconnaissance, not combat. Determine the truth behind that unusual wave of magical energy and confirm the status of the Magus master and his servant. If exposed, withdraw immediately. I need to know who has made this irregular first move on the chessboard of the Holy Grail War. Yes, I understand, master. Communication cut off. Kirai stood in the prayer room of the Fuyuki church with moonlight filtering through the stained glass windows, casting mottled shadows on his face, obscuring his expression. Behind him, several figures wearing skull masks and cloaked in black quietly emerged. They were his servants Hassan of the Cursed Arm. He looked up towards the direction of the Matu family residence. A war that begins early. He whispered softly, then turned and issued commands to the shadows surrounding him. Go. Let me see what kind of changes this illogical beginning will bring. On the cold floor of the mansion, Matu Korea's eyelids twitched a few times before he slowly opened his eyes. Ugh, my head hurts. He propped himself up on the floor, rubbing the dull pain at the back of his neck. His mind clouded. How did I end up here? He looked around and found himself lying in the hallway on the first floor. His memories were fragmented. He only recalled that he seemed to be dealing with something, and then everything went blank. Right? A thought flashed through his mind. Father. He had something to report to his father. This thought burned like a brand, driving his weak will. He struggled to stand up, heading toward the underground workshop he would never dare approach on a normal day. However, when he pushed open the door, the sight before him left him frozen. In the workshop stood two unfamiliar figures. One was a dark knight shrouded in ominous black mist, and just standing there, the madness and brutality emanating from him made Korea shiver and his legs go weak. The other was a young man who looked no different from an ordinary person, eagerly rummaging through a pile of junk. But for some reason, the moment Korea saw the young man, the pain in his neck suddenly intensified, and a primal fear gripped his heart. Who are you? Korea mustered all his courage to question, his voice trembling. This is the Matu family. Where is my father? Chen Gong, who was sorting through the spoils, turned back with some impatience. Oh, it's that useless eldest son. Chen Gong couldn't be bothered to waste words with him. He didn't even straighten up, but threw a glance that seemed to regard Korea as a mere roadside ant. Get lost. Just a single word. Just one word and one glance. The pressure contained in that gaze was forged through countless battles and schemes of the heroic spirit Chen Gong. Korea's mind went blank in an instant. He felt as though he was not being stared at by a single person, but rather a fierce army was aiming countless cold arrows at him. Fear poured down on him like icy water, instantly drowning his meager courage. He let out meaningless cries from his throat, his body completely out of control, turning around in a flurry and scrambling out of the workshop that made his soul tremble. He needed to find his father. Only his father, the all-powerful monster, could resolve this situation. Korea panicked and ran through the mansion, heading toward the deepest underground, the secret chamber belonging to the Matu family. However, when he reached the door of the chamber, behind the slightly ajar cracked stone door, he found only a gaping hole violently smashed open, surrounded by a smooth, empty pit, the air still lingering with the scorching breath of clashing magic. It was a scene of devastation, as if ravaged by some giant beast. Father, not here. His gaze swept across the ruins, finally locking onto a charred fragment of clothing. It was his father's kimono. A ridiculous possibility he had never imagined and dared not think of slithered into his heart like a venomous snake. No, this must be a lie. His father is immortal. He is the ruler of the Matu family. How could he possibly? The overwhelming fear and cognitive collapse caused Korea to lose all ability to think. In the midst of extreme chaos, he thought of the last person he might know. That useless younger brother who had run away from home and was now back. Go find Korea. He must know what happened. After several hours of intense magical manipulation and precise construction, Chen Gong finally breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the masterpiece hovering in midair, a satisfied smile on his face. It's complete. It was a ball of liquid metal the size of a basketball, flowing with a silver sheen, slowly rotating its surface as smooth as a mirror, resembling a droplet of massive mercury. This was the weapon prototype he had tailored for Lancelot. Its structural concept was inspired by the weapon he had crafted for the flying General Lu Bu, in his memories, the transformable god of war's 5 weapons. Of course, whether in terms of material or the mysteries contained within this thing, was far from being comparable to the true god of war's 5 weapons. Given the scant materials scavenged from the Matu family, merely reaching the pass mark for a treasure was already the limit of Chen Gong's ability to work wonders. However, for Lancelot, this was already more than sufficient, even a perfect match. His noble phantasm, the knight does not die by bare hands, has the core effect of turning any item held in hand into his own noble phantasm while enhancing its performance to the level of a drank noble phantasm. In other words, the strength of the weapon itself is not the key. The crucial aspects are its versatility and malleability. This liquid metal possesses near-infinite transformation properties, which is exactly what Lancelot needs. Berserker, come try your new toy. Chen Gong beckoned to the silent black knight, standing in the corner. Lancelot stepped forward, and the moment his finger covered in black armor touched the mercury ball, a miracle occurred. The silver liquid flowed like it had a life of its own, quickly coursing up his arm, extending and shaping. First it transformed into a sleek knight's long sword in Lancelot's hand, with ominous black magic swirling around the blade, radiating a cold light. Next the blade quickly dissolved and reformed into a heavy Viking war axe. War axe, spear, twin daggers. And even after a dizzying array of complex transformations, it simulated the form of a modern submachine gun, with intricate structure. Looks good. Chen Gong nodded in satisfaction. With this, Lancelot's combat power would no longer be restricted by terrain and environment. He would become a true killing weapon capable of unleashing his full strength anytime, anywhere. Having resolved the greatest power issue, a strong sense of hunger surged from his stomach. Intense mental labor and magical output really consume a lot. He rubbed his belly, preparing to head to the kitchen to find something to fill his stomach, while also checking if there were any normal ingredients left in the mansion. As he stepped out of the workshop and into the hallway on the first floor, he encountered a familiar yet strange figure. Matu Korea. At this moment, Matu Korea stood there in a daze, his face as pale as paper. The instant he saw Chen Gong walking out of the workshop, Matu Korea's body trembled violently, like a startled rabbit, as he immediately lowered his head, deeply lacking even the courage to meet Chen Gong's gaze. Just moments ago, he had learned the entire truth from his younger brother Matuyenya. His father, the absolute terror that dominated this family and governed his entire life, was killed by this seemingly harmless young man before him. In a manner he could not comprehend at all. This was an existence that could not be provoked even more than Matu Zonyen. Chen Gong merely glanced at Korea, seemingly indifferent to his fear. He couldn't even be bothered to think about how to deal with this guy. Just an ordinary person without magical talent, courage, or any value to exploit, not even qualified to become a pawn. Chen Gong's gaze lingered on him for less than half a second before he walked straight past him, completely disregarding him, heading directly toward the kitchen. Only when Chen Gong's footsteps had completely faded away did Matu Korea dare to slowly raise his head, his back already soaked with cold sweat. In the kitchen, rummaging through cupboards, he found some edible bread, eggs, bacon, and a box of milk. Chen Gong skillfully prepared a high-calorie breakfast for himself. After finishing the meal in a hurry, the emptiness caused by the excessive consumption of magic power was finally filled. Leaning back in his chair, he gazed out at the deep night outside, subconsciously wanting to review the actions of the day, but images of Sakura's tear-streaked, sleeping face involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Considering the time, she should be waking up soon, right? Little children don't sleep for long, and after experiencing such emotional turmoil, she would surely feel hungry and restless upon waking. After some thought, he stood up again, reopened the fridge, took out the few remaining ingredients, and busily started working again. A simple Western breakfast was arranged on the tray: lightly toasted bread, a perfectly cooked soft-boiled egg, a few sizzling strips of bacon, and a cup of warm milk. It was enough for breakfast, but for a child just freed from a nightmare, perhaps a steaming hot meal was more tangible than any comforting words. As Chen Gong entered Sakura's room, while holding the tray, he happened to see the little girl on the bed stirring awake, her eyelids fluttering. He walked lightly over, placing the tray on the bedside table. Sakura slowly opened her eyes. In those purple irises there was no longer the emptiness and deadness from before, but a hint of confusion from just waking up. She blinked her gaze, slowly focusing, ultimately settling on the young man with a gentle smile by the bedside. A fleeting look of unfamiliarity crossed the girl's eyes, but immediately after a familiar feeling surged from the depths of her memory like a tide. Chen Gong. Brother, she called out softly, her tone slightly uncertain, yet utterly natural. It worked. A weight lifted from Chen Gong's heart, and his face maintained a flawless smile. You're awake, Sakura. Did you sleep well? He naturally reached out to smooth the girl's slightly messy hair, his actions so familiar it seemed he had done it 1,000 times before. This was a completely new test for him, to play the role of a brother who had coexisted for a year. Sakura nodded, still a bit dazed as she sat up. She glanced around the sunlit room, everything in her memory seeming perfectly natural. Uncle Yinya and brother Chen Gong, they were the ones who brought her from that home. Though she still occasionally had nightmares with her brother around, she feared nothing. Are you hungry? Chen Gong brought the tray from the bedside table. I made something simple, eat it while it's hot. Upon smelling the food, Sakura's stomach grumbled uncontrollably, her little face flushed slightly as she shyly took the tray. Thank you, brother. She picked up the bread and began eating it in small bites. Chen Gong sat by the bed smiling at her, without speaking, simply creating a sense of everyday normalcy. He wanted Sakura to believe that this moment was the normal life she was meant to have. Eat slowly, don't choke. Just as Sakura was sipping her milk and the room was filled with a warm and peaceful atmosphere, Chen Gong's smile suddenly faltered for a brief moment. His senses caught several faint, yet extraordinarily unique magical fluctuations like phantoms slipping in from different directions into the Matu residence. Without a doubt, they were servants of the assassin class. Had they arrived so soon? His expression instantly turned cold, a flicker of icy killing intent flashing in his eyes. How dare they spread this ominous aura in the tranquility he had painstakingly created, truly unaware of their own demise. But that killing intent lasted less than half a second. When he looked back at Sakura, he transformed back into the gentle and indulgent brother Chen Gong. "Sakura, are you full?" he asked softly. Sakura nodded, contentedly finishing the last drop of milk. "So good." Chen Gong smiled as he patted her head. "He'll go clean up the dishes. You can rest a bit longer, or read a book if you like." He naturally took the tray and turned to leave the room, gently closing the door behind him. The moment the door shut, his smile vanished, replaced by absolute coldness. Uninvited mice really know how to pick their moment. He closed his eyes, his immense magical power instantly transforming into an invisible detection net enveloping the entire residence. "Found them. 1, 2, 3. Is it Hassan of the 100 Faces?" Such a convenient ability for a servant to have. He precisely locked onto each infiltrator's location. Their routes and hidden corners were all exposed under his perception. He hurried downstairs just in time to see Matu Yinya walking out of his room looking tense. "I sensed. There's a servant," Yinya whispered. "Don't be tense." Chen Gong waved his hand, signaling him to calm down. "Just a few scouts responsible for reconnaissance. They won't stir up much trouble." He casually placed the tray on a nearby table, his gaze shifting toward the dark figure silently guarding the end of the corridor. "Berserker. Gore." Lancelot emitted a low response, a smirk forming at the corner of Chen Gong's mouth as excitement flickered in his eyes. "Perfect. Your new toy hasn't tasted blood yet. Go eliminate the intruding mice without leaving a single one behind." With his command, the silver liquid metal sphere emerged from Lancelot's armor, hovering in his palm. "Treasure." Chen Gong bestowed upon it a name imbued with significance. "Manifestation God of War's 5 weapons. Guru Arrow Air." With the command of the master proxy and a brand new weapon at hand, Lancelot's fighting spirit ignited instantly. He roared, his figure transforming into a streak of black lightning, vanishing in an instant at the end of the corridor. 100-faced Hassan had just infiltrated the second floor, his presence melding with the darkness, his heartbeat and breath reduced to their bare minimum. As a top-tier assassin, he had absolute confidence in his ability to conceal his aura. However, in the next moment, a terrifying killing intent erupted from directly below him, without warning. He didn't even have time to lower his head. The liquid metal instantly shaped into a grotesque reverse hook spear, piercing through the floor at supersonic speed, precisely penetrating his jaw and skull, nailing him to the ceiling. There was no struggle, no scream. The assassin was ended by a more efficient slaughter before he could even see the enemy's face. Meanwhile, in the hall on the first floor, 2 other Hassans stood back to back, cautiously advancing in a battle formation, having just learned of their companion's instantaneous death. Fear wrapped around their hearts like a venomous serpent. "The enemy is..." One Hassan was about to warn his companion when his words got forever stuck in his throat. A pitch-black afterimage accompanied by a piercing sound of air being ripped apart shot out from the corner of the corridor like a cannonball. Too fast. Their dynamic vision could only capture a blurred outline and the crimson glow seeping through the gaps in the armor. "Engage the enemy." The 2 Hassans instinctively threw their poisoned daggers, a skill they had honed through countless trials. Clang, clang. However, those flying knives capable of cutting through gold and stone failed to even create a spark upon hitting the dark armor, being ruthlessly deflected instead. Futile. This was their final thought. Lancelot's figure had already charged forward, the weapon in his hand undergoing a second transformation. In that instant, the spear dissolving into a metal whip covered with sharp barbs. Swish. The whip traced a deadly arc in the air, ensnaring one Hassan's neck with a speed beyond human reflexes. Ugh. The Hassan barely let out a sound as his throat shattered. He was violently yanked backward, crashing heavily into a load-bearing wall. As for the last remaining one, Lancelot exhibited the brutality of a berserker. He used no technique. In the moment he passed by the last Hassan, the metal whip transformed for the 3rd time, the liquid metal retracting, condensing, and thickening into a cruel, double-handed greatsword wide as a door panel, existing solely for the purpose of slaughter. No blocking, no dodging. Faced with this strike infused with pure power and madness, the only thing the Hassan could do was widen his eyes, twisted with fear. Swish. From shoulder to hip, his body was cleanly and neatly sliced in 2. Blood and entrails splattered behind the Black Knight, painting a picture of despair. From the ambush to the end, it took less than 5 seconds. This so-called battle resembled a chillingly efficient massacre. The skills that the 100-faced Hassan took pride in appeared so ridiculous and powerless before this unleashed beast of chaos. In a corner of the mansion, the last remaining Hassan's clone was trembling like a sieve. He saw, through the mental link, the entire process of his companions being instantaneously slaughtered. Run. This was the only thought in his mind. He abandoned the mission, forsook his dignity, and used all his magical power to frantically escape towards the outside of the mansion. Chen Gong stood still, calmly listening to the entire concert. He raised his hand, as if conducting a symphony, giving a gentle wave. "All right, Berserker, come back. Leave one alive to spread the word, it's polite." A satisfied smile appeared on his face as he spoke to himself. Very good. Perfectly honed." In the prayer room of the Church of Winterwood, Kiritsugu Amiya stood quietly beneath a massive cross, like a lifeless statue. Suddenly the shadow before him twisted violently, and a figure wearing a skull mask staggered out, crashing heavily to the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. This was the only one among the several clones he had sent for reconnaissance to return. Monster. The surviving Hassan lay on the ground, his voice hoarse, filled with the terror of survival. That was no knight, but a black monster. Kiritsugu's gaze did not waver in the slightest, simply waiting in silence. We had no room to resist, not even for a second. The Hassan's body trembled even more. His mental link had witnessed the deaths of all his companions, that pure violence. It was a massacre, master. That was not a battle, it was a slaughter. After uttering the last sentence, the Hassan could no longer hold on. His body turned into shadow, dissipating into the air, returning to his original form. Massacre, huh? Kiritsugu murmured the word, and for the first time a glimmer of light flickered in his hollow eyes. What did you say? Completely wiped out. In the study of Tosaka Tokiomi, a cup of black tea was heavily placed on the table, emitting a crisp sound. After listening to Kiritsugu's straightforward report, even he could no longer maintain his composure. Kiritsugu, your assassin has exposed its clone ability, but you haven't even seen the true name of the enemy's servant, nor the master, have you? Tokiomi's voice was laced with suppressed anger. This was nothing short of a complete failure. Yes, master. Kiritsugu's voice remained as calm as ever. According to the last transmitted intelligence, the enemy is a berserker, and the master is Matu Shinji, but his power far exceeds our estimates. The weapon he wields can change form, making it extremely dangerous. Matu Shinji. Tokiomi's brow furrowed, his eyes filled with disdain and confusion. How could that worthless person who had abandoned the path of sorcery summon such a powerful servant, and to annihilate all incoming assassins in an instant? This was entirely beyond his calculations. The most troublesome thing was that the core part of his original plan, the assassin's feigned retreat ruse, had encountered a huge flaw due to this foolish reconnaissance operation. Matu Shinji is now the only one who knows that assassin has not truly retreated and still possesses the clone ability. This was a significant variable. Should he abandon this plan? Tokiomi fell into a brief hesitation. If he abandoned it now, although the ace card of assassin remained, the opening aimed at making all enemies lower their guard would be rendered useless. No. Tokiomi's eyes regained their determination. His plan was still the optimal solution to victory. A flaw merely needed correction, not a complete denial. Kiritsugu, he said in a deep voice. The plan continues. Master. Kiritsugu's voice carried a hint of doubt. The ruse of assassin's feigned retreat must go on. Losing a few clones is still within acceptable limits, Tokiomi stated with an undeniable tone. As for the only variable, a glint of cold, killing intent flashed in his eyes. Matu Shinji shall not live long enough to inform others of this intelligence. Before he finds an opportunity to contact other masters, do everything possible to eliminate him first. A half-baked magician who can only command berserkers is not worth fearing. Yes, I understand, master. The communication ended. Tokiomi picked up the now lukewarm black tea and drank it in one gulp. He gazed out the window towards the Matu residence, as if looking at a pawn that had already perished. Foolish Shinji, you should not possess power that you do not deserve. Let you and your insane servant become the first stepping stone on my path to the Holy Grail. The nightfall enveloped the sky of Fuyuki City. Ryanosuk Rain murmured an off-tune melody, idly kicking a stone by the roadside. His orange coat stood out sharply in the night, yet passers-by seemed to ignore him, instinctively avoiding this seemingly unusual man. His mood was neither too good nor too bad, more like a sense of emptiness that an artist feels after completing a draft, unable to fully express his inspiration. Yes, he considered himself an artist pursuing the beauty of death. Moreover, not long ago, he found an ancient book emanating an ominous aura among his grandfather's belongings. The book told him that through a special ritual, he could summon the legendary demon who would reveal to him the coolest, most spectacular, and heart-pounding death artistry in the world. This was a revelation tailor-made for him. He had tried it. Just a few hours ago, he was in his makeshift workshop engaging in a grand exploration of the beauty of life and fear. The office worker who served as the sacrifice initially performed quite well. The transformation from feigned calmness to complete breakdown indeed provided a rich palette. But it wasn't enough. Too short-lived. His work had only progressed halfway when the man ceased screaming due to blood loss and fright, losing the vitality that ignited his creativity. It was as if painting with cheap paint, and halfway through it had dried up and faded, leaving a sense of disappointment. He needed new materials. More vibrant, purer, and capable of showcasing a greater range of color changes. So this time I need to find a better canvas. Ryanosuk muttered to himself, rubbing his hands excitedly. He needed fresher, more vibrant materials in order to create masterpieces that would astonish even demons. His gaze swept across the street like an experienced gourmet selecting the finest ingredients at a seafood market. That rushed office worker. No, too monotonous. His soul was almost drained by work, and he would probably only emit a dull lament in death, just like the previous sacrifice. That couple nestled together. Somewhat interesting, the contrast of love and life and death might inspire decent creativity, making them a backup option. At that moment, his gaze was completely captivated by a scene not far away. It was a small family. A young father, a gentle mother, and a little girl sitting on her father's shoulders giggling while holding a red balloon. They had just walked out of a brightly lit shopping mall, chatting and laughing together, their ordinary, yet warm happiness appearing so glaring in the cold night. This is it. Ryanosuk's breath quickened. Perfect. This is simply perfect material. Happiness, hope, family. To crush these beautiful things one by one in the most splendid way, the fear and despair that arise would be such rich and exquisite colors. He felt his artistic cells boiling all over. He. Ryanosuk lowered his hat brim to hide his face, which was somewhat distorted from excessive excitement. He did not rush forward immediately. He was an artist, not a crude thug. Art requires patience and planning. He silently lingered behind the family, maintaining a safe distance, blending into the shadows of the buildings on either side of the street. He wanted to observe, to appreciate, to savor the unsuspecting happiness of his prey before they were captured. Then at the most opportune moment and place invite them to witness the grand opening ceremony of his summoning of the demon. After clearing the intruders and confirming that Sakura and Yinya were unharmed, Chen Gong did not idle. As a qualified strategist, passive defense was never his style. He released dozens of paper kites as familiars, letting them blend into the night, as his eyes initiating a 24-hour comprehensive surveillance of the entire Fuyuki city. This was not only to detect enemy movements in advance, but also to seek out some interesting variables. Soon a variable presented itself unexpectedly. One paper kite circling above a residential area in Shinto relayed a clear image back to Chen Gong's mind. In the image, a man in an orange coat looking deranged was stealthily lurking in the shadows outside a house. Moi. Chen Gong raised an eyebrow. He recognized the man's face. Ryujin Longzai, a complete madman, a pervert who took pleasure in killing. Looking at the back of his hand, he still hasn't summoned that equally insane caster, has he? A faint interested smile curved Chen Gong's lips. In the original story, this pair caused immense chaos throughout the Holy Grail War, like an indiscriminate attack bug, leaving no one at peace. An uncontrollable evil is the most troublesome piece for a strategist. But what if this piece was in his hand from the very beginning? Instead of letting you summon that general who talks about Jeanne d'Arc all the time, why don't I help you choose a more interesting partner? Yinya, stay inside the house with Sakura and don't go out. I will reinforce the barrier. I need to handle a small matter. After giving Yinya a brief explanation, Chen Gong's figure melted into the shadows and sped towards Shinto with inhuman speed. Ryujin Longzai felt his heart beating excitedly. He lay in the shadows, quietly waiting. He could see the lights in the house extinguishing one by one until finally the entire world fell into darkness, where his art could fully bloom. The time had come. He pulled out a set of lock-picking tools from his pocket, wearing a sickly smile as he stealthily approached the door that represented happiness and warmth. He could already imagine how wonderful it would be when he pushed open the door and saw the terrified expressions of that family. Just as his finger was about to touch the door lock, a calm voice, excessively calm, sounded unexpectedly behind him. Still awake so late? Are you planning to perform some interesting action art? Who? Longzai's hair stood on end instantly. He turned around sharply, only to see a young man in ordinary casual attire standing behind him, wearing a friendly smile, as if he were just greeting him. How is this possible? With his vigilance, even a stray cat passing by would not go unnoticed. But this person seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Oh, did I scare you? Chen Gong watched him with great interest. It seems your art lacks any insight in the aspect of perception. Longzai's shock was quickly replaced by a sickly excitement. He could not see through this person before him, but the extraordinary aura emanating from him felt strangely familiar. Are you also of the same kind? Longzai lowered his voice, asking excitedly. You understand, right? The ultimate beauty that bursts forth at the moment of life, turning into death. He thought he had found a kindred spirit. Chen Gong shook his head. No. He stepped forward, his tone carrying a hint of condescension. Only capable of creating fear and screams like firecrackers played with by children, devoid of any aesthetic appeal. Longzai's smile froze on his face. What did you say? However, Chen Gong shifted his tone. That pursuit of pleasure you have is somewhat interesting. Nonsense. Longzai was enraged. He drew a dagger from his pocket and lunged at Chen Gong. I will make you my art piece too. Yet his resistance was utterly laughable. Chen Gong didn't even move his feet. He casually extended his hand, arriving first, and accurately gripping Longzai's wrist, holding the knife with a speed that Longzai could not comprehend. Crack! A crisp sound of bones breaking off. Longzai let out a cry of agony as the dagger clattered to the ground. He felt as if his wrist was clamped tightly by an iron vice, of strength that was beyond human capabilities. You see, this is the gap between you and me. Chen Gong smiled, using his other hand to effortlessly grip Longzai's throat, lifting him entirely off the ground. The sensation of suffocation hit Longzai as he flailed his legs, his face filled with fear and confusion. His pitiful struggles were no different from that of a chicken with its neck gripped in front of Chen Gong, who was akin to a pseudo-servant. Now, Mr. Artist, Chen Gong brought him close, speaking gently. I have a brand new creative subject to assign to you. Let's change locations and have a good chat. The moment he finished speaking, he exerted force, and Longzai rolled his eyes and lost consciousness. Chen Gong vanished into the night, carrying the unconscious Ryujin Longzai like a rag sack. Bringing the unconscious Ryujin Longzai back to the Matu residence, Chen Gong skillfully dragged him into the underground workshop that had summoned Berserker. The floor and walls here still bore the scars of battle, the air filled with a faint smell of gunpowder and dust, but the core summoning array remained mostly intact. That's enough. Chen Gong tossed Longzai into the center of the summoning array like garbage. The cold hard floor stimulated his nerves, and soon Ryujin Longzai moaned and woke up. Yuxing Longzhiji shook his head, gazing at the unfamiliar surroundings and the demon standing nearby, with a gentle smile, fear and confusion filling his eyes. Who are you? What do you want? Longzhiji struggled to get up, only to find his body weak and unresponsive. Don't be hasty, artist, sir. Chen Gong strolled over leisurely. Haven't you always wanted to summon a demon to appreciate the finest art? Today I shall help you realize that wish. What? Longzhiji had yet to grasp the meaning of his words when Chen Gong decided to give him no opportunity for questions or rebuttals. He suddenly extended his hand and pressed it firmly against Longzhiji's head. Ugh! An irresistible magical force surged in, forcibly seizing control of Longzhiji's body. This was far more terrifying than mere physical restraint. Longzhiji discovered in horror that his body was like a marionette, completely beyond his brain's command, starting to make various stiff and bizarre movements. Now let us begin. Chen Gong stood up, remotely controlling Yuxing Longzhiji's body, forcing him into the pose required for the summoning ritual, compelling him to chant the incantation in a hoarse voice. Proclaim, your body is beneath me, your fate lies upon my sword. No, don't. Longzhiji's consciousness screamed frantically, yet his mouth mechanically recited the ancient words of power. As the incantation was chanted, the broken magic circle on the ground lit up once more. The magical brilliance shot into the sky, even more unstable than when summoning Lancelot. At the moment the circle's light reached its peak, an unexpected change occurred. A crimson light suddenly flared on the back of Longzhiji's uncontrollably raised right hand. Command spell. The Holy Grail system sensed the summoning and automatically recognized Yuxing Longzhiji as the seventh master, beginning to grant him the qualifications of a master. It's here. A sharp glint flashed in Chen Gong's eyes. He had been waiting for this moment. What he wanted was not for Yuxing Longzhiji to successfully summon a servant, but to forcibly interrupt this process at the moment he became a master, creating a master qualification. Now is the time. At the instant the third stroke of the command spell was forming, Chen Gong moved. He had been waiting nearby, and the silver liquid metal in his hand had transformed into an incredibly sharp knife without him realizing it. A flash of cold light. Puchi, aunt. Yuxing Longzhiji let out a heart-wrenching scream. His right arm, just branded with the command spell by the Holy Grail, was cleanly severed by Chen Gong at the elbow. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. The moment the arm was severed, the link with the Throne of Heroes was forcefully cut. The light of the summoning magic circle flickered violently a few times, emitting a reluctant wail before finally dimming. The summoning was forcibly terminated. Done. Chen Gong glanced at the severed arm lying on the ground, still marked with the 3 strokes of the command spell, then looked at Yuxing Longzhiji, who was rolling on the ground in agony, revealing a satisfied smile. The plan worked. The rules of the Holy Grail War had been manipulated. A master qualification had been forcibly taken from this chosen one, Yuxing Longzhiji. He had no sympathy for Yuxing Longzhiji, who was obsessively transfixed by the blood from his severed arm, tossing him aside to bleed out slowly. A serial killer who viewed human life as mere grass, such actions could even be considered kindness to him. Chen Gong bent down to pick up the severed arm. He began the second step of this plan, the most critical step, qualification transfer. He pressed the severed arm against the back of his left hand, the spell quickly activating. A ghostly blue magical light emerging from his palm, as if an invisible mouth began to gnaw at the authority belonging to the Holy Grail system on the severed arm. The command spell on the arm began to fade at a visible speed, while in contrast 3 brand new command spells began to be inscribed stroke by stroke onto Chen Gong's hand. When the final stroke was completed, the severed arm completely lost its mystery, turning into an ordinary severed limb, while 3 bright red command spells radiated light from Chen Gong's hand. From this moment on, Chen Gong became the rightful 7th master in this Holy Grail War. Of course, he was also the only one to simultaneously possess both the identities of a servant and a master. Chen Gong moved his left hand marked with the command spells and turned his gaze back to the summoning magic circle on the ground. He once again stood at the center of the circle. What he needed was not a powerful servant. In terms of direct combat power, the Berserk Lancelot was already sufficient to turn the entire board upside down. What he required was a perfect projectile, or even a group of them capable of maximizing the effect of his noble phantasm, Horn Tempest. Thus, as a relic, the item he chose was particularly special. He placed his noble phantasm Horn Tempest at the core of the summoning array, intending to use this treasure to attract suitable heroic spirits projectiles. So what kind of fish will I reel in? A smile crept onto Chen Gong's lips as he began chanting the summoning incantation once more. This time, as he possessed a formal master qualification, the response to the summoning was faster and more intense than any previous attempt. The entire underground workshop shook violently. What erupted from the summoning array was no longer pure magical light, but a mix of sulfur, lies, and madness. At the center of the energy, a figure slowly began to take shape. It was a clown-like figure dressed in outlandish attire, wearing a comical top hat with an exaggerated and eerie grin on its face. In its hand it played with a peculiar weapon that resembled a clock. As the light faded, the figure bent down and spoke in a dramatically lyrical tone. It seems I've hit the jackpot, my master. Demon Mephistopheles at your summoning, reporting for duty. From now on I shall present to you the finest explosions and the greatest tragedies. He, Caster Mephistopheles. Looking at the incessantly chattering little clown demon before him, Chen Gong couldn't help but cover his face with his hands. The fisherman never empty-handed. But is this catch a bit too surprising? Mephistopheles, a demon who delights in igniting the tragedies of others, is an excellent ammunition that one wouldn't feel guilty about consuming. Although this guy is indeed high in cost-effectiveness as ammunition, his uncontrollability is equally outrageous. Keeping him around is like having a Siberian husky at home that could tear the place apart at any moment, especially one carrying explosives. Forget it. Chen Gong waved his hand with some headache. He certainly didn't want such a dangerous individual by his side, especially with Sakura still around. All right, I've received your self-introduction. I don't have anything for you to do right now, so you can. Do as you please. Mephistopheles' exaggerated smile froze. Do as you please? Master, you don't plan to immediately scheme a grand explosion or have me turn some poor soul's life upside down? Not planning to, Chen Gong decisively refused. Just consider yourself free range. Don't bother me usually, and don't cause trouble in Fuyuki City. When I need you, will summon you directly with a command spell. Oh, Mephistopheles elongated his tone, a flicker of disappointment in his eyes, but more amusement. Free range, huh? What an intriguing way to play. All right, my master, since you say so, I'll go get familiar with this beautiful city. Goodbye. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a wisp of black smoke, instantly disappearing from the workshop, heading off, who knows where for fun. Chen Gong sighed. What a pity Hassan of the 100 Faces was summoned early. He murmured regretfully to himself. Numerous in number, individually weak, completely obedient to orders. That would have been the perfect ammunition. This once I'll have to make do with it. After dealing with these household matters, Chen Gong felt he couldn't keep Sakura cooped up in this house. Children should go out more, see the sunlight, and feel the atmosphere of a normal world. So taking the opportunity, he brought Sakura, who had changed into a cute dress, to the bustling new capital commercial street in Fuyuki City. Sakura, do you want to eat that? A crepe. MHM. Sakura tightly held Chen Gong's hand with one hand, while the other held the cotton candy. She just bought, her big eyes curiously scanning the array of shops and the bustling crowd around her little face filled with novelty and joy. Just as Chen Gong was in line to buy the crepe, he suddenly sensed an extremely powerful and pure aura of magic approaching from not far away. He subtly turned his head, glancing with the corner of his eye. Across the street, two exceptionally striking women were slowly walking towards him. One was a lady dressed in a pure white long dress with silver hair and crimson eyes, looking as beautiful as a snow elf. In reality, she was only slightly older than Iliasville. The other was clad in a well-tailored black suit with her blonde hair styled up, her expression serious, and her demeanor imposing, resembling a knight guarding a princess. Saber Artoria Pendragon, and her master, the artificial human from Einsburn, Alice Phil von Einsburn. Almost at the moment Chen Gong sensed them, the blonde knight also cast a piercing gaze in his direction. Their eyes met. Invisible sparks clashed in the air. In an instant, both sides recognized the non-human identities of each other. Saber's face instantly filled with vigilance as her fingers instinctively tightened, as if ready to draw that invisible holy sword at any moment. Chen Gong, however, remained calm. He simply offered a friendly smile in Saber's direction, then gently shook his head and pointed at Sakura, who was curiously watching everything. It was daytime, and he was with a child. Because she was the king of knights, Chen Gong dared to have Sakura appear before her. However, even if it were other servants, it seemed that none of the servants would harm a child this time, except for that bastard Kiritsugu Amiya, so he needed to find a way to deal with Kiritsugu first. Saber understood the meaning in his gaze. Moreover, to maintain the mysterious concealment, servants should not engage in battle during the day unless absolutely necessary. Her vigilance slightly eased, but that imposing blade intent did not completely dissipate. Alice Phil beside her also sensed the change in atmosphere. Following Saber's gaze when she saw Sakura beside Chen Gong, a flicker of surprise and softness crossed her crimson eyes. Chen Gong did not look back at them. Hello, here's your crepe. Thank you. He received the freshly made hot crepe and turned to hand it to Sakura. Here, Sakura, give it a try. It smells so good. Sakura happily took it, her attention instantly drawn to the delicious food. Chen Gong took her small hand, and as if nothing had happened, led her towards the toy store ahead. They brushed past each other. No words, no provocation. But everyone knew that when they met again on the battlefield at night, they would have to face each other as mortal enemies. The four of them passed by like two briefly intersecting lines in the flow of people, until Chen Gong and Sakura's figures faded into the distance, merging with the lively crowd ahead. Only then did Alice Phil finally relax her clenched fist and turn to look at Saber, who still maintained a vigilant posture. Saber, that person, just now. Her voice carried a hint of tension and curiosity. Is he a servant? Saber shook her head, her golden hair swaying slightly, her expression serious. No. She paused, a hint of gravity flashing in her azure eyes. Though he is also a participant in the Holy Grail War, he should be a master. Why, oi? Alice Phil asked in confusion. The presence he gave me felt nothing like that of an ordinary magician. Yes, that is also where I feel puzzled, Saber admitted candidly. A master with an aura comparable to that of a servant. Just what kind of people are participating in this Holy Grail War? In any case, he is a powerful enemy, there is no doubt about that, Saber concluded. Alice Phil nodded, watching the direction Chen Gong and Sakura disappeared, her eyes revealing a hint of worry. On the other side, Chen Gong and Sakura were standing in front of a huge toy store window. Sakura's face was almost pressed against the glass, gazing at the various dolls and models inside, her big eyes sparkling with stars. Brother, that big sister just now was so beautiful. Sakura suddenly turned her head, looking up at Chen Gong with her little face. A child's innocent eyes can always spot the most straightforward preferences. Really? Chen Gong smiled, squatting down to meet her gaze. But to me, our little Sakura is the cutest. He reached out and gently pinched the girl's cheek. When Sakura grows up, she'll definitely be more beautiful than that big sister. Sakura felt a bit shy from the compliment and began to laugh happily. The two continued to stroll through the commercial street for a while, buying a few dolls that Sakura adored and even enjoyed a serving of ice cream. By the afternoon, Sakura's energy finally waned. She let out a small yawn and tugged at Chen Gong's shirt corner. Brother, I'm a bit tired. Can we go home? All right, let's go home. Chen Gong nodded with a smile, switching the shopping bag to his other hand, then easily picked up Sakura so her little head could rest on his shoulder. Sleep for a bit, and he'll wake you when we get home. Sakura found a comfortable position in his arms and quickly drifted off to sleep with a satisfied smile. Chen Gong held her steadily, making his way back towards the Matu residence. As the night completely replaced the twilight enveloping Dongmu City in a profound tranquility, Chen Gong sat by Sakura's bedside, poring over an ancient book of magic he had found in the Matu family's study, illuminated by the dim yellow light of a desk lamp. Sakura was already fast asleep, breathing evenly, tightly clutching the doll she had bought during the day. At that moment, Chen Gong's fingers paused slightly as he turned the pages. He lifted his gaze as if peering through the wall towards the distant port. A wave of battle-laden magical energy surged forth, erupting in his perception like a beacon suddenly igniting in the night. Immediately afterward, another equally powerful, but stylistically distinct magical energy responded in kind. At last has it begun, he murmured softly. Almost simultaneously, the door of the room was gently pushed open a crack, and Matuinya peeked inside. Upon seeing the sleeping Sakura, he immediately softened the action of opening the door and lowered his voice nervously, saying to Chen Gong, Chen Gongkoen, I felt it. There are servants fighting at the port. Yes, I know. Chen Gong closed the book and made a quiet gesture to him. He raised his head again, gazing as if through the wall toward the direction of Dongmu Port, then stood up, tucked Sakura's blanket, and quietly exited the room, softly closing the door behind him. Saber and Lancer, it's almost certain. Chen Gong's tone was as calm as if discussing the weather. Should we go over there? Yinya appeared somewhat anxious, as this was a prime opportunity to gather enemy intelligence. Of course we should go, Chen Gong smiled. How could we miss such an exciting opening ceremony? However, you stay here and watch over Sakura Berserker, and I will be back soon. Without giving Yinya a chance to object, Chen Gong's figure silently melted into the shadows of the corridor, disappearing from sight. At Dongmu Port, the area piled with containers loomed like a mountain. Chen Gong's figure appeared like a phantom atop a tall crane, the best VIP seat, to overlook the entire battlefield. Below, two figures were clashing fiercely at a speed almost impossible to capture with the naked eye. Golden magical energy collided with azure magical energy. Every clash of the invisible blades and crimson spear erupted into dazzling sparks and deafening roars. The surrounding containers were easily sliced open by the wind pressure and sword energy they emitted, as if they had turned into fragile cardboard. Whoa! Even though he had known all of this through memory, he couldn't help but let out a heartfelt exclamation upon witnessing the scene before him. This is what battle between heroic spirits looks like. The speed, the power, the sheer technique displayed on screen could not possibly convey a fraction of the immersive impact he was experiencing. Each collision unleashed a torrent of magical energy that brushed against the edges of his clothing like a raging wind. This was a battle beyond human comprehension. However, this small shock in his mind lasted only a few seconds. Almost instinctively, another grander and more brutal memory surfaced, overshadowing the spectacular duel before him. It was the clash of steel and iron, the thunderous roar of tens of thousands of troops colliding like a torrent of steel. It was arrows raining down, obscuring the sky, painting it a black despair. Amidst the throng of soldiers, a crimson figure wielding a halberd carved out a shocking vacuum in the enemy ranks with each swing. That was war. The war of the flying General Lu Bu. Sigh. Chen Gong retracted his awe, gently shaking his head, the initial amazement in his eyes shifting to a professional and calm scrutiny. Though the techniques are spectacular and the noble phantasm effects are intriguing, compared to the scenes in my memories, they still lack greatly. To him, it felt more like two highly skilled masters sparring, far from the battlefield experienced by the flying general. Atop the crane, Lancelot beside Chen Gong began to growl softly, the black magical mist restless. He sensed a familiar aura, the presence of a king that he could never forget, even unto death. Don't worry. Chen Gong did not turn back, soothingly patting the cold armor of the Black Knight beside him. Your old flame is currently too busy to pay attention to you. Let her have some fun with the other man for now. The raging wind, stirred up by the Wind King's barrier, clashed with the piercing scream of the magical spear echoing through the port's containers. The invisible sword in Saber's hand transformed into an impenetrable web of blades, each slash wielding a pressure capable of tearing steel apart. She too could not see her sword, but the bond cultivated over many years with the Holy Sword had already engraved every inch of its trajectory into her soul. In Lancer's hands, the dual pistols resembled the fangs of a venomous snake. The spear launched aggressive attacks, each thrust precise and directed at the gaps in Saber's defenses, while the short pistol defended perfectly, parrying every strike, with minimal movement, dissipating the monstrous force of the invisible Holy Sword. Clang, 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 clang. Sparks erupted in the void, the brilliance produced by the collision of sword and spear at speeds beyond human comprehension. Saber grew increasingly alarmed. The opponent's spear technique had reached perfection. Even with her rank strength, every direct clash was skillfully mitigated, leaving her with a sense of futility, as if her fists were striking against cotton. Interesting. This is truly fascinating. Lancer burst into a hearty laugh. To duel with a strong opponent like you is truly an honor for me. Yet he knew in his heart that a mere contest of skills would yield no winner in the short term. Thus, they could only rely on the properties of their noble phantasms to determine the victor. After a fierce exchange of gunfire, Lancer leaped back, creating a distance of several meters. He held the short pistol across his chest, assuming an aggressive stance. Saber's eyes sharpened, immediately lowering her center of gravity, preparing to meet this charged attack. Now's the time. Lancer made his move. But the weapon he used for his feint was not the imposing short pistol, but the crimson spear he had been concealing behind his back. The red rose of destruction, Guy Dirge. The red streak of light flashed by, its speed surpassing even Saber's neural reaction. Saber instinctively raised her sword to block, but as the spear made contact with her arm guard, an unbelievable scene unfolded. There was no violent collision, as imagined, nor the thunderous clang of metal. The crimson magical spear pierced through her sturdy arm guard, constructed from her magical energy like a heated iron cutting through butter, leaving a shallow cut on her pristine arm. What a... Saber was taken aback, retreating hastily, unable to believe her eyes as she looked at the smooth tear in her arm guard. That was armor condensed from her immense magical energy, capable of withstanding most attacks, yet it now felt as fragile as paper. It seems you have understood. Lancer twirled the spear with a confident smile. This spear of mine possesses the ability to sever all magical energy. Armor made of magical energy is utterly meaningless before it. Saber's expression grew grim. She understood that before this spear her proud defense was rendered ineffective. Continuing to wear this heavy armor would only slow her down. Since I cannot defend, then I shall simply not defend. So a counterattack. I accept. With a clear shout, Saber erupted with brilliant blue magical energy, her silver full-body armor disintegrating into countless particles amidst a cascade of crisp metallic sounds. In the instant she shed her armor and released her magical energy, her speed soared to an entirely new level. Boom! The ground erupted into a shallow pit, and Saber transformed into a blurred streak of golden lightning, charging towards Lancer at a speed several times faster than before. So fast. Lancer admired this astonishing burst of power. The rhythm of battle was instantly elevated to its peak. This time it was no longer a contest of techniques, but a pure clash of speed and strength. Saber abandoned all unnecessary defensive motions, pouring all her energy into the invisible sword in her hand. Slash, hack, slice, stab. Every strike carried the force of a raging red dragon, the blade winds carving deep trenches into the ground. Lancer felt the pressure mount. The dual pistols in his hands moved faster, merging into a tapestry of red and yellow light, barely withstanding the onslaught of Saber's storm-like slashes. In a fierce clash, the immense force numbed Lancer's hands. His short pistol, the yellow rose of obliteration, flew from his grip, spinning as it landed not far away. An opportunity. Saber's eyes sparkled with determination. Seizing the moment when Lancer lost one of his weapons, she charged forward, her holy sword tracing a lethal arc aimed directly at Lancer's neck. However, Lancer's face revealed a hint of a scheming smile, just as Saber's sword was about to make contact. With a posture that defied human biomechanics, he swiftly twisted and sidestepped, dodging the fatal blow, while his right foot shot out like lightning. But what he kicked was not Saber herself. Instead, it was the yellow rose of obliteration that had just been knocked away and lodged into the ground. The yellow short pistol struck its tail with precision, springing up from the ground like a venomous snake, angling itself to stab at Saber's right hand, which was fully committed to wielding her sword. Thud! Saber barely had time to react, feeling a chill in her right hand. A wound appeared on the hand gripping the sword. Yet this wound caused the face of the King of Knights to show a hint of horror. The wound did not heal. The Alice Fire had clearly cast a healing spell. A curse. The effect of this spear's noble phantasm is to create wounds that cannot heal. Blood dripped down her hand, her right thumb's tendon cut. With precision, a wave of numb pain surged through her, and the strength to grip the sword was rapidly slipping away. Just as Saber was stunned by the curse on her hand and Lancer was about to press the attack, Chen Gong's gaze suddenly shifted from the battlefield below to the brightly lit Fuki Bridge in the distance. There, a bold and unrestrained wave of magical energy like the blazing sun was sweeping toward them at an astonishing speed. This magical energy was filled with a sense of dominance and conquest, standing out in the otherwise stealthy Holy Grail War like a roaring bonfire lit in the dark, as if to ensure everyone noticed its presence. Haha, that wave of energy is undoubtedly from the Conqueror King. Chen Gong instantly discerned the identity of the newcomer. Honestly, he has no understanding of the art of stealth. As he was lamenting, the wave of magical energy had already reached the sky above the port. Boom! Thunder rumbled ominously through the night sky. Two massive divine bulls pulled an ancient war chariot from the sky, crashing down between Saber and Lancer with an overwhelming force, accompanied by a deafening roar and scattered flashes of lightning. Boom! The tremendous impact stirred a violent airwave, causing the surrounding containers to creak and groan. On the chariot stood a burly man with red hair and a boisterous aura laughing heartily with arms wide open. Both sides put away your weapons. I am the Conqueror King Iskandar. I have manifested in this Holy Grail War as the rider class. His voice was filled with undeniable authority, forcibly interrupting the tense atmosphere between Saber and Lancer. On the tower, Chen Gong watched this scene, his previously relaxed expression of amusement instantly crumbling. No way. He pouted in displeasure. This can't be happening. Saber has lost a hand and is about to enter a desperate struggle while Lancer has the upper hand and will undoubtedly use every means to expand his victory. Just when this thrilling battle was about to decide the outcome, this muscle-bound fool drops from the sky and thinks he can stop it with a single sentence. What a buzzkill. It's like watching a movie reach its climax only for the theater to suddenly lose power, leaving the audience furious. No, it can't end like this. This opening battle is a golden opportunity to collect data. How can it be ruined by an interloper? Since you're going to disrupt the scene, then he'll stir the waters even more. A glint of mischief flashed in Chen Gong's eyes. He turned his head to look at the berserker beside him, who was already growling, lowly shrouded in dark energy, as he sensed Artoria's presence. All right, stop growling. Chen Gong patted his shoulder, his tone calm, yet tinged with a hint of madness. It seems this party needs a more exhilarating sideshow. Your master is right below you, and now is your chance to greet her. Berserker, it's your turn. Come forth. Error. With the command given, the long-suppressed madness erupted instantly. The Black Knight no longer lay in wait. His enormous form, wrapped in ominous magic, leapt down from a crane dozens of meters high like a dark meteor. Boom! Another earth-shattering roar rang out. Berserker crashed heavily to the ground, instantly cracking and collapsing the concrete beneath him, forming a massive spiderweb-like pit. He slowly stood upright, his scarlet eyes hidden within the crevices of his helmet locked onto the blonde knight in the arena. A wave of pure madness and killing intent swept across the entire port. Oh! The smile on the Conqueror King's face faltered as he turned to the unexpected guest. Saber's face turned even paler than when she was injured, sensing the intense warning coming from deep within her. Chen Gong's figure also followed, closely, silently, and ghost-like, landing next to Berserker, a smile on his face as he surveyed the three heroic spirits, now plunged into an eerie silence due to his presence. Oh my, it seems tonight's port is quite lively indeed. Chen Gong's voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. He wore an innocuous smile, as if he were just an ordinary passerby drawn in by the scene. He first curiously gazed at the imposing war chariot of the Conqueror King before shifting his attention to Saber and Alice Phil. We meet again, Miss Saber and Lady Alice Phil. He even took the time to politely wave at Saber and Alice Phil, just like when passing by each other in a shopping district during the day, yet this friendly gesture only made Saber more on edge. Alice Phil instinctively took half a step back, watching the man who had been strolling with a child in the shopping district during the day with wariness. Saber gripped her sword tightly, her expression grave. She could sense that the new berserker's chaotic aura inexplicably resonated with a familiarity and sorrow from deep within her soul. Moreover, that mad, killing intent was directed solely at her. Don't be so tense. Chen Gong spread his hands, his smile unchanged. He gently patted Berserker's restless shoulder, as if soothing a hunting dog on the verge of losing control. When faced with a beautiful lady, I personally prefer not to resort to violence. However, my friend here has a rather bad temper. He seems particularly eager to have a nice catch-up with that Miss Saber. All right, no need to hold back any longer. Go now, Berserker. AR. Thursday. At the moment the command was given, all restraints on Lancelot were lifted. He let out a roar filled with pain and resentment, causing the ground beneath him to explode, his shadow transforming into an unstoppable black torrent rushing straight at Saber. The weapon in his hand, the imitation god of war's 5 arms, instantly morphed into a spiked mace infused with the frenzy of destruction, crashing down towards Saber. Impudent. A thunderous roar erupted. Rider Iskandar's expression turned icy. He had finally managed to halt the battle, and this newcomer dared to take action right before the Conqueror King. This was a blatant provocation of his royal authority. You there? Didn't you hear what I just said? The Conqueror King glared at Chen Gong, the instigator of all this. I said put away your weapons. Or do you and your rabid servant intend to ignore my command as the Conqueror King and turn against everyone present? Chen Gong, however, seemed to ignore his furious shout, instead watching with keen interest as Berserker and Saber collided, igniting a shower of sparks. Only when Ryder's oppressive gaze seemed ready to pierce him did he leisurely turn his head, still wearing that infuriating smile. Oh, I heard you loud and clear, and you certainly have a big mouth, Conqueror King. Do you believe you can represent them? Chen Gong casually cleaned his ears, feigning innocence. And to clarify, Berserker is not a rabid dog. He simply has his own thoughts. Besides, if you say your piece, I'll say mine. What's the problem with that? You? The Conqueror King was momentarily speechless. Chen Gong shrugged, speaking as if it were a matter of course. Conqueror King, have you perhaps misunderstood something? This is the Holy Grail War, a life-and-death struggle, not your king's banquet for recruiting followers. They were having a grand time, and you jumped in to shout stop. Now my people want to join in on the fun, and you want to shout stop again. No, that won't do. Here no one is obligated to obey your one-sided royal command. Moreover, a battle that has yet to determine a victor does not require an outsider to forcefully arbitrate. This statement is delivered with sharp jabs utterly devoid of any consideration for the conqueror king. What did you say? Iskandar's copper bell-like eyes widened suddenly, and an unparalleled oppressive force surged forth instantly. Before such momentum, an ordinary magician would probably struggle to even stand. Yet Chen Gong bathed in this wave of energy, his clothes fluttering, his smile unchanged, even tinged with a hint of mockery. I said, aren't you overstepping your bounds, muscle freak? You call yourself a king and expect everyone to listen to you. How ridiculous is it that no one here recognizes you? Is that Saber? Or perhaps that Lancer? He spread his hands like a child, pointing out that the emperor has no clothes. Ultimately, you are merely a servant summoned by the Holy Grail. If you wish to be a king, fine. First win this war, and see if you can come out on top. Before that, refrain from using such an arrogant tone to command me. You are not qualified yet. You scoundrel. Iskandar was so furious that even his beard trembled, veins bulging on his forehead. He had never encountered someone so sharp-tongued, daring to confront him directly. As the two exchanged barbs, the atmosphere tensed. The battle on the other side also shifted. Facing the frenzied berserker, Saber found herself in a perilous situation. Her right hand's tendons were injured by a curse, making it nearly impossible for her to wield her sword, forcing her to fight with one hand. Meanwhile, Lancelot's attacks were chaotic and heavy, each strike powerful enough to push Saber back, relentlessly forcing her to parry desperately and awkwardly. As Saber was on the verge of being completely overwhelmed by a heavy blow, a streak of crimson light suddenly surged from the side. Clash! Lancer Darmuid's cursed red rose accurately blocked Berserker's frenzied strike, intercepting this lethal blow intended for Saber. Saber, are your injuries all right? Lancer asked without turning his head. Thank you. Saber gritted her teeth and accepted the assistance. Though she felt ashamed of this unknown situation, she understood that in the face of this mindless monster, any so-called chivalry was meaningless. Berserker's master, Lancer shouted at Chen Gong, while desperately resisting the continuous onslaught of immense force. You despicable person, how dare you attack an injured lady? Thank you for the compliment, Chen Gong replied nonchalantly. Such foolish chivalry, Shiro Amiya, observing from the tower, scoffed disdainfully. However, on the battlefield, Lancer's intervention had indeed temporarily changed the situation. Saber gritted her teeth against the pain in her right arm, regained her stance, and once again began to wield her invisible sword, flanking Lancer on either side to form a pincer attack. One was the unyielding king of knights, and the other was a paragon of integrity. The two top knights, renowned for their skills and martial prowess, joined forces and instantly suppressed Berserker's chaotic offensive. The interplay of sword light and spear shadows wove an impenetrable net, continuously marking Berserker's pitch-black armor, with deep and shallow scars sparking with intensity. Roar! Lancelot fell into a frenzy, his weapon wildly transforming between a long spear and a giant axe, attempting to break through their blockade. Yet Saber and Lancer's cooperation was flawless, one attacking, the other restraining, preventing his frenzied strength from fully manifesting. For a moment, it seemed that Berserker had fallen into an absolute disadvantage, thoroughly suppressed by the two knights. However, there was no trace of worry on Chen Gong's face. He could see it clearly. Though Saber's sword and Lancer's spear were ferocious in their assault, each strike against Berserker was blocked by his unreasonably solid black armor. Those so-called scars were nothing but trivial scratches. Though Berserker appeared passive, in reality, he had not sustained a single bit of substantial damage. The pitch-black Berserker, facing two top-tier knights, showed no signs of falling behind. The weapon in his hand, divine armament, 5 weapons of the god of war, was constantly changing forms to counter the dual assault. When Lancer's red rose pierced his right shoulder, it instantly transformed into a small shield that accurately deflected the blow. As Saber's invisible holy sword struck from the front, it swiftly elongated into a heavy cleaver, countering it with brute force. However, Saber and Lancer's cooperation grew increasingly harmonious. Darmuid's combat experience was incredibly rich, and he quickly realized that although Berserker's attacks were frenzied, there was a fatal flaw. Almost all his attacks were aimed squarely at Saber. Upon discovering Berserker's unusual targeting, Lancer's tactics changed instantly. He stopped seeking to withstand the attacks heat in and maximized the fluidity of his spear techniques, continuously disrupting and restraining Berserker from his attack blind spots. Every thrust of the red rose precisely targeted the joints of Berserker's armor. The yellow rose occasionally transformed into a streak of light, striking at Berserker's wielding wrist from tricky angles. His aim was no longer to defeat the opponent, but to create opportunities for Saber, and Saber instantly understood his intent. She poured all her magic into her right arm, and holy sword, sacrificing most of her defense to trade injury for injury, turning each attack into a desperate strike. On the battlefield, the three figures transformed into 3 entwined whirlwinds. Roar! Berserker roared, his divine armament, 5 weapons of the god of war, morphing into a massive meteor hammer, crashing down towards Saber with a tearing howl through the air. Saber did not dodge or evade, her body slightly sinking as she narrowly avoided the lethal hammerhead. Yet her invisible sword sliced upward, drawing a golden arc that struck fiercely against Berserker's chest armor. Clang! Sparks flew. The immense force caused Berserker to stagger, leaving a deep sword mark on his chest armor. However, before Saber could pursue, the chain of the meteor hammer rapidly retracted, the hammerhead snapping back towards her from an incredible angle. In that critical moment, Lancer's figure appeared behind her like a ghost, his dual guns crossing precisely to intercept the frenzied blow. Boom. The immense force cracked the ground beneath Lancer's feet, yet he held firm. The battle fell into a momentary stalemate. During this brief stalemate, Berserker's weapon underwent an astonishing transformation. The meteor hammer that had been blocked instantaneously dissolved. Silver liquid rapidly flowed back along the chain, coalescing in Lancelot's other hand into an intricately structured and menacing six-barreled Vulcan. Driven by magical force, the dark muzzle of the gun shone with a devastating red light, unleashing a barrage of compressed magical energy without the need for bullets. Da-da-da-da-da-da. At such a close distance, evasion was simply impossible. The crimson magical projectiles engulfed Saber and Lancer in an instant akin to a storm of steel. Boom, 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 boom. The explosive flames and thick smoke completely enveloped the battlefield. Saber. Alice Phil screamed in terror from a distance. Interesting, truly interesting. Chen Gong couldn't help but chuckle with delight at the sight. You truly are something, Lancelot. Perfectly combining the martial arts of ancient knights with the ferocity of modern weaponry, this is the true art of battle. The roar of the magical barrage gradually subsided as two figures knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. Saber propped herself up with her invisible sword, her silver armor covered in charred bullet marks. Lancer, while slightly better off, also appeared quite disheveled, holding dual guns in front of him. What a chaotic way to fight, Lancer said, still shaken. This berserker is truly a monster born for battle. However, the direction of this battle was not determined by the knights on the battlefield. On top of a building far away in the port, Kenneth L. Malloy Archibald was using magical clairvoyance, his face pale as he watched everything unfold. Delumudo, what are you doing? His displeased voice directly entered Lancer's mind through their magical link. Why are you helping that Saber? Your enemy should be her. With all due respect, my master. Lancer replied, while keeping a wary eye on the black figure that had risen again to aid a respected opponent who was already injured. Is the chivalry I adhere to. Chivalry. Kenneth's voice rose sharply, filled with offended arrogance. You are merely my familiar. A tool for achieving victory. What I need is victory, not your ridiculous chivalry. You dare to defy me, you ungrateful familiar. Kenneth's pride was completely ignited. He raised his right hand without hesitation, a bright red command seal, emanating an ominous glow. I command you by the command seal. His voice, like the judgment of a demon, resonated in Lancer's soul. Delumudo Adina. Immediately join forces with Berserker. Destroy Saber for me. Ugh, ah. Lancer let out a painful howl. It was not physical pain, but the excruciating agony of his soul being forcibly twisted. The absolute command of the command seal forcibly overlapped his will, altering his soul. His body began to turn uncontrollably. In his eyes, once filled with loyalty and brilliance, now writhed with struggle, pain, and endless shame. The crimson spear in his hand trembled, contradicting his lifelong beliefs as it pointed unsteadily at his comrade, who had just fought beside him. Lancer, you. Saber looked at his pained expression, instantly understanding what had transpired. It was the command seal. I'm sorry, Saber. Lancer forced out these words through gritted teeth, his body completely under the command seal's control. Run. However, just as Lancer was about to be forced to attack, a purer rage erupted. Arthur. Berserker, the berserker who had only known how to roar, let out a clear roar of anger. His target, his sole obsession, Saber the king he sought redemption from throughout his life, belonged to him alone. She was his Lancelot's prey. How could she be stolen by another man attacking her in such a despicable way? Unforgivable. Unforgivable. Rage instantly consumed Lancelot's already dwindling reason. He abandoned Saber before him, his crimson eyes locking onto the Lancer who was about to seize his prey. Boom. The black magic erupted like a volcano. Constructed War God 5 weapons instantly transformed, no longer any finely crafted weapon, but a black two-handed sword that existed solely for destruction. Lancelot's figure became a black shadow, charging at Lancer, who was immobilized by the command seal, in a more frenzied manner than ever before. Lancer was taken aback, unable to comprehend why this madman would suddenly turn his weapon towards him. He wanted to evade, but the command seal's order was to attack Saber, rendering his body incapable of effective defensive movements. Clang. A deafening crash. In a critical moment, Saber endured the intense pain in her left hand, using all her strength to swing her sword, and barely parried the massive magic sword that could cleave both Lancer and his spear in half. The tremendous force surged through the sword, causing the ground beneath Saber to crack inch by inch, forcing her to slide back several meters. In that instant, the situation of the battle underwent an absurd reversal. What was initially a 2v1 scenario became Berserker attacking both Saber and Lancer at the same time. And Saber at this moment was protecting the very enemy who had just been forced to turn against her. This absurd scene left everyone present momentarily stunned. Kenneth watched in shock, completely unable to comprehend why that madman would suddenly attack his ally. Chen Gong nearly burst out laughing. NTR is unacceptable, Lancerkin. He shook his head, thoroughly enjoying this unexpected drama. On the battlefield, the stalemate lasted only a moment. Roar. Lancelot's missed strike only fueled his fury. In his crimson eyes there was only Lancer the thief. The giant magic sword came crashing down again, and again, completely disregarding Saber, who was blocking beside him, as if he intended to cleave both of them in two. Meanwhile, Lancer found himself in the most painful predicament. The command seal's order was to attack Saber, and his body instinctively wanted to strike at Saber, but the instinct to survive compelled him to block Berserker's lethal frenzied slashes. Saber was caught in a dilemma. She had to fend off Berserker's attacks on Lancer, while also guarding against the potentially lethal magic spear that could be thrust at her from Lancer's hand at any moment. At this moment, three top-tier heroes formed a bizarre and unparalleled combat loop. Berserker attacked Lancer. Lancer was forced to attack Saber. Saber, to protect herself and prevent Lancer from being killed, had to attack Berserker. Clang, clash, bang. The port instantly became a chaotic melee. Lancelot's gigantic magic sword swept in, targeting Lancer. Lancer gritted his teeth, forced to block this violent strike with his red rose, but his body, under the effect of the command seal, uncontrollably thrust the yellow rose towards Saber, who was dodging nearby. Saber had no choice but to sidestep that lethal thrust, her invisible sword slicing back with precision against Berserker's shoulder guard, attempting to push him back and create breathing space for Lancer. The battle became chaotic, devoid of any elegance, leaving only instinctual reactions born of survival. Enough! Do you people take this king's patience as mere wind in your ears? A thunderous roar erupted once again. Rider Iskander could no longer contain himself. He watched as his hard-earned authority was completely ignored by this group, trampled underfoot, and a surge of fury rushed to his head. Weber, hold on tight. Wait, what are you doing? Young Master Weber Velvet's scream had not yet ended when the Conqueror suddenly yanked the reins. Rumble. The wheels of the divine cow chariot, shimmering with lightning, began to turn once more. This time it was not to mediate nor to display authority, but to join the fray. Since you all refuse to heed this king's command, let this king crush you all with this divine wheel, and then we can talk about it properly. With Iskander's bold declaration, the chariot, imbued with Zeus' divine might, surged forward like an out-of-control heavy tank, barreling into the center of the chaotic battlefield with overwhelming force. The battle situation escalated once more. A chaotic deathmatch of 1v1v1 instantly evolved into a grand brawl involving all parties. As the Conqueror King drove the Thunder War chariot into the battlefield, aiming straight for the chaotic center, his precious berserker, Chen Gong, showed no hint of worry. Instead, his smile grew ever brighter. Surrounded. 3 against 1. That won't do. My friend would be at a disadvantage. He extended his left hand, marked with a sealing spell, and a tremendous surge of magical power was instantly summoned. The strategist's long-cherished wish activated. This was a power forged from Chen Gong's obsession, capable of greatly enhancing the berserker's abilities at the cost of plunging him deeper into madness. Buzz. A dim crimson halo, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, instantly spread from Chen Gong, perfectly enveloping Lancelot, who was currently battling 2 foes. If Lancelot had previously been a furious beast, in this moment, he had completely transformed into the very embodiment of destruction. The black magical power swirling around him surged violently, spraying out like ink, forming a domain filled with ominous energy. In those scarlet eyes, the last trace of the knight's lingering spirit vanished, leaving only an indiscriminate desire for destruction. Strength, agility, endurance. All attributes enhanced. Boom. The divine chariot, carrying a thunderous force, was the first to collide with this erupting darkness. Yet this time Berserker did not get thrown back. He roared, and the gigantic sword in his hand instantly transformed into an immensely thick tower shield, stubbornly bracing against the impact of the divine chariot. Clang. Lightning and black mist clashed violently, annihilating each other. The tremendous impact shook the ground of the entire port, but that chariot, seemingly capable of crushing thousands, was actually halted by Berserker's sheer force. The Conqueror King's proud smile froze for the first time. Meanwhile, Saber and Lancer were also pushed back repeatedly by the sudden outburst of power from the pitch-black magical storm. This power, how is it possible? Saber looked incredulously at the Black Knight before her, as if a demon had descended. The battle had completely transcended the realm of knightly duels. Lancelot braced against the divine chariot with one hand, while the tower shield in his other hand transformed again, turning into a long whip adorned with vicious barbs, striking towards the closest Lancer like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair. Lancer was taken aback, hastily crossing his guns to block. But this time that force was beyond any dimension. Snap! The crisp sound of bone cracking echoed. Lancer felt an irresistible massive force transmit from the gun. His arms ached, and he flew back like a kite, with a broken string crashing heavily into a container. With a single blow, just one blow, he utterly crushed the Lancer, who had previously been able to contend alongside Saber. Lancer! Saber exclaimed in shock. But Lancelot gave her no chance to react. After sending Lancer flying, he roared, pouring all his strength into his left arm that braced against the divine chariot, pushing forward with a fierce thrust. Boom! The Conqueror King, along with the chariot, was actually pushed back several meters by this unreasonable force. Immediately afterward, the weapon in Berserker's hand transformed again. This time it was no longer any cold weapon, but a menacing military rocket launcher gleaming ominously with red light. A black rocket forged from pure magical energy screamed deafeningly as it rocketed towards Saber at point-blank range. A sense of catastrophic crisis enveloped her. Saber's pupils constricted, and without hesitation, she poured all her magical power into the holy sword in her hand. Wind Kinghammer strike air. The invisible barrier was instantly unleashed, transforming into a world-destroying golden storm that confronted the pitch-black rocket. Boom! Above the port it was as if a small sun had risen. The golden storm and the black explosion intertwined and collided, eventually morphing into a mushroom cloud, with a terrifying shockwave sweeping everything around. As the light faded, the entire battlefield lay in ruins as if plowed by strategic bombers. Saber knelt on the ground, gasping heavily, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. The Conqueror King also jumped down from the chariot, his face extremely grave. Meanwhile, Berserker remained standing in the center of the ruins and scathed, his scarlet eyes scanning all present, as if searching for the next target to annihilate. Fighting 1 against 3, achieving complete victory. This is the true power of the enhanced Knight of the Lake. The entire port fell into a deathly silence. Ah. Breaking the silence was the leisurely voice of Chen Gong, laced with amusement. He clapped his hands, as if applauding this splendid performance. Then he lifted his gaze, not looking at any of the servants below, but directing it towards the highest point of the port, where a streetlight remained shrouded in darkness. How was that? Was this monkey show entertaining? His voice pierced through the night sky, precisely reaching the ears of the audience who had been watching from a high vantage point hidden in the shadows. The King of Heroes. Chen Gong's abrupt question rippled through the silence like a stone thrown into a still pond, instantly stirring up 1,000 layers of waves. Alice Phil's expression changed as she instinctively followed Chen Gong's gaze, but the top of that streetlight was empty, shrouded only in the night. In the shadows, Kenneth also felt a jolt in his heart. Is there someone else? Who are they? When did they arrive? How did I not notice at all? At a higher sniping point, Kiritsugu Amiya's eternally expressionless poker face showed a slight fluctuation. He immediately scanned the streetlight and all surrounding high points through his scope, but found nothing. Who is this Berserker's master talking to? Meanwhile, in the elegant Tosaka residence, Tosaka Tokiomi, who was watching the battle through Assassin's shared vision, was also plunged into deep confusion. Kirai, are you sure that master is not Matu Korea? Tokiomi asked into the communicator in a deep voice. Yes, master. Kiri's voice came from the other end, calm and unwavering. That is definitely not a man of Matu Korea. He is the true manipulator of Berserker, and moreover. Moreover what? He seems to possess the ability to enhance Berserker. It was he who caused Berserker's power to suddenly surge just now. Tokiomi furrowed his brow tightly. This was completely beyond his expectations. He had originally thought that Matu Korea would be the biggest variable, but unexpectedly the Matu family had found such a mysterious and powerful ally. Just like how the Einsburn family had brought Kiritsugu Amiya. No wait, according to his intelligence, Kiritsugu Amiya had married into the Einsburn family, becoming Alice Phil's husband. In a sense, he was already considered an insider. But the Matu family, that clan which had decayed to the point of being reduced to just an old worm and a few useless individuals, where did they find such an unfathomable magician? Could it be that Matu Korea, like Kiritsugu Amiya, is just a facade? The intelligence of Toyosaka Tokiomi had for the first time shown serious discrepancies and misjudgments. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, everyone was in a state of uncertainty due to Chen Gong's words. At the top of the streetlight that was named, the space rippled like water. A man clad in golden armor exuding arrogance emerged from the golden ripples. His appearance seemed to focus all the light in the world upon himself, a dazzling and noble aura that made all the heroic spirits present feel overshadowed. A bunch of ignorant pests dare to gaze upon this king, and even perform such a pathetic farce in my territory. Gilgamesh, the ancient king manifesting in the form of an archer, finally descended with the demeanor of a sovereign. His voice was not loud, yet carried an air of contempt for all living beings, echoing clearly in everyone's ears. Originally, I intended to let you insects wriggle a bit longer. His ruby-like eyes slowly swept over each person present, ultimately locking onto the man who first discovered and pointed out his existence. However, since there is an ant capable of sensing my presence, then let me put an end to this boring monkey show. As he spoke, a golden ripple quietly appeared in the void. Immediately after, a series of golden whirlpools manifested one after another, each emerging from thin air, with shining golden treasures extending from within. Swords, spears, blades, halberds. Dozens of treasures, each with unique shapes, poised like venomous snakes ready to strike, aiming their fangs at every person in the ruins below. Finally, just as Gilgamesh's judgment-like words fell, countless treasures were about to shoot forth, turning the entire harbor into a cloud of historical dust. In the battle? Of course, absolutely not. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. A dramatic and frenzied aria, utterly out of place in the oppressive atmosphere, suddenly rang out from the top of a half-destroyed container. Is it time for a massacre already? How terrifying, how terrifying. A figure dressed in a comical clown costume and wearing a top hat had playfully taken a seat there, swinging his legs like an audience member at a circus. I am a pacifist, you know. I absolutely detest violence. Mephistopheles, the demon raised by Chen Gong, made his grand entrance. No sooner had he finished speaking than a series of clicking sounds reminiscent of beetles scuttling erupted in every corner of the battlefield. The next second, boom, 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 boom. A series of small but numerous explosions reverberated through the ruins of the harbor. The explosions' flames were not red, but carried an eerie green hue, as if from hell. They detonated at Saber's feet near the Conqueror King's divine bull, and several explosions even occurred beneath Gilgamesh's dazzling throne. This sudden turn of events startled everyone. What is? Saber jumped back cautiously to avoid a blast. Trivial tricks. The Conqueror King waved his hand using a magical barrier to shield himself from the flying debris. Pests. Another ignorant bug has come along. Gilgamesh's face instantly shifted from arrogance to rage. How dare a suddenly appearing clown interrupt his magnificent entrance with such a lowly tactic? Unforgivable. It's my parasite bomb bug. Mephistopheles cackled sharply like a night owl reveling in the astonished expressions of those around him. As long as there is magic power flowing, they can parasitize and then detonate. What do you think? Isn't it a wonderful, peaceful fireworks display? He spread his arms wide like a stage actor taking a bow, savoring the chaos he had orchestrated. Chen Gong, surprised yet satisfied, nodded. He had originally intended to summon Mephistopheles, but unexpectedly, he had come on his own. He looked at Gilgamesh, whose attention had shifted to him due to Mephistopheles' appearance, with all treasures now aimed in his direction. He observed that Saber, Lancer, and Rider were taking the opportunity to create a more delicate standoff. He noticed his berserker, who had resumed building up rage due to the interruption of the battle beside him. The smile on his face was radiant. This is how it should be. One by one, exiting the stage is so dull. If we're going to play, let's all together turn this stage upside down. Just as Chen Gong was enjoying this chaotic brawl, a bomb bug shimmering with an eerie green light was stealthily crawling towards him. This bomb bug moved more discreetly than the others, with a distinctly clear target, Chen Gong himself. Mephistopheles appeared devoted and cheerful, yet to him the master was also a toy to please himself. Given the opportunity, he would not hesitate to drag the master into the abyss of despair and explosions to satisfy himself. However, how could such a small cleverness possibly evade Chen Gong? Without even lowering his head, as if eyes had grown on the back of his head, he casually lifted his foot and deftly flicked the bomb bug just as it was about to crawl onto his shoe tip. Get lost, don't bother me. The parasite bomb bug was kicked into the air like a soccer ball by his seemingly casual kick. The next second, boom, a crisp explosion rang out in the air, and the green flames flashed and vanished. From a distance, Mephistopheles watched this scene, his exaggerated smile momentarily stiffening, only to grow even more joyful, as if he had discovered a more entertaining toy. This master is truly interesting. And Chen Gong's seemingly unintentional kick acted like a warning bell, instantly alerting all the onlookers. Atop the tower, Kiritsugu's pupils suddenly contracted. He scanned the surroundings and indeed found just below his concealed sniping point another identical bomb bug had silently clung to the concrete wall. Without a moment's hesitation, Kiritsugu immediately abandoned his sniping position, rolling like a raccoon and swiftly lunging towards a nearby cover. Just as he left his original spot, boom, a violent explosion reduced his previous sniping point to rubble, concrete shards flying everywhere. Kiritsugu peeked out from behind cover, watching the curling smoke rise, cold sweat breaking out on his back. That was close. This new caster is a madman with indiscriminate attacks. On the other side, Kenneth was not so fortunate. By the time he sensed danger, a bomb bug had already crawled onto the crane beneath him. Moonlight essence. Just before the explosion occurred, Kenneth shouted angrily, and silver liquid metal surged from his magic outfit, wrapping him in a sturdy cocoon. Crash. The explosion's shockwave and flames were perfectly blocked by the moonlight essence. But when Kenneth released his defense, his expensive custom-made suit was already covered in dust and debris from the explosion, his hair disheveled. Elegance utterly gone. This was a humiliation more unbearable than death. An uncontrollable rage shattered his fragile pride. D'Armwood, he screamed hysterically at his servant. I don't care about any saber. I don't care about any berserker. Now, immediately, right now, go and tear that clown who appeared from nowhere to shreds. What could Lancer do? He could only struggle to rise from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and once again tightening his grip on the twin guns. Just now he had been shaken by Berserker's violent blow, and his blood was still surging, with his arms feeling as if they might break. But the command of his master was everything. Moreover, this time Kenneth's command to eliminate that despicable caster did not conflict with his own chivalry. Rather, it was precisely the thing he should do as a knight. Understood, my master. Lancer replied in a deep voice, then dragging his injured body, he locked his fierce gaze onto the laughing jester still standing atop the container. Meanwhile, Saber also stood up from the aftermath of the explosion. Saber immediately confirmed the safety around Alice Phil. The cold and urgent voice of Kiritsugu echoed in her mind. Saber felt a chill in her heart and immediately turned to look at Alice Phil in the distance. Sure enough, in the shadow beneath Alice Phil, a bomb bug glowing with green light was quietly approaching. Alice, quickly get away from there. Saber exclaimed, not caring about other enemies. Her magical power erupted beneath her feet as she transformed into a golden gust of wind, rushing back to Alice Phil's side in an instant. With a precise swing of her intangible sword, she cut the bomb bug and a chunk of concrete beneath it in half before it could detonate. Looking at the severed bug still flickering ominously, a layer of frost covered Saber's face. This new caster acted without any bottom line, even aiming to harm Alice Phil. Just like her own master, he was a despicable individual who would stop at nothing for victory. Saber and Lancer, two knights who had just clashed, now shared a moment of unexpected eye contact. In each other's eyes they saw the same anger and determination. No words were needed. In the next instant, the two seemed to reach a silent understanding and moved simultaneously. Saber protected Alice Phil behind her, then turned and transformed into a golden streak of light. Lancer dragged his wounded body like a released arrow. Their targets were unprecedentedly aligned, Mephistopheles atop the container. As a knight versus demon battle was about to unfold, the most furious berserker in the arena let out another unwilling roar. How could he tolerate his battle being interrupted? He had just wanted to lift his weapon again and blow away all the hindrances before him, but his body suddenly halted, and the surging pitch-black magical power within him dropped back to normal levels like a deflated balloon. Chen Gong keenly sensed this change. This was a signal of insufficient magical supply. The body of Matu Yinya, hollowed out by the imprint bug, could no longer sustain Berserker's prolonged high-intensity battle, especially after he had just given him a powerful buff. The endurance is still too poor. Chen Gong shook his head with some regret. If this continued, Yinya might die on the spot. All right, Berserker. Chen Gong's voice calmly entered Lancelot's mind. Tonight's warm-up exercise ends here. You should return now. Gore. Lancelot growled unwillingly but prepared to retreat, as he indeed felt the weakening sensation of magical power from the link on the other end. He cast one last resentful glare in Saber's direction, and his massive form transformed into a cloud of black mist, instantly becoming ethereal and disappearing from the spot. Having dealt with a major troublemaker, the smile on Chen Gong's face remained unchanged. He stood with his hands in his pockets, leisurely watching the two figures rushing towards Mephistopheles. So next, let me enjoy this justifiable beatdown nicely. Chen Gong was merely a simple observer tonight. The air pressure stirred up by Saber's Wind King barrier and Lancer's demon-breaking red rose formed two intersecting tornadoes, sealing off all escape routes for Mephistopheles. Oh dear, two knights, you truly have quite the temper. Facing this lethal encirclement, Mephistopheles still wore a playful grin, exaggeratedly bowing, as if taking a bow on stage. However, how could a righteous beatdown consist of only two protagonists? Oh, a bold battle cry descended from the sky. Rider Iskandar, riding the divine wheel, forced back by Berserker's brute strength, charged back into the fray. The earlier explosion had also affected his beloved divine bull, and he needed to settle this score with that jester. Crush it for me. The thunderous war chariot descended like a mountain, pressing down, targeting directly at Mephistopheles' head. No escape above, no refuge below. Facing the joint assault of three top servants, any heroic spirit would likely only meet a bitter end on the spot. But just when everyone thought this farce would end with the jester's demise, a detail unnoticed by anyone occurred. From a distance, Chen Gong slightly raised his left hand, marked with the command seal, and in that moment one of the command seals dimmed. His voice resonated directly within Mephistopheles' soul. By command seal, I command you, Mephistopheles. Feel free to detonate this farce. As you command, my best master. With the magical power replenished and permission granted by the command seal, Mephistopheles' already modest stats instantly received a significant boost. How regrettable are you, hostile? Unfortunately, I am a warmonger. His maniacal laughter echoed throughout the port. Come, let us together play this most magnificent symphony of destruction. Facing the three-pronged assault, he did not retreat, but instead lunged forward, leaping down from the top of the container to actively confront Saber and Lancer on the ground. In midair, he pointed his peculiar weapon, resembling a clock's hand, forward. Eye, side, abdomen, knees, spinal cord. Setting complete. Shallow sleep bomb, tick-tock bomb. Aha! Click, click. As the pointer turned, hundreds of green parasitic bomb bugs erupted from him, like a flood, forming an impenetrable tide of explosive bugs heading towards Saber and Lancer. Trivial tricks. Saber shouted in anger, and the intangible sword in her hand instantly waved into a light curtain, slicing the incoming bomb bugs one by one. Lancer's spear also darted like a swimming dragon, accurately detonating every bomb bug attempting to approach him. But their attacks were firmly held back by this endless tide of self-destructing bugs. In the sky, facing the divine while pressing down, Mephistopheles merely revealed a strange smile, his body bending and twisting at an impossible angle, as if boneless, ultimately morphing into a puddle of shadow merging with the ground. Boom! The divine will crashed heavily onto the container, crushing the massive iron cabinet into a sheet of scrap metal, yet hitting nothing. The Conqueror King was taken aback. In the next second, Mephistopheles' shadow reformed behind his war chariot. Behind you, big guy, he cackled, pressing a bomb bug the size of a human head directly onto the back of the divine wheel. Not good. The Conqueror King's expression changed, hastily attempting to turn the chariot, but it was already too late. Boom! The violent explosion erupted at the rear of the vehicle. Although it did not cause substantial damage to this noble phantasm, the immense shockwave nearly threw Weber off. How is it? Is it fun? Mephistopheles danced amidst the explosion's flames. He was like a slippery eel, effortlessly navigating under the siege of three powerful beings. He was well aware that he was no match for the three in a direct confrontation, but his greatest advantage was being a rogue. Endless bombs, elusive dodging skills, and that taunting face capable of annoying the dead back to life. Oh dear, Knight Lady, is your sword slowing down? Is your hand hurt and you lack strength? Over there, Gunner, your complexion looks terrible. Did that big dark fellow knock you silly? Do you need me to help you detonate your brain to wake you up? And you, big guy king, Your chariot is so slow. Is it out of fuel, eh? Every word he spoke struck precisely at the sore points of the three. Saber, Lancer, and Rider were infuriated by his rogue tactics and venomous taunts, launching increasingly fierce assaults, yet Mephistopheles always managed to maintain a delicate distance from them through various bizarre methods and endless bombs. While he could not inflict fatal damage on the three, he managed to maintain an undefeated status through this maneuvering, because he understood. Saber's left hand was injured, Lancer was heavily wounded, and Rider's divine will had greatly consumed its power. None of the participants were at their peak condition, and all he needed to do was prolong this farce. Mephistopheles was having a great time, relishing the pleasure of manipulating the three powerful knights and the king, taunting their futile anger. He had even begun to conceive how to end this splendid brawl with a grand explosion. However, he seemed to have forgotten that there was an audience with absolute authority to conclude this farce. Enough. Upon the street lamp, Gilgamesh's ruby-like eyes were filled with a coldness and disdain capable of freezing souls. He had seen enough of the clown's antics. Mixed cultivator, you dare to be so insolent before this king. He could hardly be bothered to utter any more nonsense. He simply raised his hand. Buzz! In that moment, nearly 100 golden vortices in the sky erupted with brilliant light. All the weapons' targets were no longer differentiated, encompassing the four in the fray below in indiscriminate assault. This ends here. The king's treasure, full barrage. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Hundreds of genuine grade and above treasures flew like costless arrows, transforming into a golden meteor shower of death. At that moment, the entire port was illuminated by the golden radiance, and the air was thick with a terrifying aura, as if doomsday was descending. Oh! Madman! Quick, defend! That bastard! The faces of Saber, Lancer, and Rider, who were engaged in combat, changed drastically. None of them had anticipated that this archer would launch such reckless attacks. Faced with a saturation strike capable of flattening the entire port, they dared not hold back any longer. They did not want to exit so muddled. Saber! Alice Phil shouted from a distance. Without hesitation, Saber activated the Wind King barrier to its utmost, forming an impenetrable golden wall to protect himself and Alice Phil. Lancer wielded his twin guns with such fluidity that the red roses shattered the magical power attached to the treasures, while the yellow roses blocked the physical entities of the treasures. The Conqueror King directly commanded the divine will, bracing against the onslaught of these treasures with the divinity of the treasures themselves. The three of them chose to endure, because they knew that under such overwhelming strikes fleeing would be useless. However, there was one exception. Mephistopheles sensed something was off the moment Gilgamesh raised his hand. Just before the golden meteor shower fell, his body transformed into a puddle of non-corporeal shadow, vanishing instantly from the spot. Boom, 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 boom. The golden destruction had arrived. The explosions echoed, shaking the entire port. The entire port seemed to be completely engulfed by this golden rain of light, the violent explosions continuing endlessly, the earth lamenting and trembling. When the first wave of explosions temporarily ceased amidst the smoke and dust, the figures of Saber, Lancer, and Rider reappeared. Before Saber, an indestructible barrier formed from the Wind King barrier had unfurled. Although Lancer managed to block the attack, his injuries had worsened, blood trickling from his mouth. The Conqueror King's divine will had also been dimmed by the impact, clearly drained of energy. Though the three barely defended themselves, they all appeared disheveled. But the little clown was nowhere to be seen. Did he escape? That caster! Saber warily scanned his surroundings. Humph, what a cunning fellow! The Conqueror King spat. However, a playful voice echoed from an unexpected location. That location was behind Gilgamesh. All right, let's stop here. Mephistopheles had at some point appeared like a specter atop the lamppost just behind Gilgamesh, merely 3 meters away from the ancient king. His comical face was filled with a frenzied joy. As a farewell gift for my exit, let me leave one last present for the most noble audience. Gilgamesh's pupils suddenly constricted. For the first time, a look of astonishment appeared on his arrogant face. He abruptly turned around, only to see that the clown had somehow appeared behind him, wearing an utterly manic grin, with a pointed weapon pressed against his golden armor. And his laughter, which had reached an extreme level of arrogance. Treasure, true name, release. I present to you this heartbeat-like shallow sleep bomb. 3, 2, 1, bang, click. The pointer hit 0. There was no deafening roar, no splendid explosion effects. Only a comical sound like a bubble bursting. But at the very moment that sound rang out, the parasitic explosive insect, enhanced by both command seals and treasures which contained all of Mephistopheles' malice, detonated. Chain explosion. Boom. A mushroom cloud larger and more brilliant than any before, mixed with gold and green, rose gradually in the night sky of Fuyuki City. The entire port seemed to tremble in this grand explosion. Oh my, oh my. Chen Gong stood at a distance, shielding his eyes from the blinding explosion light, a satisfied smile on his face. This is truly a perfect opening ceremony. Perhaps summoning Mephistopheles, this unstable bomb, was indeed an incredibly correct choice. The mushroom cloud generated by the explosion lingered, and the entire port fell into a deathly silence. Saber, Rider, and Lancer stared blankly at the center of the explosion, momentarily forgetting that they were still enemies. That archer should have exited right. Under such a close-range strike against an army, there was no possibility of any heroic spirit surviving. However, as the smoke gradually dissipated, a figure still stood, though it had fallen from the lamppost. The golden armor was now covered in charred explosion marks and green slime, with several unimportant areas even showing fine cracks. His unruly golden hair was now disheveled with some strands burnt and curled, his face smeared with black soot. Gilgamesh had not suffered a fatal blow. His dazzling golden armor had shielded him from most of the damage. But he was now grimy and disheveled. Extreme humiliation and extreme anger surged like lava from the chest of this ancient king. Mixed cultivator. A roar of fury that seemed capable of tearing the sky itself echoed throughout Fuyuki City. Gilgamesh, the king who had stood at the apex of humanity since his very birth, had actually been reduced to this wretched state by a contemptible jester through such despicable means. Unforgivable. Utterly unforgivable. This king shall tear you into shreds. Frenzied, he whirled about, scanning the surroundings for that accursed jester, but the man was long gone. Mephistopheles, having exhausted the magical energy granted by the command spells in the instant his noble phantasm detonated, had already dematerialized and fled. Unable to locate the true culprit, Gilgamesh unleashed his wrath upon everyone present. These vermin, they had witnessed his humiliation. This disgrace was more unbearable than death itself to the king of heroes. Thus, a torrent of golden vortexes burst open behind him, unprecedented in both scale and number. Hundreds, no thousands, of noble phantasms emerged from the void, each radiating a lethal, blinding light that turned the entire night sky gold. Wretches, let your ignoble deaths wash away the shame inflicted upon this king. A calamity loomed, one capable of erasing this entire site from the map. Within the Tosaka residence, Tosaka Tokiomi shot upright, his usual elegance shattered, replaced by stark horror and urgency. Archer had lost his mind. He intended to unleash the gate of Babylon here, recklessly, without regard for consequence. No, impossible. The Holy Grail War had barely begun, revealing so many trump cards, and launching such unrestrained attacks stood in complete defiance of Tokiomi's strategy of steady, assured victory. Moreover, aside from Lancer and Caster, none of the other servants had yet revealed their noble phantasms. He could not allow Archer to spiral further out of control. Damn it! Tokiomi clenched his teeth and made his decision. Without hesitation, he raised his right hand, the first of his 3 command spells blazing with searing crimson light. By the command spell I command you. His voice bridged the distance between realms, branding itself onto Gilgamesh's soul like an iron shackle. O king of heroes, quell your fury. Return to me, immediately. The absolute command took effect. At the harbor, Gilgamesh's arm, poised to strike, froze midair. The infernal fury that had threatened to incinerate the world was forcibly suppressed by an irresistible external force. First came disbelief, then a deeper, sharper humiliation than even the blast had inflicted. To sa. You wretched magus, dare you command this king with a command spell? What insolent audacity is this? His roar echoed with boundless shame and bitter resentment, yet he could not defy the compulsion of the command spell. The hundreds, thousands, of noble phantasms receded like a tide. The golden vortexes winked out one by one. Finally, after hurling one last roar thick with murderous intent, Gilgamesh dissolved into shimmering motes of gold light and vanished, forcibly recalled. At the harbor, only Saber Rider, Lancer, and their respective masters stood frozen, exchanging stunned, awkward glances. Thus concluded the opening battle. A surreal, phantasmagoric spectacle ignited by Saber and Lancer's duel, interrupted by Rider's mediation, disrupted by Berserker's rampage, complicated by Caster's machinations, culminating in Archer's sweeping purge, and ending ironically with Archer's forced withdrawal. Then, Chen Gong emerged once more from the distant shadows, brushing non-existent dust from his robes, his expression one of quiet satisfaction. With graceful poise, he offered a courteous farewell bow to the assembled servants, each wearing a distinctly different expression. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's opening ceremony of the Holy Grail War has been nothing short of magnificent. However, I shall now take my leave, awaiting our next encounter with eager anticipation. And without waiting for reply, he strolled calmly into the darkness and disappeared. He had seen enough of tonight's spectacle and reaped rich rewards. Gilgamesh, truly a being beyond conventional measure, Chen Gong mused, stroking his chin. Though he could not yet gauge the full extent of their power when unleashing their true noble phantasms, even the abilities displayed tonight were formidable enough to pose serious danger. It appears, aside from Lancer, none of these servants can be easily overcome by me at present. He reached a calm, objective conclusion. His own servant was competent, but not built for frontal dominance. Berserker's strength, amplified by his reinforcement, could hold 2 foes at once, but Matu Korea's magical energy reserves would falter. His own combat efficacy heavily relied on allies, artillery, and without them he was relegated to support roles. To eliminate them one by one. But how then to deal with Iskander, or the Golden King himself? For safety's sake, he would proceed at his own deliberate pace, stirring the waters, clearing the board piece by piece. As he contemplated his next moves, a brilliant flash erupted in the night sky above the Tosaka residence, brilliant as a grand festival firework. Within that radiance, a faint yet furious roar echoed. Oh my! Chen Gong paused, tilted his head upward, and smiled, a sly, mischievous grin lighting his face as he watched the dazzling display. It seems someone will be sleeping very poorly tonight. How exquisite smile! As the earth-shattering farce at the port came to an end, Wei Gong quietly withdrew from the shadows of his vantage point. He sat in the back seat of an inconspicuous car, his face as grim as water, playing with his beloved firearm, the contender, while a cold glint flickered in his eyes. Tonight's intelligence was both overwhelming and chaotic. That berserker's master is not Jian Tong Yen Yi, he stated to his companion Zhou Yu Wu Mi in a tone devoid of emotion. According to previous intelligence, Jian Tong Yen Yi should have been nearly consumed by the crestworm, making it impossible for him to sustain such a powerful berserker in high-intensity combat. The man controlling the berserker tonight is the true master. An unknown master had disrupted his preconceived plans. Secondly, there was the berserker himself. The strength of that Black Knight poses a significant threat, and he shows an unusual obsession with Saber. This made Xie uneasy. The berserker's madness towards Saber had surpassed mere hostility, indicating a secret he was unaware of. Then there was that archer. Gate of Babylon. The only noble phantasm that matches this name should be the oldest king of heroes, Gilgamesh. Xie's brows furrowed tightly. Undoubtedly, he was the top enemy in this Holy Grail War, and his arrogant nature could be exploited as a weakness, but the sheer quantity of his devastating noble phantasms could easily compensate for any character flaws. Finally, there was that suddenly appearing caster. A madman who delights in creating chaos. Such an unpredictable enemy could easily disrupt his plans, necessitating constant vigilance. In just one night, all 7 masters and their servants had nearly made their appearances, displaying strengths and complexities far beyond expectations. The entire Holy Grail War was already filled with uncertainties, but for Wei Gong, no matter how chaotic the situation became, he always had one paramount objective. Wu Mi. He raised his head to look at his assistant. Have you located Kenneth's current whereabouts? Already confirmed. He booked the top 2 floors of the Dongmu Hyatt Hotel under the name Sora Nazer Sophie, which is his fiancée's name. Very well. A cold, murderous intent flashed in Xie's eyes. The Lancer group needed to be dealt with first, and the reason was simple: Saber's injury. The unhealable curse inflicted by Lancer's noble phantasm had severely impacted Saber's combat ability. More importantly, this wound prevented her from unleashing her strongest noble phantasm, Excalibur. A Saber unable to use Excalibur had no chance of victory in this monster-ridden Holy Grail War. Therefore, before engaging in a final battle with other formidable foes, especially that extraordinary archer, he must find a way to lift this curse. The way to lift the curse was to either eliminate Lancer or Kenneth, or to have Lancer break his own noble phantasm. The former was far easier than the latter. Notify Saber and Aliceville to temporarily return to the Einsburn Castle for rest, and not to act rashly. Yes, we too. Xie pulled back the gun's bolt, producing a crisp sound, his Ashgray eyes showing no hesitation. Are going to Kenneth's hotel to pay a visit to this genius lecturer from the clock tower. In the luxurious suite on the top floor of the Dongmu Hyatt Hotel. The atmosphere was oppressive, like the calm before a storm. Kenneth, who had just spent over half an hour barely cleaning himself from head to toe in the bathroom, sat on the soft sofa with a sullen face. He did not hide his fury, glaring at the silent, shining knight across from him. Do you have anything to say, Di Lu Mu Duoyo Dina? Kenneth's voice was as if squeezed out between clenched teeth, each word dripping with chilling anger. Lancer remained silent. What could he say? It was he who disobeyed orders, he who followed the code of chivalry, and ultimately, it was also he who led to the loss of control in the battle. If it weren't for your foolish, ridiculous, and worthless chivalry. Kenneth slammed the table, causing the expensive glass of red wine to wobble. Saber would have been eliminated tonight. His voice became sharp with anger, completely losing the elegance of a genius magician he usually possessed. Now look, see what you've done. I've wasted a precious command spell. Not only did I achieve no results, but I also exposed our trump cards in front of the enemy. Kenneth grew increasingly furious. He stood up, pacing back and forth in the room like a lion trapped in a cage. You've made me a laughingstock in the eyes of all the masters. You've made me the head of the Archipelago family, and one of the 12 lords of the clock tower suffer such a tremendous humiliation on the very first night of the Holy Grail War. Lancer finally raised his head, wanting to argue, but it ultimately turned into a sigh. I am deeply sorry, my master. Sorry. Kenneth was like a barrel of gunpowder igniting. Can your apology bring back my command spell? Can it make the enemy forget the information about your noble phantasm? You worthless piece of trash. As he hurled insults, the bedroom door was pushed open. Dressed in a luxurious nightgown with stunning red hair, Sora Nazer Sophia stepped out, coldly crossing her arms. Kenneth, have you said enough? Her voice was colder and more merciless than Kenneth's. Sola. Kenneth's anger slightly subsided upon seeing his fiancée, yet his tone remained assertive. This is a matter between my familiar and me, do not interfere. Your familiar. A hint of unmistakable sarcasm curled at the corner of Salah's mouth. I only see a noble knight fighting for his beliefs while his master is here throwing a tantrum like a child unable to accept defeat. What did you say? Kenneth's face turned pale at her words. Am I wrong? Sola stepped closer to Lancer, her eyes revealing unmasked admiration and support. Everything Sir Lancer has done is deserving of his glorious reputation. As for you, Kenneth, what have you done besides hiding safely behind and forcing your servant to act against their will with command spells? What has your proud magical attire the moon's spirit essence done for you besides allowing you to maintain an elegant posture during an explosion? You. Kenneth was left speechless by Sola's words, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. Her defensive lancer stung his fragile and sensitive pride more than any enemy's taunt. Sola, mind your status. You are my fiancé, Kenneth L. Melro Archibald. And so what? Sola retorted with a cold laugh. Does your fiancé not have the right to speak the truth? Or has the genius of the clock tower fallen to the point where they cannot even accept a single truth? The atmosphere in the room instantly dropped to freezing point. This seemingly mismatched couple of fiancés engaged in a brutal verbal battle before their servants, while Lancer stood silently with his head down, his handsome face filled with pain and helplessness. All he wanted was a fair battle to bring victory to his master. How did things turn out like this? As the atmosphere in the suite froze due to the intense argument, a series of 3 clear and steady knocks came unexpectedly from the heavy door. The knocking seemed to possess a strange magic, causing Kenneth and Sala's tense argument to abruptly halt. They both turned to look at the door, disbelief evident on their faces. Kenneth's reaction was particularly intense. Impossible, he exclaimed, his instinct as a magician momentarily overpowering all anger and humiliation. Absolutely impossible. He was not bluffing. As a genius lecturer of the clock tower, he had absolute confidence in the defensive barrier he had set up. The top and second top floors of the Hyatt Hotel had been transformed into a fortress of magic. A 36-layered composite barrier linked to a network of 72 automatic attack traps, even incorporating multiple defenses such as time delays, spatial distortions, and cognitive dissonance. Let alone a person, even a fly would not be able to reach his door without triggering any alarms. It seems your so-called genius defenses aren't all that impressive, Kenneth. Sala's face displayed that same sharp, mocking smile. To be so easily approached, it will surely tarnish the reputation of Archibald. Shut up. Being confronted with his incompetence in such a manner by his fiancée was like pouring oil on a fire for Kenneth. He instinctively wanted to maintain caution and let Lancer handle the door, but Sala's words felt like a needle that violently burst his overly inflated ego. Let Lancer open the door. Wouldn't that mean admitting he lacked the courage to face an enemy at his own doorstep? A surge of anger arose and Kenneth's fragile pride once again triumphed over reason. I shall see which blind fool dares to provoke me, Kenneth L. Melro Archibald. He adjusted his impeccably arranged robe, adopting an air of complete control, and stepped forward. Lancer, seeing this, hurried to rise to follow and protect him, but was stopped by Kenneth with a glance. He twisted the door lock and abruptly pulled the door open. Standing outside the door was neither a vicious enemy nor a mysterious familiar, but a young man dressed in ordinary casual, wearing an exceedingly friendly smile. Seeing Kenneth at the door, the young man politely waved his hand. Good evening, Professor Kenneth. Chen Gong greeted him warmly, as if they were old friends. I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour. Half an hour earlier, while on the way from the port to the Matu residence, Chen Gong suddenly halted his steps. Wait, it seems I've forgotten something very important. He tapped his forehead, recalling that after the brawl at the port, the next event was the hotel explosion orchestrated by Emiya Kiritsugu. The Hyatt Hotel, transformed into a luxurious workshop by Kenneth, would inevitably be reduced to a pile of beautiful rubble along with all its magical arrangements and precious materials in Kiritsugu's simple yet brutal demolition art. Ugh, just thinking about it made Chen Gong feel as if his heart was bleeding. That was a frontline base created at great expense by one of the 12 lords of the clock tower. The magical materials used for setting traps and barriers inside, even one of them, was worth a fortune. To just let them turn to nothing in an explosion, what a waste. What a heartbreaking situation. This won't do, I absolutely not. Since those things will eventually be destroyed in the explosion, I might as well go in advance to recover them and help Professor Kenneth minimize his losses. It could be considered a good deed, right? With that, he decisively changed direction and headed towards the Hyatt Hotel. It proved that Kenneth's proud defensive barrier was like a child's drawing in front of Chen Gong, who possessed a higher level and older knowledge system. He didn't even bother to break it. Instead, like an experienced electrician, he could always pinpoint the main power source and safety gaps when faced with a tangled mess of wires. He began dismantling the complex barriers and trap spells from the second top floor, as if disassembling Lego bricks node by node, and happily collected them into his pockets. By the time he scavenged his way to the door of Kenneth's room on the top floor, the 36-layered barriers had been reduced to a mere shell. Knocking on the door became a natural next step. After all, since he was already here, he had to greet the homeowner, didn't he? Kenneth stared intently at the man before him, who wore a friendly smile, yet had breached all his defenses in a bewildering manner. His mind was in chaos, leaving him momentarily unsure of how to react. Meanwhile, Chen Gong's gaze had long since transcended him, focusing on the interior of the suite. Upon entering, he distinctly sensed a stable source of magical power in operation. Indeed, here it was, the magical furnace that Kenneth had invested heavily in, even taking out loans to create. A genuine smile instantly appeared on Chen Gong's face. He looked at Kenneth, who was still in disbelief, and nodded in satisfaction, softly murmuring to himself, so it truly is here. This statement made Kenneth's heart leap. What did he know? How did he know? Chen Gong ignored the confusion on Kenneth's face and casually sidestepped him to enter the room. Oh, come on, don't just stand at the door, Professor Kenneth. He glanced around at the 3 people facing each other in the room, wearing a knowing expression. It seems I've come at an inopportune time, interrupting your family meeting. What? What do you want? Kenneth finally regained his composure, turning around to question sharply while subtly reaching for the concealed container of Moon's spirit essence. Don't be tense, don't be tense. Chen Gong waved his hand, signaling he meant no harm. I am here, of course, to discuss a business deal with you all. He casually pulled up a chair and sat down, then threw an unexpected proposal at the three wary faces. I'd like to propose an alliance. An alliance? Kenneth and Sora both froze. Even Lancer showed a look of surprise. Indeed. Chen Gong nodded. You all must have seen the commotion at the port tonight. Saber Rider Archer along with that caster who appeared out of nowhere. Each one is formidable in their own right. In such a scenario, going solo would be the most unwise choice. Kenneth's expression fluctuated. Though he distrusted this mysterious man immensely, his words struck a chord within him. Tonight's defeat had indeed made him aware of the dire situation. Yet he was more curious about another matter. Before you present this ridiculous proposal, I want to know how you managed to breach my workshop and stand here unharmed. Kenneth fixed a piercing gaze on Chen Gong. This was the question he cared most about as it pertained to his pride as a genius magician. All that. Upon hearing this, Chen Gong wore an expression of, oh, so that's what you care about, and began to speak earnestly yet nonsensically. It's not a big deal. Your barrier is indeed impressive, intricately arranged and tightly interlinked, but there's a little backdoor program in your defense system, perhaps left by an assistant who helped you set it up originally. Or it might have been tampered with during the transport of materials. In any case, I just happened to be lucky enough to hit the right password for that backdoor. His words were half-truths, acknowledging Kenneth's impressive setup, while attributing the success to chance and luck, perfectly protecting his fragile pride. Kenneth indeed bought this line. Frowning, he began to carefully recall the entire process of setting up his workshop, suspecting whether a low-tier magician responsible for assisting him had secretly tampered with something. As he became lost in thought, believing it to be about 70 to 80% plausible, Chen Gong, on the other hand, was secretly amused, knowing that this place would soon become a ruin with a BOM, and afterward Kenneth could think whatever he wished. His sole purpose for being here had always been one: to acquire the massive magical source steadily outputting power in the corner of the room while ensuring its protection during the explosion and taking it away. Seeing that Kenneth had fallen for his story about the backdoor program, Chen Gong seized the moment to steer the conversation back to the topic of alliance. Look, Professor Kenneth, you've seen the situation tonight. He extended a finger, beginning to analyze with a semblance of seriousness. Caster's master and background are completely unknown. Saber, though having lost a hand, is not to be underestimated, and Ryder may seem reckless, but wields incredible power. As for that Archer, that guy is an extraordinary monster, and I believe everyone present would agree with that, right? Upon hearing Archer's name, Kenneth, Sora, and even Lancer showed fleeting signs of apprehension, as Gilgamesh's overwhelming noble phantasm brought an oppressive atmosphere that was simply too strong. So you see, Chen Gong spread his hands. Under these circumstances, I believe our two factions have an excellent foundation for cooperation. For instance, we could join forces to eliminate the injured Saber, thus removing a significant threat, or we could collaborate to counter that strongest Archer, at least forcing him back before he employs his more powerful noble phantasm. What he said was essentially harmless, universally applicable, correct nonsense. The real aim was still to buy time waiting for the impending fireworks. After listening to Chen Gong's analysis, Lancer also revealed a hint of agreement in his eyes. He slightly raised his head, respectfully advising the still hesitant Kenneth, my master, I believe this gentleman's proposal is worth considering. Archer's strength is indeed unfathomable. If we could have allies to counter him, our chances of victory would undoubtedly increase significantly. This was his most rational suggestion from a purely combat perspective as a servant, yet this statement transformed into something else in Kenneth's ears. The pride that Kenneth had just managed to calm down with Chen Gong's backdoor explanation was instantly pierced again by Lancer's statement about needing allies. What a joke. I am one of the 12 lords of the clock tower, the master of the El Mello school, Kenneth El Mello Archibald. In this small-scale magical ritual being held in the Far East on the very first day of the Holy Grail War, I need to ally with others to achieve victory. If this news were to return to the clock tower, would it not cause those old fellows to laugh uproariously? Where would my face as the Lord of El Mello go? Before he could even retort, Salah's sharp eyes had already caught the twisted expression on his face caused by his wounded pride. She once again revealed that sharp smile and leisurely stated in a volume just right for everyone to hear, Darmawid's suggestion is indeed quite reasonable. After all, if even the workshop's barrier can be easily breached, then facing a powerful enemy like Archer, some so-called geniuses would probably find themselves utterly helpless without the aid of allies, wouldn't they? Enough. Everyone shut up, he nearly roared. My victory, Kenneth El Mello, does not require the charity of anyone. Teaming up. What a joke. As Kenneth seemed ready to kill the mood and throw the table, Chen Gong remained completely unfazed. Through the swirling paper kite familiar outside the window, he could clearly see some personnel in work uniforms slowly evacuating irrelevant individuals from the vicinity of the hotel. It seemed that Emilia Kiritsugu's preparations were not yet complete. There was still some time before that grand fireworks display. It couldn't end like this. He had to find another topic to keep him firmly anchored here. Chen Gong's gaze swept across the room, finally landing on the red-haired beauty Sola, who had been standing beside Lancer the whole time, unreservedly showing her support for him. Got it. A look of sudden realization mixed with admiration and awe instantly appeared on Chen Gong's face. He He noticed that Kenneth had never mentioned Salah's name during his introduction, which was a perfect opportunity for him to exploit. Oh dear, my apologies. Chen Gong suddenly slapped his thigh and stood up solemnly, cupping his hands towards Kenneth. I was truly blind earlier. This sudden action left everyone in the room stunned. I see now. No wonder Professor Kenneth is so confident and self-assured. It turns out you hold such a powerful trump card. Chen Gong's tone was filled with emotion as he turned to the astonished Sola and the similarly puzzled Lancer, exclaiming, as if he had discovered a shocking secret. I was wondering why this lady would support Lord Lancer so fiercely and why your magical connection seems so peculiar. Now I finally understand. I never expected that this miracle, which only exists in legends where a master shares the same spiritual foundation with a heroic spirit due to a deep bond, would actually happen to you, Professor Kenneth. The radiant figure of Diarmuid alongside the Princess Grain Connaught, whom he adores. Chen Gong deliberately pronounced the name Grain Connaught with crystal clarity. They were summoned to this world as a pair of servants. If that is the case, then you, Professor, possess two servants possessing strength far beyond others. Oh, no wonder you look down on alliances. I was indeed shallow. Grain Connaught. Kenneth's mind went blank with a buzzing sound. Who was that? The wife of Diarmuid in myth and legend, or rather the woman who eloped with him. He instinctively followed Chen Gong's admiring gaze, landing his eyes on Sola. The one standing with her servant who had shown him endless mockery and whose affection and defense for her servant were utterly unabashed. His fiancée. Boom. In an instant, Kenneth's rationality snapped under the combined weight of Salah's countless verbal jabs, Lancer's betrayal tonight, the humiliation of being discovered at his doorstep by an enemy, and Chen Gong's final devastating words. As Chen Gong's earth-shattering praise echoed, it felt as though the air in the entire suite had been sucked dry. Diarmuid's handsome face instantly drained of color. No, that's not it. Sir, you've misunderstood. His desperation made him forget even the honorifics as he frantically tried to explain. This is Lady Sola. She is my Lord Kenneth Elmeloy's fiancée. She has nothing to do with Princess Grain. He was eager to clarify the misunderstanding, knowing how deadly this confusion was for a magician noble who valued reputation above life itself. However, his defense seemed feeble at this moment, for it was never facts that ignited the fuse, but doubt and jealousy. Kenneth let out a cold laugh, not looking at Diarmuid. His eyes, filled with rage and bloodshot, were fixated on his fiancée, Sola. Grain Connaught. He squeezed out the name slowly between his teeth. I see. So that's how it is. Sola looked at Kenneth, who was on the verge of collapse. Her sharp ridicule not only didn't recede, but rather erupted into a pathological pleasure due to the oppressive atmosphere. She had had enough. Enough of Kenneth's self-righteous, genius demeanor. Enough of this emotionless political marriage. Enough of being merely a mere appendage of the Elmeloy family. And Diarmuid, this loyal, powerful, handsome knight, filled with tragic undertones, fulfilled all her fantasies of an ideal partner. Since you, Kenneth, have already made your determination, and since everyone thinks so, then let this farce be performed to its peak. That's right. Sola stepped forward, fearlessly meeting Kenneth's murderous gaze, even affectionately linking her arm with Diarmuid's, and declared loudly in a tone full of provocation and determination, I just like Diarmuid. I have fallen for him. So what? You who only know how to play with bottles and jars, lacking the courage of a man, what right do you have to possess a hero like him? Lord Sora, please stop talking. Diarmuid was nearly frantic, trying to break free from Sora's grasp, but held tightly in place. Why can't I speak? Diarmuid? Sora turned around, looking at him with an almost obsessive gaze. Can't you feel it? I am the one who understands you best. I can give you the glory and loyalty you desire. Not this coward who only sees you as a tool and humiliates you with command spells. Enough. Kenneth let out a piercing roar. Jealousy, humiliation, anger. All negative emotions at that moment completely consumed his reason. You shameless dogs. His face, twisted with rage, lost all traces of elegance, leaving only the most primal intent to kill. Watching this year's best family drama unfold before him, Chen Gong sat back in his chair, crossing his legs, a deeply satisfied smile gracing his face. Kenneth had completely lost his mind. He roared, disregarding any decorum of a magician, lunging at Sora like a shrew in a street brawl. You filthy woman. I will tear your mouth apart. You think you can, eh? Sora retorted, refusing to back down, and the two instantly began to grapple. Stop. Please stop. Lord Kenneth. Lord Sora. Diarmuid watched the absurd scene before him, frantic and at a loss. He wanted to intervene, but on one side was his lord, and on the other the lord's fiancée. He had no idea whom to help or how to intervene. He could only futilely try to persuade them from the sidelines, attempting to separate the two who were locked in battle. But Kenneth, blinded by jealousy, and Sora, who had completely given in, would not heed his advice. Get away, you damn familiar. Kenneth shouted at Diarmuid amid the scuffle. He raised his hand violently, this time not using a command spell, but rather his most powerful magic. I will kill you all. I will turn this pair of filthy beings into the nutrients for my moon spirit essence. He forcefully unleashed his magical energy, and Silver Moon's spirit essence surged from his ceremonial attire, like multiple flexible tentacles sweeping toward both Sora and Diarmuid. He had completely lost his sanity, wanting to erase the two traitors before him. Kenneth, are you insane? Upon seeing this, Sora's expression changed, and she hurriedly retreated, simultaneously deploying her magical barrier. Instantly, the room was filled with surging magical energy about to escalate from a family drama to a life-and-death magical duel. However, at the center of this chaos, there were three individuals whom no one noticed. The ally who had been silently watching the drama unfold from his chair, Chen Gong, was subtly inching his chair toward the corner of the room where a massive decorative vase stood. There lay the hidden location of the portable magic furnace. Meanwhile, he observed through the paper kite familiar hovering above the hotel that the last unrelated personnel had been evacuated to a safe distance. Not far away, a man in a black trench coat was slowly raising a device resembling a remote control. Wei Gong Chiezi. His preparations were complete. A scheming smile spread across Chen Gong's face. He continued to edge his chair while silently counting down in his mind. He. Time is almost up. The grand show is about to reach its climax. Just a second before Kenneth's moon spirit essence was about to engulf Sora and Dr. Muda. The entire world seemed to have been muted. Then a devastating white light pierced through all the floors from the basement of the hotel, illuminating the entire suite in a stark white. Boom. Wei Gong Chiezi pressed his simple yet brutally effective detonator. The entire Hyatt Hotel began an irreversible chain explosion from its meticulously designed structural support points. The foundation collapsed, floors fractured, and steel and concrete twisted, ripped, and shattered in the terrifying shockwave. What? Kenneth, in a state of madness, had his expression freeze instantly replaced by sheer terror. However, it was already too late. The shockwave from the explosion surged upward with unstoppable force, instantly engulfing the penthouse they occupied. The floor, walls, ceiling, everything instantaneously turned into swirling debris. But just as this destruction descended, a figure moved. Chen Gong, who had been watching the drama unfold, shot up from his chair the moment the explosion occurred. His target was crystal clear, the corner hiding the magic furnace. He smashed through the large vase that served as a disguise, revealing the spherical device, radiating magical brilliance inside. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the heavy magic furnace, wrapping himself and this prize in vast magical energy, forming a sturdy protective shield. Then, just before the entire floor was about to collapse, completely engulfed by flames and shockwaves, he glanced at the three figures that were also swallowed by the explosion, their fates unknown. He forcefully pushed off the ground, propelling himself like a cannonball, shattering the floor-to-ceiling window behind him and shooting into the night sky. Behind him, the Hyatt Hotel, amidst the deafening roar, collapsed magnificently to the ground, like a building block model crushed by a giant, kicking up a cloud of dust that obscured the sky. Holding his prize, Chen Gong landed silently on the rooftop of a distant building after a few ascents and descents. He turned back to glance at the inferno that was once the hotel, a satisfied smile on his face. That absurd drama of the Minotaur was enough. Well then, farewell, Professor Kenneth, he said to the ruins as if speaking to himself. Though I know with your turtle shell you probably won't die. Carrying this unexpectedly heavy object, Chen Gong's mood was at its peak. With a few swift movements, he quietly vanished into the night. So much had happened tonight, all of it incredibly thrilling. From the chaotic brawl at the port involving 6 people to the family drama at the hotel, and finally the grand demolition play, it was truly a roller coaster filled with twists and turns. Oh, what a fulfilling day it has been. When he returned to the Matu residence, he found Yanyi anxiously pacing back and forth in the hall, while Sakura sat quietly on the sofa, her big round eyes waiting for him to come back, unaware of when she had woken up. Brother. Upon seeing Chen Gong return safely, Sakura immediately jumped off the sofa and ran towards him with joy. It's all fine now, I'm back. Chen Gong smiled and patted her head, then picked her up. Why are you still awake so late? Uncle Yanyi said to wait for you to come back, and I just took a nap, so I'm not sleepy anymore. Sakura rubbed her eyes and whispered. Chen Gong glanced at Yanyi, whose face read, You finally returned, and nodded. All right, now that I'm back, Sakura, quickly go to sleep. After settling Sakura, Chen Gong finally turned his attention to Yanyi and the bountiful midnight snack before him. Yanyi, look at what I brought back. With excitement, he began to pull out his treasures from the storage bag, a tool he had modified using Xia Dynasty techniques one by one. The core stone slabs inscribed with runes taken from the Hyatt Hotel, the magically altered metal soaked in special potions for traps, and finally, the grand finale, the magic furnace glowing with a ghostly blue light. What is this? Even though Yanyi had seen Chen Gong's remarkable abilities before, he was still left speechless at the sight of these items, especially the enormous and intricate magic furnace. Tonight's spoils. Chen Gong proudly patted the exterior of the magic furnace. A bountiful haul. It's simply a tremendous windfall. With these top-tier materials inherited from Kenneth along with this magic furnace, there was so much he could accomplish. Most importantly, Chen Gong looked towards the Black Knight, who had manifested from spirit form upon sensing his return. Berserker, come here. Lancelot silently approached, and Chen Gong walked around him twice before finally focusing on the shifting liquid metal of the Construct 5 divine weapons. Previously, I only made you a rough draft using these junk materials. He casually picked up a piece of magical material he had taken from Kenneth's workshop, weighed it in his hand, and a radiant smile spread across his face. Now with these suitable parts, it's time to properly upgrade you. Let's make you closer to the true 5 divine weapons. Meanwhile, in the Einsburn castle, a heavy atmosphere lingered in the cold air as Kiritsugu Amiya cleaned his firearm, his expressionless face revealing no emotion. In front of him, Artoria silently gazed at her right hand, still entwined by the curse. The wound showed no signs of healing. It seems Kenneth and his lancer are still alive. Kiritsugu's voice was like cold metal devoid of any feeling. Despite the tremendous explosion at the hotel, that genius lecturer from the clock tower had clearly managed to escape the ruins by relying on his turtle-like magical armament. I was too careless. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Kiritsugu's eyes. He shouldn't have expected to eliminate a top-tier magician with such a rudimentary trap. However, realizing this now was too late. After such an assault, Kenneth would definitely not remain in the open. Oh, he would surely hide, like a frightened snake, in a dark corner waiting for a chance to retaliate. Finding him again would be difficult. Kiritsugu did not continue speaking. He merely reassembled the parts of his firearm. His mind was racing faster than the assembly of the gun itself, reassessing the entire battlefield before him. First and foremost, the primary target remained unchanged. The Lancer group. As long as the curse on Saber persisted, she would be unable to exert her full power. Being unable to unleash Excalibur meant they were down a crucial trump card. No matter what, he had to find a way to force the Lancer group out. But now there were two, even three more significant troubles to deal with. Berserker. Kiritsugu's mind conjured the image of the black storm-like berserker along with his master, who called himself Chen Gong. With powerful close combat abilities, ever-changing weapons, and that master, who could instantly enhance berserker. The threat posed by this combination was even greater than that of the Lancer group. An archer. The king of heroes, Gilgamesh. A monster akin to a bug possessing an endless array of noble phantasms. He was the nemesis of all servants, the strongest obstacle everyone in this Holy Grail War had to face. Confronting him directly was tantamount to suicide. Rider. The noble phantasm of the conqueror, the divine wheel of Salus, was indeed powerful, but his seemingly carefree and unguarded personality might be a point to exploit. Lastly, Kiritsugu's gaze deepened. Assassin. According to the false information released, Assassin should have been eliminated by Archer on the first day. But tonight at the port, Kiritsugu clearly saw Assassin at the top of a crane, combined with the intelligence that Assassin had never truly died and the fact that Kiritsugu mine from the church had shown no unusual movements after the port battle. A conclusion became evident. Assassin has not truly exited the stage, he is still hiding in the shadows. Kiritsugu pressed the last bullet into the magazine, producing a crisp sound. As for Kiritsugu, he has been colluding with Tosaka Tokiomi from the very beginning. TSK. He let out a barely audible click of annoyance. The once clear chessboard had now become shrouded in fog. Every opponent was proving far more troublesome than anticipated. This Holy Grail War, fought for the sake of justice, had completely slipped out of his control from the very start. Mephistopheles wandered aimlessly along the brilliantly lit streets like a medieval jester lost in the heart of a modern metropolis. His absurd and grotesque attire clashed violently with the world around him. Steel, glass, and neon, and pedestrians veered away from him. As if he were a plague, they dared not touch, their faces twisted with undisguised revulsion and wariness. Mephistopheles paid them no mind. To him, mortal gazes held less significance than a pebble by the roadside. He was savoring, relishing, the grand climax of the opening ceremony he himself had orchestrated. Ha, ha 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 ha. A suppressed euphoric chuckle escaped his lips. Saber's unyielding resolve, Lancer's tragic nobility, Rider's bold magnanimity, and finally that haughty king's undignified ragged disarray amid the explosion. What brilliance! What sublime artistry! Every character in this drama had performed flawlessly, each brimming with profound tragic potential. Still, merely pitting these actors against one another feels incomplete, Mephistopheles murmured, halting mid-stride, and tilting his head to gaze at his own exaggerated grin reflected in a shop window. Oh, of course, the stage and the audience. He understood now, though the battles between heroic spirits were dazzling, they remained ultimately dramas for beings beyond humanity. The pinnacle of tragedy, the highest form of art capable of delighting him, was to drag down into the maelstrom the fragile, pitiful, self-important routines of mortals, and transform them too into vital players upon this stage. To make them scream, to make them flee, to make them pray in despair, only for hope itself to descend, and then vanish. Boom. With a crisp snap of his fingers, he broke into a rapturous manic grin, the spark of a brilliant new inspiration alight in his eyes. His gaze swept across the glittering city. Those apartment buildings glowing with warm light, those convenience stores still humming with nocturnal life, those ordinary people rushing through their daily toil. To him, they were no longer scenery, but an untouched, perfect backdrop awaiting its first brushstroke of devastation. A far grander, far more venomous script began coalescing in his mind at breakneck speed. Fighting in an empty harbor. How utterly dull. Next time, let us shift the stage to the very heart of this city, he mused, lifting his eyes toward the Winterwood Central Tower, the gleaming landmark of the new capital. Say, I shall plant hundreds, nay thousands, of my darling little pets inside this tower. Dear citizens, shall we play a game? Hidden within these walls lies a surprise powerful enough to launch an entire kilometer skyward. Heroes, race to save them. Citizens, flee for your lives. He spread his arms wide, already envisioning the spectacle before him. The whole city would plunge into chaos, screaming crowds fleeing in panic, while those self-proclaimed paragons of justice, those heroic spirits, would be forced into frantic, futile dashes into the very theatrical traps he had laid. Let salvation itself become a countdown to greater annihilation. Let hope itself ignite the fuse of utter despair. This was Mephistopheles' supreme art, the ultimate comedy. Heh, ah. He could no longer contain it. The laughter erupted, ringing out across the night sky. No longer a directionless wanderer, he now bore a far more magnificent creative purpose. Then, shall we begin preparing the stage, wouldn't you agree? The urban wind, thick with the city's ceaseless clamor, stirred his comically diminutive top hat. He stood at the foot of his new theater, the Winterwood Central Tower. To mortals, it was merely a cold steel and concrete edifice, a symbol of commerce and finance. But to Mephistopheles, it was a tragedy stage yet unstained by blood or flame, brimming with infinite exquisite possibility. Then, esteemed audience, tonight's performance begins backstage. With elegant grace, he bowed deeply to the empty plaza. Then in the next instant, his body collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut, flattening into a silent liquid shadow that slipped unseen beneath the narrow seam of the tower's sealed glass doors. Inside, a lone security guard yawned before his monitor, utterly unaware that pure malice had already infiltrated this fortress of everyday life. Mephistopheles' form recoalesced in the deserted lobby. He did not take the elevator. He ascended like a phantom, gliding floor by floor up the walls cloaked in shifting shadows. His stagecraft had begun. With the meticulous care of a master horticulturist planting seeds, he placed each explosive beetle in locations he deemed deliciously ironic. He hummed a Johnny-tuned dance to sprightly step, like a mischievous child decorating for a grand celebration. His movements were graceful, precise, his smile wild and ecstatic. Within 2 short hours, this towering monument to modern civilization had been transformed from within into a meticulously engineered apparatus of tragic devastation. Yet the crux of the script lay in the detonation mechanism. A mere time blast. Far too artless, Mephistopheles mused, standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows of the tower's penthouse, gazing down upon the city's nocturnal expanse, a sea of shimmering stars. True art demands that the actors themselves usher in their own destruction. He extended his hand, a single explosive beetle crawled affectionately across his fingertip. When those so-called heroes, those mighty servants, rush into this tower to save lives, when they unleash their noble phantasms here, when they spill their magical energy across these halls, my little darlings will grow ravenous, exhilarated. And ultimately, he splayed his fingers wide. The beetle burst in his palm into a harmless, flickering emerald spark. Transform the hero's hope into the thunderous detonation of utter despair. The harder they strive to save, the faster this stage will crumble. The fiercer their battle, the more resplendent the curtain's final descent. This was the flawless death script he had composed for every participant. Oh, just imagining it makes my entire being tremble with ecstasy. Arms outstretched, he addressed the city below like a conductor atop the world's summit, unleashing his mad proclamation. Come forth, heroes. Come forth, knights. Come forth, O king. I, Mephistopheles, have erected for you the finest stage imaginable. Hurry, ascend this stage named Despair, and grant me your most exquisite, heartrending cries. Having completed a flawless stage setup, Mephistopheles left the Winterwood Central building with great satisfaction. But would he quietly wait for the heroes to take the bait? No. That would be too passive, too lacking in drama. A superb demon not only writes a good script and sets the stage, but also knows how to deliver the most enticing performance preview. Divine concealment. The magician's rules. What does such a boring thing have to do with me? He, Mephistopheles, is here to create tragedy, not to adhere to childish rules. So, a wicked grin spread across his lips. He opened his arms like a missionary sowing seeds. Dozens of specially crafted messenger bugs, smaller than ordinary bomb bugs and faster in flight, buzzed out from beneath his cloak. In addition to explosives, they carried something even more malicious: performance invitation letters. Go, my lovely little messengers. Mephistopheles issued a joyful command to them. Go and deliver this good news in person to every one of our main actors. Whether it's the princess hidden in a castle or the genius hiding in a hotel ruin. Whether it's the Avenger dwelling in a haunted mansion or the self-righteous hero king. And of course, don't forget, my dearest master, those specially crafted bomb bugs instantly transformed into streaks of green light, dispersing rapidly to every corner of Winterwood City at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Their destination was every master and every servant's current location. These messenger bugs were imbued with special magic by Mephistopheles. Upon reaching their destinations, they would implant a segment of a provocative and malicious mental message directly into the minds of every recipient at the moment they approached their target. The content of the message was simple and clear. He aimed to present this ticking time bomb in the most ostentatious manner before everyone. He intended to force those so-called heroes and knights to take the initiative to step into the death stage he had set up in order to save the innocent citizens, transforming a hidden slaughter into a public execution under the sun. Wonderful. This is the best drama. Mephistopheles laughed maniacally as he watched the performance invitations slicing through the twilight in the morning light. He could hardly wait to see the splendid expressions on the faces of those masters and servants when they received this invitation. Vehicles began to drive onto the streets, and office workers in suits, rubbing their sleepy eyes, gathered towards the Winterwood Central building where they worked. No one knew whether what hung over their heads was the work of a brand new day or a countdown to death about to commence. At the Matu residence, Chen Gong was in his workshop connecting and modifying Kenneth's magic furnace with the Matu family's spiritual vein. He was even happily adding several new transformation modules to the fictional war god 5 weapons. At that moment, a buzzing fly penetrated the tightly constructed barrier he had modified and flew right in front of him. Chen Gong looked up. The messenger bug stopped less than a meter away from him, then exploded with a bang, turning into a harmless green firework. Yet a message filled with malice and provocation had already directly penetrated his mind. To my dearest and most interesting master, your servant Mephistopheles has prepared the grandest, most splendid tragic stage play for you. The location is at Winterwood Central Building, inviting all the citizens of the city to be the audience. If the various heroic actors do not arrive before sunset, the entire building along with the office workers inside will bang and all disappear. By the way, the building has already been occupied by my lovely little babies, and releasing magical energy will excite them even more, making them want to bang even more. Please be sure to come and appreciate your servant's masterpiece. Your loyal dog Mephistopheles. Chen Gong's smile instantly vanished. This incompetent fool, he muttered under his breath, a vein popping on his forehead. This plan was too rough, too direct, and too easy to raise everyone's vigilance. But, very well. Chen Gong rubbed his brow, a glint of cold calculation flashing in his eyes. Since the stage is already set and the audience has been forcibly brought in, then simply let you play your final value in this farce. He instantly understood the only point in Mephistopheles' plan that he could utilize, forcing all servants to gather at the same location. At the Einsburn Castle, Saber was walking in the courtyard with Alice Phil, trying to help her recover from the shock of the previous night. At that moment, a green messenger bug buzzed towards the two. Danger! Saber reacted swiftly and immediately shielded Alice Phil behind her invisible sword ready to strike. But it was too late. The messenger bug exploded without warning several meters away from them. Boom. The explosion's power was not great, but the flying debris and shockwave caused the unarmed Alice Phil to let out a gasp, a thin line of blood appearing on her fair arm. More importantly, that malicious message simultaneously entered the minds of Saber and Alice Phil. Dare to. Saber looked at the wound on Alice Phil's arm, and a blazing fury ignited in her azure eyes. This caster is unforgivable. Her hatred and anger towards Mephistopheles reached their peak at that moment. Meanwhile, in the workshop, Kiritsugu, Amiya, who witnessed this through his familiar, fell into deep contemplation, exposing the mystery to the public, using the citizens of the entire building as hostages. This caster's goal was not victory, but pure chaos and destruction. This was the most troublesome type of enemy, but it was also an opportunity to gather all enemies at the same location. At the Tosaka residence, Tosaka Tokiomi smashed the red teacup in his hand to the floor the moment he received the mental message. Outrageous. This eternally graceful magician noble completely lost his composure. To think of exposing the mystery itself before thousands of ordinary people. This was not merely provoking the rules of the Holy Grail War, but trampling the very foundation of the entire magical world, concealment. This was a betrayal of all magicians. An act of blasphemy that could not be tolerated. This scoundrel must be eradicated at the fastest speed. He issued the most severe orders to Kirai Kodo Mine through the communicator. The Conqueror King Iskander remained silent for a moment after receiving the invitation, then let out a disdainful sneer. Using the lives of innocent civilians as leverage is truly disgraceful for a heroic spirit. Although he despised such despicable behavior, the provocative invitation also ignited the fury within him. However, I am quite curious to see what kind of rat dares to play such trivial tricks before me. Weber, prepare to depart. I shall crush that coward hiding in the shadows along with his ridiculous stage. In an abandoned factory on the outskirts, Kenneth had just healed his injuries with magic, his handsome face filled with gloom and resentment. He was pondering how to take revenge on Kiritsugu, Amiya, and that Chen Gong when a buzzing green bug flew in front of him. You damn pest again. Having had an experience, Kenneth didn't think twice and instantly wrapped himself and D'Armuid in moonlight essence just before the bomb bug exploded. However, he forgot, or rather intentionally forgot, that there was still a person beside him, Sora. In his fury and jealousy, Kenneth had revoked the magical supply permissions allocated to Sora. The magical link between Sora and D'Armuid had long been severed. Sora didn't even realize what was happening as the messenger bug exploded right in front of her. Boom. Without any magical barrier for protection, how could an ordinary magician withstand even the power of a small bomb? A scream rang out. Half of Sora's body was instantly engulfed by the flames and shockwaves of the explosion. She let out a heart-wrenching scream amidst the blast, her entire body flying backward and crashing heavily against the wall, drenched in blood, barely clinging to life. She looked at the man who emerged unscathed from the silver liquid, his gaze cold and filled with ruthless satisfaction. Her eyes were filled with disbelief and endless resentment. Completely ignoring Sora, he received the information transmitted to him. D'Armuid looked at the critically injured Sora, his face filled with pain and struggle, while Kenneth wore a sinister and twisted smile. The morning sun gradually became scorching. The center building of Dongmu, which usually symbolizes the pulse of the city, was now enveloped in a silence that foreshadowed an impending storm. It was close to 10 in the morning. A layer of barrier undetectable to ordinary people had enveloped the several blocks surrounding the building. The idle were driven away. This large-scale cognitive dislocation barrier was orchestrated by Kenneth, hailing from the clock tower with the assistance of Tokiomi Tosaka. Anyone attempting to approach this place would subconsciously think of notions such as construction ahead, no entry, or suddenly feeling like wandering somewhere else, thus unwittingly avoiding this area. This was an unspoken preparation for clearing the area before a large-scale action by the magicians. Inside the barrier in the square beneath the building, figures with different purposes and emotions slowly gathered from various directions. Saber Artoria and Alice Phil wore expressions of determination and anger. The Night King came to protect the innocent and to vanquish evil. Rider as Condor and Waver Velvet, the towering figure of the Conqueror King, radiated an overwhelming presence. In his eyes there was no fear, only the boldness and battle intent to crush an unaware jester. Lancer Darmuid stood alone, having left the injured Solaire at their hideout. At this moment his gaze was filled with sorrow and resolution, coming here not only to fulfill his master's task, but also to uphold his chivalric path of protecting the weak. Of course there was also his master Kenneth El Meloy Archibald, who was setting up the barrier. Chen Gong approached, leisurely, hands in pockets, wearing a slightly nonchalant smile, as if he were just a spectator. Almost all the servants and masters except for the still-hidden assassin Matu Korea, accompanying Sakura, and the seemingly eliminated Kiritsugu Amiya, were forced to gather neatly on the same battlefield due to a malicious invitation. They exchanged glances, the air thick with tension ready to ignite at any moment. Yet everyone tacitly refrained from taking action, because they had a common enemy that must be dealt with first. A frenzied laughter as noisy as crows echoed from the top of the building. Everyone looked up. There stood Mephistopheles, the jester who had instigated all this, at the edge of the rooftop, arms wide open, as if welcoming the congregated heroes below like a deity. Welcome, 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 esteemed guests, to the stage I have meticulously prepared for you. His voice resonated clearly across the square, amplified by magic. I am so moved to see you all arrive so punctually. A coward hiding in the shadows. The Conqueror King was the first to issue a disdainful roar. Do you dare to be so insolent before me with your petty tricks? Petty tricks? Mephistopheles exaggeratedly shook his finger. No, this is not a petty trick. I am not naive enough to think that you righteous partners wouldn't want to evacuate the ordinary people inside first. His face revealed a smile of the utmost wickedness. So I have prepared a small insurance for this stage. With a snap of his fingers, buzz. A barrier of eerie green magical energy instantly rose, centered on the entire Dongmu Central building, forming an inverted bowl-shaped barrier. What is? The expressions of the crowd changed. It's simple. Mephistopheles cheerfully explained, like an artist introducing his work. This is a barrier that only allows entry but forbids exit. From now on, whether it's you or the poor office workers inside who are trying to work hard, once you enter, no one will get out. Unless we dismantle all the bombs by sunset tonight. Boom. His smile turned radiant. This stage will be completely detonated. Come on, heroes. The curtain for the performance has been drawn. Will you choose to rush in to save them, or will you watch helplessly as they and this building turn into a splendid firework? Choose wisely. Mephistopheles' maniacal laughter echoed in the sky, while the atmosphere in the square had thickened to the utmost seriousness. Faced with Mephistopheles' naked plot, everyone present except for Chen Gong wore grim expressions. Only entry, no exit. This meant that once they stepped into that building, they were effectively binding their lives with the lives of thousands of innocent citizens inside. Either they dismantle Castor's bombs before sunset, or they will be blown to the sky along with everyone else. This was a death game with no way out. Waver Velvet's face turned pale this time. This is it, we're done for. Either we abandon the lives of thousands of innocent citizens and wait until sunset, watching this place turning into a sea of flames, exposing the Holy Grail War to the public eye, causing irreversible chaos. Or they could only step into this meticulously designed death stage filled with explosive traps. Despicable scoundrel. Saber gritted her teeth, the invisible sword in her hand humming with anger. As the Night King, she could never stand by and watch innocent lives perish. It seems the only option is to charge in Hedon. The Conqueror King cracked his neck, making a sound like cracking bones, far from fearing, his eyes ignited with even greater battle intent. To him, the more seemingly impregnable a fortress appeared, the more enjoyable it was to conquer. After a brief standoff and exchange of glances, a temporary but efficient battle plan was quickly reached among the masters. Saber, Lancer Rider, and Berserker. Alice Phil stepped forward temporarily, assuming the role of commander of this makeshift alliance, as the head of the Einsburn family and a master. You four servants immediately storm into the building from the front. The only objective is to find and eliminate the Castor located on the top floor as quickly as possible. Roar. At the command, Berserker was the first to respond. The dark figure broke through the gigantic glass curtain wall first. Following closely were the Golden Saber, the Azure Lancer, and Rider commanding the thunderous war chariot. The four powerful servants vanished into the building, resembling four arrows released from a bow. The square instantly fell silent, leaving only the four powerless masters. As for us, we will focus on analyzing and dismantling this barrier from the outside. Once the barrier is opened, we can immediately assist the servants in evacuating the citizens inside. I agree. Waver nodded nervously. This was perhaps the largest scale of magical operation he had ever participated in. A barrier of this level will be fully dismantled by me in under 10 minutes. Kenneth arrogantly declared as he began to set up his intricate and complex analytic magic formula. Everyone's gaze finally fell upon Chen Gong. Seeing this, Chen Gong immediately put on a sincere expression of, I may be weak, but I am willing to contribute to the cause of justice, shrugging his shoulders. No problem, of course not. After all, I am just a novice magician who can't contribute in a direct fight. It's simply wonderful to work here with all of you on how to break the barrier. His words were flawless, perfectly positioning himself as a mediocre, ordinary master. Looking at Chen Gong's cooperative face, Alice Phil showed an expression of disbelief. Although she didn't know how he had concealed himself, she remembered that on the first day his overflowing magical energy was unmistakable. But she only knew that Chen Gong had abundant magical power. They didn't know that this self-proclaimed powerless master could see through all the nodes and cores of this barrier at a glance, and merely needed to lift a finger to close it. They also didn't know that the creator of this barrier was in every sense still under Chen Gong's command. Waver nervously took out various magical tools and began to calculate, sweating profusely. Alice Phil released silver thread familiars to explore every node of the barrier. Meanwhile, Chen Gong strolled leisurely to the edge of the barrier, extending his hand to pretentiously press against the ominous green, glowing magical barrier, closing his eyes and posing as if he was analyzing it with all his might. This spell structure is quite complex. Let me think. He muttered to himself, furrowing his brow, pretending to be an inexperienced master still striving to learn. In reality, his consciousness had already spread through the familiars within like a god, with full map vision, clearly observing the splendid spectacle about to unfold inside the building. As several groups of people below hurriedly began to assault the central tower of Fuyuki, the expressions of Tosaka Tokiomi and Yanfeng Chili, suspended high above in the Vimana, appeared more solemn than anyone else's. Chili, what is the situation? Tokiomi's voice carried a suppressed and undeniable severity. They have all been dispatched, master. Yanfeng Chili's emotionless voice responded. My subordinates from the 100 Faced have taken advantage of their cloaked presence to avoid the main entrance and infiltrated through the ventilation and fire escape routes. Good, Tokiomi nodded, yet his brow did not relax in the slightest. To him, the lives of the over 1,000 ordinary office workers inside the building were insignificant, but as one of the 3 noble families and the administrator of Fuyuki City, he absolutely could not tolerate the complete and public revelation of the mystique on this land. If this building filled with ordinary people were to be detonated due to the Battle of Mages, it would be a catastrophe that would shock the world. At that time, both the Mages Association and the Church would launch the most severe investigations into it. As the administrator of Fuyuki City, Tosaka Tokiomi would bear an inescapable responsibility. For someone like him whose ultimate goal was to reach the source, this was an absolutely intolerable blemish. Therefore, an explosion may occur. The lives of ordinary people are inconsequential, but the crime of revealing the mystique must be punished with death. A glint of cold determination flashed in Tokiomi's eyes. Chili, I have already dispatched Yanfeng Lijing to send an emergency assistance request to the church under the title of supervisor. I believe the agents of the 8th Secret will arrive shortly. Indeed, as he said, at the edges of the barrier set up by Kenneth and Tokiomi outside the building, several inconspicuous black sedans quietly came to a stop. The car doors opened, revealing a group of solemn-faced clergy in black coats, exuding an aura filled with iron and blood. What they carried were not Bibles, but various grotesque execution weapons wrapped in sacred seals and scriptures. They were the elite, violent enforcement agency of the church, the agents of the 8th Secret. At the forefront was Yanfeng Lijing, the supervisor for this Holy Grail War and the father of Yanfeng Chili. He glanced at the tower cloaked in the barrier, then looked up at the Vimana high in the sky that was invisible to the naked eye, his aged face bearing an exceptionally grave expression. All personnel heed my command. Lizhang's voice transmitted through the communicator into the ears of every agent. Our task is not to participate in the Holy Grail War, but to eliminate the explosives set by that caster inside this building with the fastest and most efficient means. At the same time, we must eliminate all potential witnesses who could observe the mystique. We cannot allow the situation to escalate to an irretrievable point. With a single command, dozens of battle-hardened church agents moved silently like a pack of silent hounds. They infiltrated the death stage stealthily from every corner. A covert operation aimed at bomb disposal and intelligence lockdown commenced simultaneously with the forceful intrusion of 4 heroic spirits. Chen Gong maintained a professional posture of I am working hard to analyze with his eyes closed, palm pressed against the barrier. Yet his heart was already blooming with joy. Even the agents of the church have entered the fray. Through his familiar, he clearly saw those figures in black infiltrating from various corners. Luckily, the agents of the 8th Secret are not the real monsters from the burial agency. He secretly felt relieved. If the burial agency had come, Mephistopheles' little tricks wouldn't last 3 minutes before being thoroughly dismantled. But if it were the 8th Secret, Chen Gong's lips curled into a malicious smile. Although these agents were not as powerful as the heroic spirits, each had extensive battle experience and contained considerable magical power. Were they not? Excellent cannon fodder. No, they must not be allowed to slip in silently to sweep for bombs. That would be a waste of such good actors. They must be given a legitimate opportunity to step onto the stage. Thinking this, Chen Gong's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. He revealed an expression mixed with surprise, fatigue, and a desire for credit, loudly calling to Alice, Phil, and Weber, who were also working hard to analyze not far away. I found it. I found it. He pointed to an inconspicuous fire escape door on the side of the building. That place. The barrier structure there is the weakest. I just tried to impact it, and I opened a breach in the barrier there. What a... Alice, Phil, and Weber both looked over in surprise, not expecting this ordinary Chen Gong to be the first to achieve a breakthrough. Kenneth, however, let out a disdainful snort, clearly unwilling to accept that this genius of his had lost to this unknown nobody. Excellent, Mr. Chen Gong, Alice, Phil immediately said. But Chen Gong's face showed a hint of worry and determination. That breach is very unstable and could close at any moment. Moreover, Saber and the others have already charged in from the front. We must immediately organize people to enter through this side door to start evacuating the citizens inside, while also preparing to support them in their battle with that caster's bombs. His words were delivered with righteous fervor, filled with a spirit of sacrifice for justice. As he spoke, he proactively walked toward the fire escape door he had opened. Although my combat ability is lacking, I can at least manage to evacuate ordinary people. Everyone will be back soon. Without waiting for others to respond, he was the first to dash into that door with righteous determination. This operation was so fluid that Alice, Phil, and Weber were caught off guard, only seeing Chen Gong's back, as it appeared so heroic, so full of sacrificial spirit. But in reality, as soon as Chen Gong entered the shadow of the building, the expression of heroic martyrdom on his face vanished without a trace, replaced by a smile of cunning triumph. His so-called opening of the breach was merely an act using his control over the barrier. His true objectives were twofold. First, to provide the Church's bomb disposal experts hidden in the dark with a legitimate reason to join the fray. Second, of course, was for him to enjoy the upcoming All-Star Brawl. By the way, he also needed to detonate his precious bomb that was nearly ready to blow. As predicted by Chen Gong, the interior of the Winterwood Central Building had already turned into a boiling pot of chaos. When the barrier rose, communication signals were cut off, and the elevators failed completely. Panic spread among the office workers like a virus, and when Saber, Lancer, Rider, and Berserker, four heroes who seemed utterly out of place in modern society, burst through the front door, that panic instantly reached its peak. What is that? Is this a movie set? Help! Screams, cries, and the sounds of overturned tables and chairs echoed throughout every floor of the building. People dashed around like headless flies, desperately searching for any possible exit, but all their efforts proved futile. Soon after, even more chaotic and terrifying events began to unfold. From various ventilation ducts, fire hydrants, and even the ceiling panels, groups of cold-faced clergy members dressed in black trench coats and wielding various gruesome weapons emerged silently. As soon as they appeared, they began to move through the floors in an extremely efficient, yet brutish manner, searching for and dismantling the green bomb worms hidden in the corners. If Saber and the others looked like heroes from a movie come to save the world, then the clergy, acting as agents of the church, appeared to ordinary people more like a mysterious terrorist organization on a cleansing mission. In an instant, within the entire building, the heroes were in action, the church was in action, and the panicked citizens were also in action, three completely different streams of people intertwining in the narrow floors and corridors, creating utter chaos. At this moment, Chen Gong's figure appeared at a fire escape, blocked by panic. Everyone, please remain calm. Don't panic, he shouted loudly, his voice imbued with a touch of magic that could soothe hearts. I am a rescue worker sent by the government. Please follow my instructions. Come with me. I have found an exit to get out of here. In stark contrast to the monstrous figures around him, Chen Gong, dressed in ordinary casual wear and appearing friendly and approachable, instantly gained the trust of all the panicked citizens present. It's a rescue worker. Great. We're saved. Hurry. Listen to him. Follow him. People rushed toward Chen Gong like they had found a lifeline. Don't crowd. Please line up, one at a time. As Chen Gong diligently maintained order, he guided the crowd toward the gap in the fire escape that he had opened. His performance was quite convincing. However, when the first batch of people reached the so-called gap, a new problem emerged. Why is it so small? The gap opened by Chen Gong was more of a hole, barely wide enough for one person to squeeze through sideways than a door. I'm sorry. My abilities are limited. This is the best I could do. Chen Gong immediately wore a look of embarrassment, as if saying, I have done my best. Everyone, please don't rush. Go one at a time. Although it's slow, it's better than being stuck here. Thus, an extremely comical scene unfolded as thousands of citizens formed a long line under Chen Gong's direction, escaping one by one through the tiny gap. The pace was maddeningly slow. At this rate, even waiting until sunset, the people in the building might not all be evacuated, and Chen Gong wanted exactly this effect. With this group of hostages stalling for time, the heroes above had to fight desperately for their sake. Hang in there, everyone, he said, looking up at the upper floors. The lives of the citizens upstairs are all in your hands. Seeing that the evacuation was on the right track and the crowd was moving slowly and orderly, like snails, Chen Gong estimated that there wouldn't be any issues for a while. Thus, he left behind an illusion created through magic that perfectly mimicked him to continue directing the evacuation, while his true self silently slipped away from the crowd stealthily, heading toward the true stage above. As he expected, the chaos from the lower floors had not fully permeated every corner of the building. Due to the communications being cut off and the building's excellent soundproofing, there were still many oblivious office workers on higher floors wearing headphones and working diligently at their computers. They were completely unaware of the impending doom. Meanwhile, in the middle section of the building, an extremely frustrating battle was taking place. Saber, Lancer, and Rider, three top-tier heroes, were being held up by a caster whose direct combat abilities were nearly non-existent. The reason was simple: they were hampered and restricted. Damn it, this bastard. The conqueror kicked open the door to an office, but what greeted him was not the figure of Mephistopheles, but a group of terrified office workers who screamed and ducked for cover. His formidable presence capable of trampling thousands could not be unleashed in such a confined space, filled with fragile items. Damn, his presence has vanished again. Lancer's lance was wreathed in magical energy, yet he dared not strike with full force, fearing he might accidentally harm the citizens fleeing in panic in the corridor. Saber was in a similar situation. She had locked onto the elusive figure of Mephistopheles several times, but he always cunningly flickered into a room full of ordinary people, leaving her no opportunity to unleash her mountain-splitting hammer. They were like three elephants that had stumbled into a porcelain shop, feeling utterly constrained and frustrated. In stark contrast to them was Berserker, who in theory should act without restraint with the lives of ordinary people completely outside his frenzied thought process. However, he also had a fatal issue. While Saber, Lancer, and Rider were desperately chasing the jumping clown, Berserker merely stood in place, tilting his head covered by a black helmet, a look of confusion in his crimson eyes. Is Castor one of us? Why attack our own? I don't understand. The limited capacity of his frenzied mind clearly couldn't comprehend complex concepts like infighting, cannon fodder, or bait, and so he became stuck. He neither attacked Mephistopheles nor his sole obsession, Saber, simply standing there in a standby mode. This led to the original assault of 4 heroes instantly transforming into 3 heroes hesitating to strike, while the strongest combat force remained lost in the existential quandary of who am I? Where am I? Who should I fight? This was also the fundamental reason why the 4 powerful servants, despite joining forces, had yet to capture Mephistopheles. Meanwhile, the instigator Chen Gong hid in an empty storage room, taking in all of this with barely suppressed laughter. Oh, when the mind isn't sharp, it ends up like this. He shook his head helplessly, giving a sincere evaluation of his subordinate's performance. Just as the 3 Rider-class heroic spirits found themselves severely constrained, Berserker having catastrophically overheated and crashed mid-battle, another group of uninvited guests had already cleared the lower floors of explosives and surged into this chaotic main battlefield. The Holy Church's 8th Sacrament Order, its executors, like silent hounds, they flooded upward from every stairwell and corridor. Their primary mission was indeed to dismantle those accursed bombs. But the moment their eyes fell upon the clown leaping between floors, radiating an aura of profound, ill omens, sowing panic and death, reveling in explosions, their gazes ignited with a fanatical flame, burning fiercely with both loathing and sacred duty. Target confirmed. It is the Castor, designated demon. In all personnel, abort search protocol. Prioritize exorcism procedure. And the lead executor issued the command without hesitation, his voice crackling through the comms. For these devout, indeed fanatically zealous, servants of God, dismantling bombs and protecting civilians were but secondary concerns. To purify and obliterate on the spot this heretic who brazenly defied the divine majesty and spread calamity upon the mortal world under the name of demon, that was their supreme, transcendent mission. And those ordinary people fleeing in blind terror, to the executor's eyes such faithless frail lambs, if they dared impede the sacred rite of exorcism, would merely offer up their deaths as insignificant fleeting sacrifices unto the glory of the Lord. They were no gentle saints. In the Father's name, purify this filth. Dozens of executors erupted from stairwells, corridors, and office cubicles like sharks scenting blood, each brandishing execution-grade armaments forged expressly for demon slaying, and unleashed their full fury upon Mephistopheles without restraint. Black keys wove a lethal net, baptismal incantations began their solemn chant. Every strike was precise, fatal, and utterly indiscriminate. Civilians, mean the way, and then let them, and the very floor beneath them, be purified together. And boom. Boom. Explosions now thundered across the floor, not Mephistopheles' emerald fireworks, but the Holy Church's radiant sanctified flames. Oh my. And Mephistopheles let out a shriek of startled delight at the sudden appearance of these zealots, even more unreasonable than himself. Where did these fanatics come from? They care even less about these poor audience members than I do. Amidst this sudden, unrelenting barrage, he cackled wildly, his body dissolving once more into an unfathomable shadow, slipping and weaving with preternatural grace through the gaps between black keys and holy light. Come on, chase me, you scripture's pouting blockheads. And even as he evaded, he taunted them with barbed words. Didn't your God teach you that attacks which miss their mark are but wasteful squanderings of his divine grace? Ha ha ha. The executors of the 8th Sacrament Order remained, after all, mortals. No matter how seasoned their combat experience or unshakable their faith, they were hopelessly outmatched before a heroic spirit of being beyond mortal scale. Having toyed with them long enough to map their attack patterns, Mephistopheles shifted effortlessly into gleeful counterhunting. Each time an executor squad assembled preparing to chant sacred verses, countless green bomb beetles would erupt from the carpet beneath their feet. Bang, bang, bang. Emerald fire bloomed repeatedly across the executors' ranks. Many battle-hardened veterans never even glimpsed their foe before being hurled skyward by concussive blasts, limbs shattered, bodies mangled, instantly rendered combat ineffective. Useless, useless, useless. Your prayers are far too feeble. And Mephistopheles' maniacal laughter echoed through the smoke-choked floor. What had begun as righteous encirclement had imperceptibly devolved into a catastrophic 3-way melee. heroic spirit church, and civilians, all entangled in apocalyptic chaos. Chen Gong appeared behind an intact fire pipe, silent spectral untouched by the surrounding pandemonium. He surveyed the infernal tableau before him and shook his head. The Eighth Sacrament Order's executors were indeed fearless, but their repertoire of tactics was painfully narrow. Throwing black keys, chanting baptismal incantations, and relying on physical weapons or brute force. These methods might suffice against common spirits or low-tier demons, but against a heroic spirit like Mephistopheles, slippery, capricious, and delighted by tormenting his foes, they were akin to casting a fishing net at a teleporting fly, only guaranteed to leave their wielders flustered and futile. Tisk tisk tsk, how pitiful. Chen Gong sighed with theatrical sorrow over an executor recently blasted skyward, blackened and charred. Faith in the Lord is fervent indeed, yet strength and wit lag grievously behind. Yet, na glint, subtle, private, and wholly inscrutable, flickered in Chen Gong's eyes. He watched the executors wounded and falling, yet still surging forward, offering their flesh and blood to purify the demon. Faith alone cannot slay a demon, you know. Stepping forward, he activated a magical barrier strong enough to repel shrapnel and blast waves, then approached an executor kneeling beside a wounded comrade, a squad leader by appearance. Need assistance, lambs of the Lord. Ni's voice, soft yet piercing, carried clearly to the leader's ears, gentle, compassionate, suffused with sorrowful benevolence. Who are you? And the leader raised his black key, wary and sharp. Merely a passerby, like yourselves, disgusted by that clown's deeds. Chen Gong spread his hands, a saintly, pitying smile gracing his lips. He glanced at the battered executors and shook his head again. I see your resolve. I feel your devotion to the Lord. But frankly, I must say, you lack the power to purify that demon. What do you know? The glory of the Lord shall cleanse all corruption. And the leader retorted fiercely. And of course, I have never doubted it for a moment. Chen Gong nodded, affirming the man's conviction. But the Lord has granted you the sword of faith, while sharpening that blade demands a modicum of finesse. He extended a single finger, the tip glowing with an ancient, mysterious indigo light distinct from Mephistopheles' emerald and the executor's silver. I happen to possess an ancient esoteric art. Ni's voice resonated with hypnotic allure. It draws upon your devotion to the Lord and your unyielding will to destroy the demon, amplifying your sacred energy to unprecedented heights for a brief, decisive interval, granting you the strength to personally mete out judgment upon that demon. The leader stared at the pure, potent light dancing upon Chen Gong's fingertip, then at his fallen comrades, and his expression twisted in violent internal conflict. At last, fervent mission drive overwhelmed his last shred of caution. What must we do? Ne rasped. Chen Gong offered a beatific smile. Simple. Open your faithful souls and receive this modest blessing from the divine. In the next instant, he activated his noble phantasm without hesitation. For the Lord. Ensnared and enraptured, the executors roared and willingly surrendered all resistance. About time. Oh dear, what an unexpectedly perfect pincer maneuver. Chen Gong watched as one by one the executors became enveloped in indigo radiance, their bodies swelling unnaturally, their sacred energy violently reacting with invasive mystic energy. Then with tender pity he turned his gaze toward Mephistopheles, still bounding, still oblivious to the imminent exquisite surprise, and wore an expression of profound, almost heartbreaking compassion. My poor servant, for justice, for the purification of the demon, please, be a good soul and endure just a little more suffering. This time Chen Gong employed no illusion to conceal his act. The surge of magical energy was detected instantly, clearly and unmistakably, by the 3 Knight-class servants present. Saber, Lancer, and Rider halted their pursuit simultaneously, and turned as if drawn by a single instinct, their astonished, uncertain gazes locking onto the source of the indigo radiance. This magical energy, is that? Saber's face contorted in shock. That berserker's master. What is he doing? Rider frowned deeply. They watched stunned as the very executors who moments ago had been mocked and outmaneuvered by Mephistopheles now surged forth, charged with sacred power far exceeding their natural limits. For the glory of the Lord, purify this demon. Oh God, grant me the power to judge. Fueled by the horned formation, the executors' eyes blazed crimson, faces aglow with ecstatic holiness as they charged Mephistopheles anew, like tigers descending the mountain. This time no more futile throws of black keys. Naviri blow crackled with visible force, speed, strength, reflexes. All attributes exploding in exponential ascent. Boom. One executor even punched clean through a bomb beetle Mephistopheles hastily summoned. Then momentum unbroken slammed his fist squarely into the demon's chest. Whoa! Mephistopheles shrieked in exaggerated agony, hurtling backward like a cannonball, shattering multiple office partition walls in his wake. It was the first truly solid physical blow he'd suffered since his arrival. The tide of battle reversed, instantly. Mephistopheles, who had previously danced with effortless mastery, now found himself flustered, cornered, and overwhelmed by this suddenly godlike suicidal legion of fanatics who treated civilian lives as utterly expendable. Damn it, these madmen. After barely enduring several more blows, each a tempest of sacred force, he finally sensed something profoundly wrong. This sudden soaring power, it was unnatural. In their strength burned with terrifying intensity and brevity, as though each strike consumed their very life and soul. Was this a self-destructive reinforcement magecraft, designed for mutual annihilation? And to persist in this fight would mean certain exhaustion, or worse death, even if he avoided every blow. Worse still, Mephistopheles realized with dawning horror that his most effective hostage tactic held no sway over these zealots. When he teleported into a room packed with civilians, attempting his old trick, he was met instead with even more ferocious, fully indiscriminate barges, civilians included. TCH. Utterly dull creatures. And Mephistopheles spat a curse laced with bitter frustration. With his most entertaining gambit rendered obsolete, there was no reason left to linger and clash point-blank with these soon-to-self-detonate disposable instruments. So, let's retreat, while fighting. He cackled, abandoning direct confrontation, instead using his uncanny phantasmal mobility to withdraw, strategically moving swiftly toward a single direction. That direction led to the building's highest floor, his own lair, the penthouse. Trying to flee, pursue him. The demon must not escape, the executors surged forward like bloodhounds on a fresh scent. And after a brief moment of uncertainty, Saber, Lancer, and Rider, instinctively grasping the shift in momentum, joined the ascent, racing alongside the maelstrom of battle toward the skyscraper summit. As the battle inside the skyscraper reached a boiling point, and everyone moved toward the top floor, the lengthy and slow evacuation efforts outside continued unabated. Alice, Phil, Weber, and Kenneth, the three masters who should have been focused on breaking the barrier, were now coincidentally shifting their attention to a matter of greater importance: handling the witnesses. Every ordinary office worker who emerged from that narrow hole filled with trepidation would be discreetly dealt with by the waiting magicians. You simply went to work as usual today, and the company let you off early due to a gas leak, understand? Weber appeared somewhat flustered as he nervously spoke to an office worker whose eyes had become dazed after being subjected to his suggestion magic while wiping the sweat from his forehead. Kenneth, on the other hand, seemed far more professional. He couldn't even be bothered to fabricate an excuse. With a graceful snap of his fingers, an exquisite spell penetrated the forehead of the evacuee, replacing all memories of monsters, explosions, and nights from that morning with a false recollection of attending a boring meeting all morning feeling dizzy. The one responsible for orchestrating all of this was the phantom left by Chen Gong. Don't rush. Everyone take your time. It will be your turn soon. The phantom dutifully maintained order, perfectly embodying the role of an enthusiastic rescuer. At that moment, a golden stream of light slowly descended from the sky, ultimately transforming into the impeccably composed figure of Tosaka Tokiomi, not far from the masters. Gilgamesh remained atop the Vimana, clearly disdainful of such trivial tasks. Tokiomi's gaze immediately fell upon the painfully inefficient evacuation hole. His brows furrowed tightly. After all, Fuyuki City was the territory governed by the Tosaka family for generations. A catastrophic event that could potentially lead to a breach of the mystical world was occurring here, and as the landlord, he bore an undeniable responsibility. He glanced at the citizens lined up in a long queue, moving out one by one, then looked up at the skyscraper still echoing with the sounds of explosions, his face darkening to a near-drenched hue. At this rate, how long will it take to evacuate everyone? He asked Alice, Phil, and Kenneth in an almost accusatory tone. Alice, Phil shook her head helplessly. There's nothing we can do, Mr. Chen Gong said. This is the limit of what he can accomplish. Tosa's displeasure only grew, and he remained silent. In his opinion, both the caster who instigated all of this and Chen Gong, who was conducting the rescue in such an inefficient manner, were equally foolish and chaotic. Suppressing his annoyance, Tokiomi stepped slowly to the narrow gap. In his view, what Chen Gong could do, Tosaka Tokiomi, as the manager of Fuyuki City, could accomplish better and more efficiently. He raised his palm, which held a gem glowing with magical energy, preparing to personally expand the ridiculous gap into a massive door wide enough for 10 people to pass through simultaneously. However, the moment his magic made contact with the green barrier, BT, a surge of malevolent and repulsive force instantly emanated from the barrier. Tokiomi's once infallible gem magic was suddenly rendered ineffective, as if it had been swallowed by the sea, failing to enlarge the barrier even a fraction, instead being forcefully rebounded, nearly causing him to stagger. What a shock appeared on Tokiomi's face. This was impossible. The barrier could actively resist external attempts to break it. At this point, Kenneth could not contain his laughter, saying mockingly, "Oh dear, isn't this our Fuyuki City's manager, the head of the Tosaka family?" He leisurely approached, arms crossed, looking down at Tokiomi's ashen face, the curve of sarcasm on his lips stretching to its maximum. "I thought someone had such great abilities. Turns out it's just you. What? Now that you see the mess is almost cleaned up, you want to come out and pick the fruits while showing off your elegant magic?" Each of Kenneth's words felt like needles stabbing harshly at Tokiomi's proud ego. What a pity, it seems your so-called proud magic is not very effective after all. He cast a glance at the unchanged hole, then at Tokiomi's severely displeased expression, delivering a final devastating blow. "How you can't even compare to that nameless Chen Gong who popped up from who knows where. Useless." Tokiomi's body trembled with rage from this blatant humiliation. His face, which usually maintained composure, had now turned completely ashen. Kenneth had initially wanted to throw in another jab at Archer, saying something like your servant seems to be nothing special either, but he quickly remembered that his own servant Diarmuid was currently not by his side, but fighting alongside others inside, unable to protect him. Humph. He snorted coldly, finding it meaningless, and turned to continue dealing with the evacuated citizens, leaving Tokiomi with an arrogant back. Meanwhile, atop an abandoned building in the distance, Kiritsugu Amiya was crouched in an excellent sniping position, the cold calico, M950, a sniper rifle scope firmly locked on every person in the plaza. Weber Kenneth and the just-arrived Tosaka Tokiomi. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The masters in the plaza were almost entirely defenseless, exposed beneath his sights. As soon as he pulled the trigger, he was absolutely certain he could take down the two most threatening magicians, Tosaka Tokiomi and Kenneth, in an instant. A clean sweep. Kiritsugu's index finger gently rested on the trigger, his dead gray eyes glinting with cold and lethal killing intent. However, through the scope, he caught another glimpse of the chaotic skyscraper. Behind the shattered windows, he could faintly see several figures belonging to the heroic spirits moving at high speed. Saber was among them. He hesitated slightly. If he fired now, he could certainly eliminate the biggest threats, but it would also mean completely shattering the fragile alliance formed to combat the caster, putting Saber in an even more perilous position. Moreover, who was the caster's master? Where were they? He had no clues, and the citizens inside the skyscraper had not yet fully evacuated. His finger lingered on the trigger for several seconds before he slowly released it. This time, he'll let it go, he murmured to himself, suppressing the killing intent within. Now was not the best time. He redirected the sniper rifle scope back to the interior of the skyscraper, opting to resume the role of an observer, calmly watching the battle inside that was approaching its climax. The chaotic chase had reached a fever pitch. Mephistopheles, like a rabbit pursued by hunting hounds, fought and retreated until he finally reached the last fire door leading to the rooftop. Behind him was the relentless Executor Corps. Saber, Lancer, and Rider were slightly distanced, having to consider the safety of the ordinary people along the way. Demon, there is no escape for you now. The leader of the Executors roared, leading his group of holy berserkers, their eyes glowing red from the enhancement of the horn, charge up the final stairs to the rooftop. They were prepared to carry out a divine judgment on this demon atop the rooftop. However, just as all of them stepped onto the stairs, Mephistopheles, who had already set foot on the rooftop, suddenly halted. Slowly he turned around, and the once manic and mocking expression on his comical clown face was replaced by a childlike, innocent malice. Oh dear gentlemen priests. He tilted his head, revealing a brilliant smile. Have you forgotten what my greatest art is, eh? He snapped his fingers lightly. It is explosion. In the next moment, without any warning, the entire stairwell leading to the top floor, along with the ceiling floor and all the supporting columns beneath the rooftop, were simultaneously detonated by the parasitic bombs that had been secretly planted here. This was his true trap. All the previous chase had merely been to lure these most troublesome hounds to this perfect slaughterhouse. Boom! A sound heavier and more terrifying than any before erupted from the pinnacle of the Fuyuki Central building. This was no ordinary explosion. It was a chain reaction structural explosion that supported the entire top-level structure. Dozens of elite executors from the 8th Holy Grail War didn't even have time to let out a scream. The stairs beneath them, the ceiling above, and all the surrounding walls were instantaneously reduced to dust. Along with their bodies enhanced by noble phantasms about to self-destruct, they were consumed by a more pure physical explosion. One wave, total annihilation. Outside the building above the square, the muffled roar made everyone's heart skip a beat. What was that? Weber was the first to scream in shock. Everyone instinctively looked up. Then they beheld a terrible scene, unforgettable for a lifetime, as if the apocalypse had arrived. The rooftop of the Fuyuki Central building, in a violent explosion, completely separated from the main structure below. Next, under the force of gravity, that massive reinforced concrete structure weighing thousands of tons tilted, collapsed, and fell with a posture of utter destruction. Get away! Everyone fell into despair, helplessly watching as the shadow resembling a collapsing sky completely enveloped them. Alice File instinctively gathered strands of silk into a shield, while Kenneth in panic attempted to summon his moon spirit essence. But everyone knew that any hastily conjured magical defense in the face of such a natural disaster like pure physical destruction was as fragile as paper. The only way out. Was there really none? No, there was one. Mixed practitioner. Gilgamesh sat expressionless on his vimana, too lazy to utter any superfluous words, simply coldly spitting out these two words. In the next moment, the gates of Babylon opened once more. But this time it was no longer the previous barrage of coverage, but rather powerful noble phantasms, with destructive and explosive effects. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Several brilliant golden streaks, like meteors swimming against the current, accurately bombarded the falling debris of the rooftop. Boom, 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 boom. It was as if several flowers of death erupted in the sky. The top structure, capable of flattening the entire square, was blasted into a rain of flying debris by several powerful noble phantasms in midair. The greatest crisis was averted. Gilgamesh looked down at the falling debris, like hail, his face revealing no hint of triumph, only a cold indifference, as if he were dispensing charity. As a king, merely releasing a few noble phantasms had already eliminated the most deadly threat. As for the remaining little stones, Humph, this level of stone rain, you mixed practitioners should be able to endure it yourselves, right? His voice carried an inherent arrogance echoing in the ears of all the surviving masters. He then withdrew the gates of Babylon, driving his Vimana without even casting a glance back, disappearing once more into the clouds, as if his earlier savior-like actions were merely swatting away an annoying fly. On the square, the survivors, after a brief moment of stupor, immediately began to frantically cope with the still falling debris like a torrential rain. Alice File raised the last magical shield. Tokiomi also constructed a defensive barrier using gem magic. Kenneth directly unleashed the moon's spirit essence, forming a silver dome to protect himself. The debris crashed down on their defenses with a series of dense sounds. As Gilgamesh said, these were merely minor inconveniences. However, it was unfortunate that in every situation there are always accidents. Amid the chaos where everyone was preoccupied, Weber Velvet, a magician lacking in combat experience, was already at the bottom in terms of magic level and magical power among all the masters. Moreover, he had consumed a significant amount of magic power when setting up the dispersal barrier and suggestion magic just now. At this moment, he barely managed to maintain a fragile magical shield above his head with his last bit of magic power. However, a concrete fragment, not particularly large, but with extremely sharp edges, happened to plummet from the blind spot of his defense, descending at an incredibly tricky angle. Crack! The fragile shield shattered. The stone, carrying immense kinetic energy, precisely pierced through his forehead. A hint of confusion flashed in Weber's eyes. Then he rolled his eyes and collapsed. He didn't even manage to let out a scream. When the last piece of rubble finally fell to the ground, the brief, yet thrilling rain of stones came to an end. The square was in utter disarray. Alice, Phil, Tosaka, and Kenneth all dispelled their defensive spells in succession, their faces filled with relief at having survived the calamity. Is it over? Alice, Phil still felt somewhat shaken. Kenneth let out a cold snort, straightening his disheveled collar, just about to utter a few sarcastic remarks. Wait! Alice, Phil suddenly exclaimed, her gaze fixated on a figure lying in a pool of blood, not far away. Is that Ryder's master? Everyone turned to follow her gaze, only to see Weber Velvet lying stiffly on the cold ground, a gruesome hole in his forehead, blood staining the ground beneath him, already devoid of any breath. Dead, just like that, killed by a falling stone. All the magicians present fell into a silence of disbelief. What is this? The Holy Grail War, and yet such a ridiculous way to exit. Meanwhile, in the ruins atop the building, Saber, Lancer, and Ryder had just emerged from the violent explosion and collapse. The bodies of the heroic spirits were naturally unharmed by such physical attacks. They pushed aside the last obstructing concrete block, their gazes sharp, locking onto the culprit standing at the highest point of the ruins, arms outstretched, as if relishing in their masterpiece, Mephistopheles. Caster! Saber let out an enraged roar. Your Farsens here. Lancer raised his dual guns. All the ordinary people here had perished in the recent collapse. There was nothing left to restrain them. Next, it would be the Holy Crusade against this demon. However, just as the three heroic spirits were about to launch their attacks together, an unexpected situation familiar to all the servants arose. The imposing figure of the Conqueror King Iskander began to emit tiny golden particles of light without warning. That was the light that appears when a servant's connection to their master is severed and their magical energy supply stops, as they are about to return to the throne of heroes. What? Ryder looked down at his slowly dissipating arm, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. My masters. Boy, he instantly realized that something had happened to his master. A surge of anger far stronger than when he was just mocked erupted from the chest of the Conqueror King. Who did it? Who's responsible? Which despicable rat dares to harm my masters? His roar caused the entire ruins to tremble. Saber and Lancer also halted, exchanging bewildered glances, completely unaware of what had transpired. However, upon hearing Ryder's words, Saber immediately suspected his own master, Shiro Amiya. Do you understand? This is called reputation, a murder, arson, plundering, and slaughter, and the first reaction is Shiro Amiya. Just as tensions escalated and Ryder was about to explode, a voice tinged with a hint of sentimentality rang out slowly from the other side of the ruins. Oh my, what an unexpected outcome. The figure of Chen Gong slowly emerged from behind a massive piece of debris. His familiar had long broadcast everything happening outside to him. He gazed at the Conqueror King, whose radiance was fading, revealing a face filled with sympathy and regret, shaking his head. I never expected that the first servant to exit this war would be you, Ryder. He paused for a moment, as if recounting some rare sight, revealing a fact that was unimaginable to everyone present, especially to the Conqueror King. And the reason for your exit is not even due to being defeated in battle against other servants, but because your master was unfortunately killed by a falling stone outside. What did you say? The Conqueror King's bell-like eyes instantly widened with rage. He abruptly turned around, his imposing body shaking violently from extreme anger, each step causing the ruins beneath him to groan. Say it again. His thunderous question was nearly loud enough to shatter eardrums. In the face of the king's wrath that could shake mountains, Chen Gong remained calm, even kindly repeating it for him in detail. I said. His tone was disturbingly calm. Your master, that boy named Weber Velvet, just moments ago was crushed by the explosion from Castor's blast on the top floor. And then an oddly sized stone unfortunately coincidentally penetrated your master's head, and then with a pop he died like a tomato being squashed. How pitiful, while everyone else is fine. Did you understand? Chen Gong laid out the absurdity of the fact. The Conqueror King is Kondor, the great king who conquered vast continents and made countless heroes bow. His master, killed by a stone. The Conqueror King's body went rigid. The furious fire within him seemed to be doused with a bucket of cold, muddy water, leaving only shock and absurdity. Not just him, Saber and Lancer also stood there in a daze after hearing Chen Gong's account. What is this? What kind of death is this? This is simply more absurd than a drama, more ridiculous than a tragedy. Breaking the silence was a burst of laughter that echoed throughout the ruins. Aha! Aha! Mephistopheles, the instigator of all this, was now holding his stomach, laughing uncontrollably, nearly in tears beneath that comical mask. Killed by a stone. Aha! Ha ha ha, cough cough. I choked, ha ha ha. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to die laughing. This is truly the best, the top-notch, the most ridiculous joke I've ever heard in my life. His laughter was filled with the most venomous mockery, like a poisoned dagger repeatedly stabbing at the Conqueror King's heart. Hey, Conqueror King, did you hear that? Mephistopheles said while laughing wildly, pointing at Ryder, breathless. Your glorious path of conquest, your dream of conquering the world again, all brought to an end by a tiny stone, a trivial little rock. It's all over. Your kingly way, your hegemony, everything you had, all lost to a stone that fell from the sky. Ah, this is simply, how ridiculous, how boring, full of the mockery of fate. Shut up, shut your mouth. A roar. But what use is a roar? In the face of this cruel and absurd fate, even the furious roar of the Conqueror King seems so pale and powerless. His towering figure emanated an increasing number of golden particles, growing denser by the moment. His magical power was rapidly draining away like a balloon that had been punctured, no longer able to sustain his existence in this world. What a magnificent king, the mockery of Mephistopheles continued. His voice, like a demon's whisper, lingered in the ears of the Conqueror King, who was on the verge of vanishing. Your master paved the way for your conquest, and yet you couldn't even bear to glance at him before he passed away. He died in such insignificance, such worthlessness, like an ant crushed by a passing carriage, and you, the king who conquered the entire world, are powerless against this. Ah, how pitiful, how tragic, how utterly laughable. Ha! Iskandar's furious eyes fixed intently on the still laughing jester. He wanted to charge forward and crush that demon along with his venomous mockery, but his legs had begun to turn translucent, no longer able to support his massive body. He wished to summon the divine chariot, using his last ounce of strength to obliterate everything before him. However, his magical power had completely withered, unable to respond to his will. He could do nothing. He could only watch helplessly, listening to the most venomous mockery, feeling the powerlessness of his own exit. Kid. At last his thunderous roar finally ceased. All the anger, resentment, and disbelief transformed into a deep sigh. He slowly closed his eyes. This expedition, it seems this king has lost. As soon as the words fell, this great Conqueror King is Kondor. His body transformed into a myriad of golden lights, scattering like dandelion fluff blown by the wind, dissipating in the wreckage with regret and reluctance. The Holy Grail War. The first servant. Exit. And his exit brought neither glory nor any sense of tragedy. What a mocking fate. Looking at the spot where the Conqueror King had finally vanished, Chen Gong couldn't help but express a heartfelt sentiment. To be honest, he himself never expected things would develop this way. His original plan was simply to use Mephistopheles as a bomb to gather all factions together, then fish in troubled waters, hoping to find an opportunity to eliminate one or two unlucky groups first. But he never calculated that the first to exit would be the group he least expected to leave in such a manner, the Ryder group. This was truly more bizarre and interesting than any anime he had ever watched. Bastard, you let the king witness such an ugly exit. From afar in the sky, a displeased whisper from Gilgamesh in his Vimana echoed, soon departing, as he clearly found the farce utterly tiresome. With Ryder's exit and Archer's departure, the ruins of the rooftop instantly returned to the confrontational standoff it had begun with. Caster. Saber's cold voice shattered the silence. She slowly raised her invisible sword, her emerald eyes burning with an intensity of fury greater than ever before. Ryder's exit is your crime. The deaths of those innocent citizens are your crime. Your actions trampling on life and dignity are an unforgivable sin. Today I, Artoria Pendragon, shall deliver knightly justice upon you. Beside her, Lancer silently raised his dual guns. Although he said nothing, the sadness and determination in his eyes clearly indicated his stance. The way Ryder exited profoundly touched the heart of this knight. At this moment, the two top knights reached a consensus once more. Their chivalry would not allow them to spare this demon who toyed with life for amusement. Oh my! Mephistopheles gazed at the two lethal auras approaching him, the sickly smile reappearing on his face. What a touching spirit of chivalry. However, do you think that 2 against 1 can take me down? Before his words fell, Saber and Lancer had already moved simultaneously. Golden streams of light and azure lightning charged toward Mephistopheles from 2 different directions in a pincer attack. Faced with the combined assault of the 2 knights, Mephistopheles no longer dared to be as arrogant as before. He let out a wild cry, his body transforming into a shadow that narrowly slipped through the gaps between their attacks. Boom! The invisible sword and the demon-slaying spear struck the very spot he had just occupied, creating a massive crater in the ground. TCH. Slippery as an eel. Saber spat. the battle reignited. But this time the situation was completely different from when they were downstairs. With no ordinary people to hold them back, the two knights unleashed their attacks without any hesitation. Sword energy crisscrossed, spear flashes sparkled. The entire rooftop ruin became their hunting ground. Mephistopheles instantly found himself in unprecedented peril. He had no way to withstand the joint attacks of these two knights whose skills had reached perfection and were at near full capacity. Several times Lancer's spear merely grazed his body, while Saber's sword whined, even sheared off half of his ridiculous little top hat. But still, Mephistopheles continued to evade. He was like a cunning mouse cornered by two cats, yet always managed to find a sliver of breathing room, due to his keen sense of weakness. The greatest weakness he relied on was Saber's injured right hand. Lady Night King, your right hand seems to be a bit uncooperative. While awkwardly dodging Lancer's storm-like thrusts, he didn't miss the opportunity to launch his most venomous psychological attacks on Saber. Saber gritted her teeth unfazed, but the numbness and agony from her right hand severely affected her balance and the fluidity of her strikes. Several times, she missed perfect opportunities to pursue due to her right hand's sluggishness. And Mephistopheles, the ultimate opportunist, repeatedly exploited this single, yet fatal weakness of Saber, continuing to maneuver against the two powerful knights amidst the wreckage. In a brief moment of forcing back Mephistopheles, Saber spoke in a deep voice to her companion beside her. His target has always been my right hand. He has seen through my movements. I understand. Lancer nodded. His keen eyes had already noticed this as well. Each time Saber prepared to execute a powerful slash requiring both hands, Mephistopheles would predictably evade to her right side, as if he had foreseen her actions. This created a fatal flaw in what was otherwise a flawless cooperation. Then I shall take the lead. A glint of determination flashed in Lancer's eyes. Saber, please assist me from the side. You predict his movement route and block his escape. All right. Saber agreed without hesitation. The strategy changed in an instant. No longer was it a simple pincer attack, but transformed into a hunting formation with the spearman as the spear and the swordsman as the net. Oh! Lancer let out a battle roar, his magical power once again boiling over. He held nothing back, unleashing his top-tier spear techniques to the fullest. The crimson anti-demon spear turned into a myriad of red afterimages, completely enveloping Mephistopheles like a storm. Saber no longer insisted on attacking. Enduring the intense pain in her right hand, she concentrated all her energy on her rank instinct. Each time Mephistopheles attempted to evade with his strange movements, a precisely aimed sword would always fall in advance at the position where he was about to land, forcing him to awkwardly change direction and return to Lancer's storm of spears. TCH. What a bunch of troublesome guys. A look of anxiety appeared on Mephistopheles' face. With the flawless cooperation of the two top knights, his space for movement was gradually compressed, and the room for evasion became smaller and smaller. He knew that if this continued, his defeat was merely a matter of time. A glimmer of malicious and mad light flashed in his eyes. While awkwardly dodging, he subtly began to move closer to a certain direction. That direction was the edge of the already devastated building. Now is the time. After barely evading Lancer's deadly thrust, once again, Mephistopheles seemed to make a fatal error, exposing a critical flaw. His back, due to a stumble, was completely exposed in front of Saber and Lancer. Got it. Now is the time. A glimmer of joy flashed in the eyes of both knights. They seized this unseen-a-lifetime opportunity without hesitation. Lancer's red rose transformed into a soul-chasing red lightning. Saber's invisible sword also erupted with its final golden brilliance. The weapons of the two attacked simultaneously towards the deadly flaw that was turned away from them, coming from two different directions with lethal force. However, just as their attacks were about to touch Mephistopheles, a manic smile appeared on the clown's face, as if his scheme had succeeded. Goodbye, O two righteous knights. He gently snapped his fingers. Boom. This time the explosion was from the already crumbling floor at the edge of the rooftop beneath them. Mephistopheles had secretly planted explosives there from the very beginning. All his previous dodges and approaches were merely to lure the two knights into this final trap. Boom. The ground beneath their feet collapsed instantly. Saber and Lancer, having charged forward with all their might, were unable to react in time, and along with Mephistopheles and the tons of concrete debris beneath them, they fell into the void towards the ground 100 meters below. From 100 meters high, three figures accompanied by countless burning building remnants plummeted towards the ground like birds with broken wings. Death seemed to be a foregone conclusion. However, heroic spirits are never bound by the mundane rules of gravity. Lancer. In the fall, Saber called out urgently. Understood. Lancer immediately responded. The two instantly understood each other's intentions. Lancer acted first. He hurled the anti-demon red rose forward, the crimson spear like a nail deeply embedded into the still-standing wall of the building beside them. Then, using the length of the spear's tail, his body swung like a pendulum, quickly slowing down his descent. Saber in turn bought them this crucial moment. Enduring the intense pain from her right hand's tendon, she poured all her magical energy into the invisible sword in her hand. Strike air. This time she was not attacking, but rather to cushion. The violent Wind King barrier was instantly released beneath her, creating a counteracting storm. Boom. The golden storm violently struck the floors below and the air, producing a massive rebound force like a safety airbag, smoothly sending her and Lancer, who had just slowed down with his spear, to a relatively intact window ledge of a floor. In contrast, the instigator of this fall, Mephistopheles, had a much simpler and more brutal way of survival. At the moment the three were falling together, he grinned and directly detonated several bombs he carried on himself. Bang, bang, bang. He used the reverse impact from the explosion to propel himself like a cannonball, directly blasting into the office of the adjacent floor. With a loud crash, he smashed through the massive floor-to-ceiling window, rolling clumsily into the room amidst a flurry of glass shards, but successfully avoiding the fate of being reduced to a pancake. All three survived successfully, each in their own way. But the situation, however, changed once again. Although Saber and Lancer landed successfully, they had consumed a significant amount of magical power in their effort to survive, and were now half kneeling on the window ledge, gasping heavily. Meanwhile, Mephistopheles stood up unsteadily from the pile of glass shards, adjusting his half-shredded top hat. He had once again created several floors of distance between himself and the two knights. Oh dear, what a thrilling and exciting freefall experience. He poked his head out from the broken window and joyfully mocked the two figures below. The aerial acrobatics of the two knights really opened my eyes. This bastard. Saber and Lancer exchanged glances, seeing the unmasked fury in each other's eyes, determined not to give Castor any opportunity to breathe. The two no longer hesitated, leaping through the window and launching another pursuit towards the upper floors. They traversed the floor, now a chaotic mess due to explosions and collapses, quickly passing by the berserker, who still seemed lost and thought about, who am I? Where am I? However, this time the situation was completely different. When Berserker's crimson eyes caught sight of Saber's right hand, which appeared somewhat weak and trembling from the forced release of her noble phantasm, his brain, momentarily overloaded with information, was suddenly activated, as if doused in boiling magma. A surge of black magical energy, more violent and pure than ever before, erupted from Berserker. The confusion born from his inability to comprehend the battlefield was instantly replaced by a more frenzied emotion upon seeing his beloved king injured. What nonsense about teammates? What nonsense about allies? To hell with it. Arthur. With a roar filled with endless grief and fury, Berserker moved. His speed surpassed that of Saber and Lancer. His actions were more decisive and reckless than the two knights. He completely ignored the two allies beside him, his dark figure transforming into an unstoppable black calamity that crashed through the ceiling, heading straight toward the location of Mephistopheles. Meanwhile, in an office somewhere, Mephistopheles had just recovered from the thrill of free fall. Chuckling strangely, he grabbed two office workers who were already terrified and trembling, using them as shields in front of him. Come on, come on, two noble knights. He waited, anticipating the two fools filled with chivalry to charge at him. If you want to kill me, you'll have to step over the corpses of these innocent citizens first. Yet what he received was not the angry and hesitant faces of Saber and Lancer, but an ear-splitting boom. Boom. The reinforced concrete floor was smashed open like paper by an irresistible force, creating a massive hole. Then a figure wrapped in black magical energy leaped up from within, crashing heavily in front of him. Huh. Mephistopheles' smile froze. He looked at the black knight before him, whose eyes burned red and radiated pure killing intent, instinctively pushing the two hostages further forward. Wait. Look, I have meat shields here. If you come up, they will. Yet Berserker couldn't be bothered to listen. The lives of ordinary people. Hostages. What are those? In his eyes, there was only the culprit before him, the one who had injured his king. He roared, and the mimicry god of war's 5 weapons in his hand instantly transformed into a grotesque warhammer meant solely for crushing everything. Then, ignoring the two hostages screaming shrilly in front of him, he swung down the hammer towards Mephistopheles in the most brutal manner. Puff. There was no suspense whatsoever. The two ordinary office workers used as shields by Mephistopheles were instantly crushed into 2 blobs of blood and flesh, along with their desperate screams. Blood and chunks of flesh splattered across the walls and ceiling of the entire office like ink. Wow. Mephistopheles let out a strange cry, managing to evade this fatal blow with a clumsy roll just before the warhammer struck. Boom. The warhammer slammed heavily into the ground where he had just stood, causing the entire floor to tremble violently as a massive pit formed, even revealing the scene of the lower floor. Ah! In the office, the other office workers who had been huddled in the corners due to fear screamed madly, no longer caring about the danger scattering in all directions like headless flies, desperately trying to escape from this black killing god. At that moment, Saber and Lancer finally leaped up through the hole Berserker had created, arriving at the scene. They immediately saw the hellish scene before them and the disheveled Mephistopheles being pursued by the frenzied Berserker. The two knights exchanged a glance, showing no hesitation. Though Berserker's methods were equally ruthless, they both understood that their primary target remained the root of this chaos. Castor. Charge. The golden sword light and crimson spear brilliance shone once more, this time with no cooperation or strategy, but a ruthless assault from 3 directions. Mephistopheles' situation instantly dropped from being in control to a hellish difficulty. If before he could rely on Saber's injuries and his own agility to maneuver against Saber and Lancer's joint efforts, now he faced a berserker who acted irrationally, attacking wildly with no regard for anything alongside two knights with peak skills sealing off his movements. Wait, let's talk. Aren't we allies? Big Black. He attempted to communicate with Berserker. What responded was another powerful horizontal sweep. Knight Lady, Spearman, your enemy is him, right? He tried to sow discord, but the knight's attacks became even more ferocious. It was desperate. Too desperate. Mephistopheles was like a fox surrounded by three fierce tigers, jumping up and down, struggling, his clothes being torn by sword light and spear brilliance, narrowly escaping death time and again. When Chen Gong arrived in this office, which had completely turned into ruins, it was at the climax of this encirclement. Puff. Accompanied by the sickening sound of bones cracking, Mephistopheles was struck hard on the left shoulder by Berserker's ferocious warhammer due to a moment of carelessness. His entire left arm along with half of his shoulder was instantly smashed into a puddle of meat under that irresistible force. Ah! What a tragic sight, Caster. A voice filled with sympathy and regret quietly entered Mephistopheles' chaotic mind through the contract link due to the intense pain. With his arm pressed against his severed limb, Mephistopheles froze in shock. That voice was his master. He instinctively looked in the direction of the voice and saw Chen Gong standing at the entrance of the ruins, gazing at him with a face full of compassion. However, Chen Gong's voice echoed in his mind once more, this time carrying a devilish temptation. In light of your impending exit, let me allow you to burn out all your brilliance in your final moments, putting on the most splendid farewell performance. Just as his words fell, Chen Gong raised his left hand marked with the command seal. The two remaining command seals shone brightly at that moment. By the command seal, Mephistopheles. Unleash all your power. By the command seal, Mephistopheles. Destroy the enemy before you. The two command seals activated instantly. Then even more terrifying things happened. What a pity you are not Berserker. The strategist's longing cannot be fully satisfied. But the horn of the first battle is also a difficult choice, you should understand, right? The forced command of the command seals combined with the unreasonable overload enhancement of the noble phantasm surged into Mephistopheles' already shattered spiritual foundation like two cataclysmic torrents. Ugh! Oh! Mephistopheles' piercing scream instantly transformed into a roar mixed with power. His crushed left arm astonishingly regenerated at a visible speed, reconstructed by countless violent magical energies, becoming even more robust and grotesque than before. His originally cranked strength and endurance under this reckless enhancement instantly broke through a rank, even surpassing it, reaching a ridiculous domain he had never touched before. A dark and viscous magical energy erupted from within him like a storm. What? Saber, Lancer, and Berserker, who were preparing to continue their assault, were all forced to retreat by this sudden, terrifying magical explosion. They watched in shock as the clown who had just been utterly powerless against them now emanated an aura even more terrifying than that of Berserker. Mephistopheles let out a beast-like roar, and beneath his comical mask flowed a magical brilliance as hot as magma. He no longer used any techniques or evasions. He stomped his foot violently, causing the ground beneath him to explode, and his entire body transformed into an afterimage as he charged towards Saber. Fast. Unbelievably fast. Saber could barely cross her invisible sword before her chest to block. However, clang. A sound that seemed to shatter the very soul. Saber felt as if she had been struck hard by a mountain rushing at full speed. That pure force coursed through the blade, causing her hands to bleed, and she flew backward like a kite, with a severed string crashing through several walls. One strike. Just one strike. A caster who should excel in magic had utterly defeated a top-tier Saber in a contest of pure strength. Lancer and Berserker were caught off guard, unable to react to Saber's retreat, as that demon charged at them once more. Grueroer. Berserker roared, swinging his massive warhammer as he advanced. However, this time the outcome was utterly different. Mephistopheles shockingly did not dodge, using his fearsome left arm recently reconstructed with magical power to brace against Berserker's full-force strike that could shatter mountains. The tremendous force caused the ground beneath them to crack, yet that green arm remained completely unmoved. Then with astonishing speed, his intact right hand shot out, seizing Berserker by the head, and then boom. He actually forced Berserker's massive body down to the ground, dragging him like a plow for dozens of meters, finally slamming him hard into the wall. Power. Pure power. At this moment, Mephistopheles seemed to have completely transformed into a monster that knew nothing but destruction and annihilation. It's your turn, mister. Lancer, his distorted voice echoed in Lancer's ears. Lancer's expression changed drastically, and he twirled his dual guns into a curtain of light, attempting to block. But it was utterly futile. Mephistopheles ignored his proud marksmanship, letting the sharp tips of the guns leave trivial wounds on his body, then with a single punch. A simple straight punch. Bang. Lancer was struck as if by lightning, spewing blood, and flew backwards. A crushing defeat. This was a complete and utter crushing defeat. Saber struggled to rise from the ruins, joining Lancer, who had just steadied himself. The two looked at the green monster resembling a demon, stepping closer, their faces etched with unprecedented gravity. His magical power. Saber quickly warned, keeping a wary eye on Mephistopheles' movements, is very unstable. Something feels very wrong. I can feel it, Lancer replied gravely. Not only his strength, but the magic power within him is like a volcano ready to erupt, raging to the extreme as if it could explode at any moment. At that moment, the two battle-hardened knights realized a far more terrifying possibility. The caster before them was now an extremely unstable mobile human bomb. If he were to unleash his noble phantasm here, or even self-destruct, this already crumbling building along with the servants within it would likely be erased from existence in an instant. There's no time left. Lancer was silent for a moment before suddenly making a firm decision. He glanced at Saber's right hand still entwined by the curse. Saber, if my curse, Lancer, you. Saber instantly understood the meaning behind his words. To lift the curse of the doomed yellow rose, there were only two methods. Either Lancer must die, or he must personally break the cursed spear. For a knight who values his weapon and honor above life itself, self-destructing a noble phantasm is no different from suicide, an even more unbearable disgrace. Stop talking. Saber immediately interrupted. My victory as Artoria does not require the charity of my opponent. This isn't charity, Saber. A hint of relief appeared on Lancer's face. Caster's threat to innocent civilians is a desecration of my chivalry. My master forces me to draw my sword against you with a command seal, which is also a stain upon my chivalry. Since my spear can no longer bring me pure glory, then let it break in its final moment for the honor of another knight. This is my choice as Diarmuid Ua Dubnia knight. Looking into Lancer's determined eyes, Saber could no longer voice her objections. She fell silent. After a long pause, she solemnly nodded. I have a noble phantasm regarding cities. She revealed her greatest trump card. Its power is enough to completely vaporize everything here. If we can eliminate him before he detonates himself, perhaps it is feasible. I understand. Saber's azure eyes reflected Lancer's resolute and unyielding figure. Since the other party has made such a noble choice, the only thing she could do was respond to this trust with the utmost respect. I'm counting on you, Lancer. With Saber's promise, Diarmuid no longer hesitated. He forcefully slammed the yellow short spear doomed yellow rose against his knee. Crack! A heart-wrenching cracking sound rang out. The cursed spear shattered with that blow. At the moment the spear broke, the entangled curse on Saber's right hand dissipated like morning mist driven away by sunlight. Complete power returned to the King of Knights. Ugh! Lancer grimaced from the immense pain of self-destructing his noble phantasm, yet he did not even glance at the broken spear, instead gripping tightly the remaining demon-slaying red rose. Berserker! He shouted at the Black Knight who had just broken free from the wall and was preparing to charge again without thought. Hold him off. Before he finished speaking, he had already transformed into a streak of blue light, bravely charging toward the demon-like Mephistopheles. Meanwhile, Saber immediately retreated, creating enough distance. She raised the now freed invisible sword high above her head. Brilliant particles of light as radiant as the sun began to gather from all directions towards the blade of the invisible sword. The air trembled. The ground roared. A massive torrent of magical power began to accumulate, compress, and condense around Saber. Noble Phantasm, true name, release, prepare. On the other side of the battlefield, it had completely devolved into a brutal war of attrition. Guru Arrowair. Berserker, though still insane, instinctively locked onto the green monster as his target under Lancer's determined roar. The pitch-black Berserker and the azure luminescence. At this moment, the two powerful heroic spirits charged towards the already maximally enhanced demon for the final assault. But there was almost no way to contest. Mephistopheles' power was simply too overwhelming. Bang! Berserker's mountain-splitting giant axe was shattered by a single punch. Lancer's miraculous thrust was also withstood by Mephistopheles' body, and with a reverse claw, he left deep wounds exposing bone on his chest. Both retreated step by step, covered in wounds, fighting with their flesh and blood to buy precious time for Saber. Just before Lancer was completely overwhelmed, his gaze suddenly caught sight of the mimetic god of war's 5 weapons in Berserker's hand, which was constantly changing shape. A thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Berserker, hand me your weapon. Lancer let out a heart-wrenching roar. Though Berserker could not comprehend the complex command driven by their instinct to face a common enemy, he subconsciously flung the ever-changing liquid metal in his hand toward Lancer. Now's the time. Lancer poured all the remaining magical energy into the demon-slaying red rose in his hand. He did not go to catch the silver metal. Instead, at the moment it flew between him and Mephistopheles, he used the last of his strength to hurl the spear with all his might. Red Rosegi Dirge. The crimson spear transformed into a shooting star of vengeance, but its target was not Mephistopheles, but the floating mimetic god of war's 5 weapons. When the spear, imbued with the power to break magic, struck the universal weapon core with unerring accuracy, in the next second, an unbelievable scene occurred. The liquid metal, upon contact with the red rose, seemed to be infused with new commands and began uncontrollably multiplying, morphing, and spreading around the spear. In just an instant, it transformed into a massive net covered in countless intricate structures and spikes woven from silver thorns. A giant net specifically designed to restrain magical power. This was a miraculous strike beyond the limits of noble phantasms created by Lancer Diarmuid Dubnia, a masterful spearman. Whoa! Mephistopheles clearly did not anticipate this move. He was ensnared and stuck in place by this giant net capable of severing all magical power. The The raging magic power within him began to uncontrollably dissipate upon contact with the net, though it was merely for an instant. Though the net was torn apart in the next second by his frenzied power, that decisive moment was already sufficient. Now's the time. Lancer shouted his loudest call towards the King of Knights, who had gathered enough light to obliterate everything behind him. Release your noble phantasm, Saber. The holy sword held high by Saber radiated a brilliance that had reached its zenith. Golden particles swirled around the true form of that intangible sword, embodying the glory and ideals of an era. At this moment it finally revealed its magnificent and solemn demeanor. Her clear and resolute voice echoed throughout the entire building. Caliba. This was the culmination of King Arthur's lifelong beliefs, the embodiment of the ideals of all the knights of the Round Table, a luminous torrent that turned the impossible into possible, severing the threads of fate. A golden energy cannon erupted from the tip of the holy sword. Wherever the cannon passed, be it steel or concrete, it was instantaneously vaporized into the most primal particles. Destruction had arrived. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mephistopheles, bound by the net of magic, gazed at the oncoming wave of golden destruction. His face, twisted in agony, slowly transformed into a sickly, even euphoric, ecstasy. He spread his arms wide, devoid of any fear or resistance, instead embracing that light, like a martyr about to embrace their lover. How romantic this is, to be sent off with such grandeur, such splendor, filled with such righteous light. As a return gift, I shall also offer my final artistry. He infused all the magical power within him, catalyzed to the critical point by the horned gale, into his final noble phantasm in that instant, offering you this heartbeat-like shallow sleep balm, with no more pretense or technique. This was the strongest self-detonation released at the cost of his very own spiritual foundation's complete collapse. A sun filled with destruction and malice erupted violently from his chest. Death is not the end. Death is not annihilation. Death is the finest farewell that pulls everything into destruction. In the next moment, the golden torrent of light clashed with the green sun of destruction. The light of the holy sword, representing ideals and hope, collided with the demonic explosion representing malice and tragedy. Two opposing yet equally powerful noble phantasms collided within the crumbling building. An indescribable surge of energy, a chaotic blend of gold and green, erupted from the point of collision between the two noble phantasms. This uncontrollable torrent of energy, like an indomitable blade, instantly pierced through the already crumbling building, then surged upward, unstoppable. Floors, ceilings, load-bearing columns, office partitions. In the face of this pure energy, all entities composed of matter melted and evaporated as quickly as snow under the sun. The entire Fuyuki Center building was violently pierced from the middle by this energy pillar that penetrated heaven and earth, creating a gaping, smooth, and terrifying hole leading to the top floor. Countless walls, unable to withstand this energy, shattered with a roar. Resplendent and deadly light surged wildly from every broken window and every cracked seam. At this moment, the entire building seemed to transform into a lantern made of light about to burst apart. The massive pillar of light, blending gold and green, even pierced the sky, leaving a scar-like trail of light across the skies of Fuyuki City. Outside the building in the square, all those engaged in cleanup work stared blankly upwards, gazing at this sight akin to a miracle or the apocalypse, their minds blank. What is that? Alice Phil muttered to herself, her beautiful crimson eyes filled with shock and concern. Is it a city noble phantasm? There's a hint of apprehension and seriousness on Tosaka Tokiomi's face. To be able to control the clash of noble phantasms to this extent. Kenneth clenched his fists, his eyes flickering with jealousy and dissatisfaction. And further away on the Vimana, finally unleashed a proper strike, have you, Saber? Gilgamesh's lips curled into a cold, indifferent smile. But that's all there is to it. Everyone was stunned by the miraculous sight before them. The pillar of light that pierced heaven and earth lasted for several dozen seconds before slowly beginning to dim and dissipate. As the brilliance faded and dust settled, the once iconic Fuyuki Center building had become a hollow shell, completely emptied from within, appearing desolate and eerie. And within that completely pierced hollow ruin, a petite golden figure, holding the still glowing holy sword, knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. Only Saber remained. Lancer and Berserker had long retreated to a safe distance before the catastrophic clash erupted. Mephistopheles' figure, along with his last mad laughter, was struck by the wave of golden light, leaving not a trace behind, completely evaporated. It's over. Saber raised her head and softly spoke, gazing at the empty wasteland before her. Chen Gong, standing in the shadows at a distance, nodded slightly at this scene. As expected, Castor's noble phantasm ultimately cannot compare to Saber's Excalibur in terms of pure destructive power. Though he did not fulfill the role of a cannon fodder, well, he had essentially exceeded his duties as a pawn and a disruptor. Well then, although I couldn't drag down more, I did manage to take one rider away. That counts as a bit of contribution. As the devastating beam of light completely dissipated, the Castor hunt that had engulfed nearly all factions finally came to a tragic conclusion. The Winterwood Central Tower had transformed into a silent steel tomb, silently recounting the horrors of the recent battle. After confirming the complete disappearance of Castor's presence, Saber finally could not hold on any longer and sat weakly amidst the ruins. The toll of unleashing Excalibur was simply too great on her. Lancer and Berserker also emerged from their hiding spots, and the atmosphere became somewhat delicate. However, no one had the thought of continuing the fight. This chaotic battle had exhausted everyone, and Chen Gong stretched and yawned as if he had just watched an epic movie that lasted several hours. He looked up at the sun, which had risen to its highest point. Well, it's over, it's over. Unknowingly, it's already noon. He brushed off the dust from his clothes. As for the follow-up cleanup work, how to explain to the outside world why an entire commercial building suddenly turned into a dangerous building. How to deal with the follow-up issues of ordinary people whose memories had been altered. How to completely erase all traces of this battle. These troublesome matters should be left to Tosaka Tokiomi and the professionals from the church to fret over. Am I supposed to work overtime as a temp? What a joke, Chen Gong muttered. He only wanted to do one thing. Gurgle. A sudden out-of-place rumbling sound came from his stomach. I'm a bit hungry. Chen Gong touched his empty stomach, revealing a somewhat troubled expression. After a busy morning, it's time to go have lunch. His self-talk, filled with the breath of life, was incongruous against the backdrop of the apocalyptic ruins, and it was just loud enough for the nearby Saber, who was also recovering her magic, to hear clearly. Gulp. Almost as a reflex, a clear sound echoed from the petite body of the King of Knights. Saber's cheeks instantly flushed red. She hurriedly pressed on her stomach and shot a fierce glare at Chen Gong, who was looking at her innocently. This guy? Doesn't he know that after unleashing a noble phantasm, a servant's energy consumption is extremely high and that they urgently need to replenish food? You saying that makes me. Looking at Saber's expression of wanting to eat but being too embarrassed to voice it, Chen Gong couldn't help but break into a smile. As he walked out of the building, he spoke with a tone of surprise and curiosity, as if he had discovered a new continent to the following King of Knights, who was also preparing to leave. Oh, Miss Saber, aren't you a servant? Do servants need to eat too? I thought you only needed to consume magical energy to survive. His words were so innocent and curious, so eager for knowledge. Saber was momentarily at a loss for how to respond, only able to mutter, the structure of my body is the same as an ordinary person's, so of course I need to replenish energy. Oh, I see. Chen Gong displayed a look of having learned something, then followed up with a more probing question. Doesn't your master allow you to eat? Or is it true that the wealthy Einsburn family can't even afford a meal for a servant? How frugal. Nonsense. What do you mean doesn't allow me to eat? What do you mean can't afford it? The meals of the Einsburn family are definitely better than you can imagine by many times. They have a cuisine beyond just potatoes. And besides, I just recently released my noble phantasm, and it took too much energy. She was so angry that her ahogue was almost standing up, yet she couldn't find any strong retort. Because indeed her stomach was growling. Saber could no longer tolerate the mockery of this annoying man. She huffed angrily and quickened her pace, practically running out of the now hollowed-out building. Once outside, she immediately spotted the anxious Alice Phil waiting. She could no longer care about the dignity of a knight or argue with Chen Gong. She covered her protesting stomach and hurried towards Alice Phil. Alice, I'm hungry. Hunger was an enemy that Saber could absolutely not conquer. Watching Saber rush towards Alice Phil while clutching her stomach, Chen Gong couldn't help but let out a sound of admiration. Truly worthy of King Arthur. Just moments ago, she wielded the holy sword and blasted through a building majestic as a savior. In the blink of an eye, because of hunger, she transformed into a little girl begging her master for food. In such a situation, such words were simply amusing. He smiled and shook his head, stepping out of the ruins. The cleanup work in the distance continued in an orderly manner. Tosaka Tokiomi was directing his people with a dark expression, handling the citizens whose memories had been altered. The church members had set up tighter cordons around the ruins, prohibiting any bystanders from approaching. Chen Gong couldn't be bothered to greet them and headed straight towards the direction of the new commercial street. Since he was out, he couldn't just focus on himself. Let's buy Sakura's lunch too. He began calculating the menu as he walked. For a child, she should like an omelet rice, right? And let's add a fruit parfait, perfect. Carrying the steaming, luxurious omelet rice and parfait for two, Chen Gong hummed a little tune accompanied by the once silent Berserker as they set off on their way home. At the Matu residence, the moment Chen Gong pushed open the door, Matu like an ant on a hot pot rushed over. Has Ryder really withdrawn? And Castor? That building? He was eager to know the information from the front lines. Yes, they have withdrawn. Chen Gong casually waved his hand as if discussing a trivial matter. Castor was blown to bits by Saber, and Ryder has also withdrawn. Now it's lunchtime. He shook the bag in his hand, and an enticing aroma filled the living room. Sakura, I'm back. I bought omelet rice and your favorite parfait. He walked past Yinya and shouted upstairs. Brother. Upon hearing Chen Gong's voice, the door on the second floor opened, and Sakura rushed down. Come on, let's eat. Chen Gong held her small hand and walked towards the dining room. Watching the two from behind, Yinya felt a bit hungry too. He patted his already empty stomach and followed them. However, when they reached the dining room and Chen Gong began to lay out the items from the bag, Yinya was dumbfounded. 2 portions of omelet rice, 2 fruit parfaits, and then nothing else. On the dining table, only Chen Gong and Sakura had dishes and food in front of them. And in front of him, it was completely empty. Chen Gong. Yinya swallowed hard, pointed at the items on the table, and awkwardly asked, what about mine? Moi. As Chen Gong was preparing to eat his portion of omelet rice with a spoon, he looked up with an utterly surprised expression upon hearing Yinya's question. Yours? What do you mean? Lunch. Oh, lunch. Chen Gong slapped his forehead, exaggeratedly acting as if he had an epiphany. Oh, I forgot. He tapped his spoon against his head, looking apologetically at Yinya. I'm really sorry, Yanyakan. I was just thinking of getting something delicious for Sakura, and then I thought I was hungry too, so I just bought 2 portions without thinking of you. He even made an exasperating sound. Yinya. Watching Chen Gong and Sakura happily enjoying their lunch, listening to the crisp sound of spoons clinking against plates, and smelling the enticing aroma. Matu Yinya, a participant in the Holy Grail War and the true master of Berserker during this warm lunchtime, fell into a deep, hungry silence. The warm lunchtime passed amidst the cheerful eating sounds of Chen Gong and Sakura and the sorrowful growls of Matu Yinya's stomach. When Chen Gong and Sakura had finished eating satisfactorily and began to clear the table, only then did Yinya's resentful voice of frying an egg finally echo from the kitchen. Chen Gong meanwhile hummed a little tune as he dived into the workshop. Important matters awaited. He summoned the floating liquid metal sphere, manifestation god of war's 5 weapons. As he carefully inspected the state of this work, the smile on his face gradually faded. Tisk. He couldn't help but click his tongue. The situation was worse than he had imagined. After the stunning interaction with Lancer's breaking magic red rose, it seemed that the internal structure of this weapon had fallen into disrepair. The breaking magic attribute attached to Lancer's spear was the most deadly nemesis for a weapon like manifestation god of war's 5 weapons, constructed from magical energy and magical materials. Although it had produced unexpected results at the time, afterward the magical materials used to maintain its malleability and solidarity were damaged under the erosion of the breaking magic attribute. Now this liquid metal sphere was all show and no substance. Its core had become so fragile that it would be difficult to transform it into even a complex modern weapon, let alone a kitchen knife. It seems I must start from the maintenance work. Chen Gong sighed and took out various materials he had inherited from Kenneth to begin repairing this half-damaged noble phantasm. He carefully stripped away the damaged core components and then reconstructed and enchanted them with new materials. This was far more troublesome than starting from scratch. He busied himself tinkering away for half a day. When the repair work reached the most critical step, which required reconstructing the core characteristics of the liquid metal, Chen Gong's movements came to a halt. Tisk, this is troublesome. He looked at the mass of metal in his hand, which had been somewhat repaired, but still couldn't flow perfectly, frowning. Key materials were running low. That special alchemical material which needed to possess the fluidity of a liquid, the solidarity of metal, and could perfectly carry magical circuits, had already been entirely depleted from the stock he had scavenged from Kenneth. Though this thing could still change shape, the transitions were filled with awkwardness and delay, far from meeting combat requirements. What to do? Where to find such rare, high-quality goods again? Chen Gong crossed his arms, pacing back and forth in the workshop, his mind racing. His footsteps suddenly stopped. Speaking of which, it needed to have the fluidity of liquid, the solidity of metal, and be driven by magical energy. He stroked his chin, revealing a mischievous smile. Isn't there a ready-made product of decent quality just available from Professor Kenneth? The Moon Spirit Mercury Volume Hydrardrum. Although that thing is primarily composed of mercury, it is slightly different in attributes from my manifestation god of war's 5 weapons. However, its properties of fluid and solid are simply perfect substitutes. Oh dear. Chen Gong wore a pretentious, embarrassed expression, even pretending to scratch his cheek. I just scavenged a bunch of materials from them, and now I'm eyeing their most precious treasure. I feel a bit bad about this. He paused, and the expression on his face changed instantly, the embarrassment disappearing without a trace. Not at all. Free top-notch materials are not to be wasted. Once again the night enveloped Fuyuki City. Chen Gong, having filled his stomach and set a new goal for himself, began a new round of enemy searching using the familiar spirits scattered throughout the city. The primary target, of course, was the moving treasury of materials, Kenneth L. Meloy Archibald. As the familiar spirits searched, Chen Gong soon witnessed a surprising scene in an abandoned chemical factory located in the suburbs. On the cold concrete floor of the factory, the once arrogant red-haired beauty Sora lay there half dead. Her body was riddled with burns and tears from the explosion, her breath faint, clearly abandoned here, without any basic first aid treatment. Hiss! Even Chen Gong couldn't help but gasp. Kenneth, that ultimate sycophant, really laid such heavy hands on his fiancée. He stroked his chin, a playful expression appearing on his face. It seems yesterday's Princess Granny act really stirred things up. However, this thought lingered in his mind for only a moment. Whether Sora was dead or alive was not important to him. What mattered was, where is Kenneth? He left his fiancée here. Where did he run off to? He controlled the familiar spirits to search meticulously inside and outside the abandoned factory, but found no trace of Kenneth or Lancer. This was a bit strange. Chen Gong began to rapidly recall the plot of the original work. Although his intrusion had completely distorted the current plot line, some key time points and the logic of characters' actions should still hold some reference value, right? The night of the second day of the Holy Grail War. The chaotic battle at the port had ended, the hotel exploded, and Saber encountered Gilgamesh. Is it the siege of the Einsburn castle? A memory surfaced in his mind. It would seem that Lancer's group had actively attacked the Einsburn family's castle in the forest outside Fuyuki City, coincidentally encountering the former caster. With this thought, Chen Gong immediately switched his consciousness to the familiar spirits he had placed around the Einsburn castle. Then, hey, they're really there. Through the shared vision of the familiar spirits, he clearly saw two figures lurking in the darkness at the edge of the Einsburn castle forest. It was Kenneth and his servant Diarmuid. It seemed they had just arrived and were searching for the best path to breach the barrier. Chen Gong opened his eyes, a gleam of excitement flashing in them like a hunter spotting his prey. Since he had found them, he would not be polite. Yinya, stay here with Sakura and don't run around. I'll be back soon. Another undeniable directive. Then Chen Gong's figure melded back into the night, racing towards the forest on the outskirts of the city. Tonight, he not only wanted to watch the show, he also intended to personally enter the fray and claim a piece of his spoils. As Chen Gong raced towards the direction of the Einsburn castle, he perhaps did not realize that he was not the only guest interested in that snow-covered castle tonight. Fuyuki Church. Kiritsugu Amiya was quietly standing beneath a massive cross, the scene of the forest surrounding the Einsburn castle clearly reflected in his eyes. This was the vision shared by his assassin Hassan of the 100 Faces, and the sneaky figures of Kenneth and Lancer were clearly visible. In the shadows further away, another figure moving swiftly, almost blending with the night, also did not escape Hassan's all-seeing gaze. It was the master of the Berserker, who called himself Chen Gong. Watching these two groups targeting the Einsburn castle, a ripple appeared in Kiritsugu's eyes. Lancer Berserker and Kiritsugu Amiya. The man who had been hiding behind the scenes throughout the chaotic battle at the port last night. The man exuding an aura of emptiness that was remarkably similar to his own. Kiritsugu Amiya was immensely intrigued by him. He wanted to know what this man was truly pursuing. He wanted to see the expression on his face when everything he chased after was mercilessly crushed. And tonight seemed like the perfect opportunity. Master, he picked up the magic communicator and connected to Tokiomi Tosaka. The Lancer group and the master of the Berserker have appeared simultaneously around the Einsburn castle. Really? Tokiomi's voice came through. It seems Kenneth can no longer hold back. Oh, does that Chen Gong intend to reap the benefits? For clown. Kiritsugu, let assassin continue to monitor. We need not intervene until they determine a victor. Tokiomi issued the most prudent directive as always. Yes, I understand, master. Kiritsugu Amiya replied respectfully. Then he hung up the call and turned to look at the darkness behind him. Assassin. A shadow wearing a skull mask quietly emerged from the shadows. Monitor. A hint of joy appeared on Kiritsugu's face, a joy he himself was unaware of. Let's enter the scene as well. Disobeying the master's orders was neither for victory nor for the Holy Grail, but purely to satisfy the uncontrollable curiosity within his heart. He wanted to see with his own eyes. To see the man named Kiritsugu Amiya. Chen Gong, like a ghost merging with the night, silently approached the outskirts of the Einsburn castle. He did not rush to act, but instead found a branch with an excellent view and leisurely took on the role of an observer. The scene before him certainly did not disappoint. The entire battlefield was clearly divided into two parts. In the open space before, the castle knights were engaged in honorable duels. Artoria had even refrained from summoning her armor-wielding the holy sword to engage in a pure contest of martial skills against Lancer Diarmuid, who held the enchanted red rose. The clash of sword light and spear shadows intertwined. Each collision produced a crisp sound filled with the mutual respect of knights, and each attack was infused with reverence for the opponent. This was a competition unrelated to masters, or the Holy Grail fought solely for the sake of glory. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, a man in a black trench coat with a cold demeanor utilized the terrain and shadows to bypass all frontal defenses, swiftly advancing toward the castle's flank. Kiritsugu Amiya, a magician assassin who would stop at nothing for victory, faced Kenneth L. Malloy Archibald, a genius from the clock tower. Explosive traps, cognitive dissonance barriers, infrared mines, enchanted bullets. Various insidious tactics, unassuming yet deadly, were utilized to the fullest in this dark forest. One was willing to pay any price for victory. The other was equally resourceful in order to save face. The knights fought honorably in the open, while the master executed the most despicable tactics from the shadows for the sake of victory. Of course, besides these two main battlefields, his familiar also relayed new intelligence indicating that on the other side of the castle, Aliceville and Kuyamiya were attempting a strategic withdrawal. Simultaneously, an unfamiliar magical fluctuation was rapidly approaching that area. Kiritsugu Amiya. How could Kiritsugu's little maneuvers possibly escape his notice? From the moment he left the Matu residence, he knew he was being watched, and he was more than happy to play along. Because his target tonight was not merely Kenneth's moonlight essence. He cast his gaze toward those assassins lurking in the corners of the forest, believing themselves to be perfectly concealed. And these best used projectiles. Chen Gong observed the increasingly clear chessboard below, activating a higher-level magic to obscure his form, blending into the moonlight and shadows, and instantly disappearing from the assassin's surveillance. What? The footsteps of Kiritsugu Amiya, who was swiftly traversing the forest, suddenly halted. Master, the trace of Berserker's master has vanished. An assassin's doppelganger appeared beside him like a wraith, reporting in a low voice. Vanished? Was he discovered? A grave expression appeared on Kiritsugu's face. How could the assassin's presence be so easily evaded? What exactly is that guy Chen Gong's background? However, before he could delve deeper into this question, another assassin brought new intelligence. Master target spotted. It is the master of the Einsburn family, Aliceville von Einsburn, along with another attendant, Kuyamiya. It seems they are attempting to make a withdrawal. Alice Phil. Kuyamiya. They are with Kiritsugu Amiya. Upon hearing the name Kiritsugu Amiya, Kiritsugu's mind became as if it were a single-threaded computer. All doubts and vigilance regarding Chen Gong were immediately cast aside. His hollow heart, which had been in search of answers, was captivated by that man. Where are they going? Did Kiritsugu send them on some mission? Do they know the key to revealing Kiritsugu's inner secrets? A sickly gleam flickered in Kiritsugu's eyes. He hesitated no longer. He could deal with Chen Gong later, but he absolutely could not let go of the clues regarding Kiritsugu. Continue to maintain surveillance. He did not mobilize the assassins acting as his eyes, for his purpose was not combat, but conversation. In the dense forest behind Einsburn Castle, Alice Phil and Kuyamiya were moving quickly and cautiously. Mia, how is the situation on Kiritsugu's side? While maintaining their high speed, Alice Phil quietly asked. No abnormalities. Kuyamiya's voice was as concise and professional as always. The Walther Western Australia 2000 sniper rifle in her hands was her greatest source of confidence at that moment. According to plan, we just need to leave this forest as quickly as possible and reach the designated rendezvous point. Alice Phil nodded, just as the two were about to pass through the woodland and reach the edge of the road. Wait. Kuyamiya, walking in front, suddenly sensed something amiss. She abruptly halted, raised her gun, shielding Alice Phil behind her, eyes vigilantly scanning the eerily silent woods around them. There was movement, rustling. A man in a black priest's robe with a cold expression emerged from the shadows ahead. His pace was slow, yet exuded a suffocating sense of oppression. The face was one that both Alice Phil and Kuyamiya were all too familiar with. Kiritsugu Amiya, the disciple of Tosaka Tokiomi and one of the participants in this Holy Grail War. Why is he appearing here? The artificial human of the Einsburn family and Kiritsugu Amiya's assistant. Kiritsugu's voice was like winter's cold ice, devoid of any fluctuations. He showed no interest in the two. He did not even glance at Kuyamiya's gun aimed at him. His hollow eyes merely gazed calmly at both of them. He had only one purpose for being here. I ask only one thing, tell me. He stepped forward, and the invisible pressure intensified. Kiritsugu Amiya, the origin of his obsession, what is it truly? Tell me, what is he really pursuing? Faced with the probing and almost interrogative question from Yanfeng Chili, Jiu Wu Mi's response was simple and direct. Without hesitation, she discarded the Western Australia 2000 sniper rifle that was incredibly cumbersome in such close combat. As the heavy sniper rifle fell to the ground, she drew two more lightweight and close combat suitable Calico M960A submachine guns. The entire process flowed like water, swift as lightning. Immediately, without a moment's hesitation or a single unnecessary word. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Two deadly tongues of fire erupted from the gun's muzzle, intertwining into a dense hail of bullets directed towards Yanfeng Chili. Yet facing this sudden close-range fire suppression, Yanfeng Chili's expression remained unchanged. His body moved in a way that defied the laws of physics like a ghost. His footwork appeared minimal, yet he precisely and effortlessly dodged the whistling bullets by mere millimeters. Ding, ding, ding. A few bullets that were unavoidable were accurately blocked and deflected by the black keys in his hand, which danced like a windmill. I have already said it. He strolled casually through the gaps in the barrage, approaching the two. My goal is not to fight. His voice remained steady as if he were not the one attacking. Tell me, what is Amiya Kiritsugu's wish? Just as Yanfeng Chili was about to break through the bullet curtain, Alice Phil finally made her move. With a wave of her hands, countless razor-sharp silver threads like living creatures wrapped around Yanfeng Chili from all directions. She was creating an opportunity for Jiu Wu Mi to attack. Facing this dual assault of magic and gunfire, a glimmer of seriousness finally flashed in Yanfeng Chili's eyes. Humph. He snorted coldly, and his footwork suddenly changed. His body spun rapidly like a top. The several black keys in his hands formed an impenetrable dark blade storm under his swift rotation. Poochie, poochie. The incoming silver threads were mercilessly severed and crushed the moment they touched this black storm. Useless, your resistance is meaningless. I only want to know the answer. Tell me, what is that man's true nature? But all he received in response were Jiu Wu Mi's even fiercer gunfire and Alice Phil's endless attacks. The two of them shared an unspoken understanding. They would never reveal any information about Amiya Kiritsugu. The battle unfolding in the dense forest among three people, all of whom were fixated on Amiya Kiritsugu, instantly intensified. While the prize is obviously Amiya Kiritsugu, watching the two women in front of him, who only knew how to attack regardless of his questions, the little remaining interest Yanfeng Chili had in dialogue was finally worn down. Is that so? He dodged yet another wave of deadly bullets, his voice carrying a hint of coldness akin to disappointment. Since you are unwilling to answer my questions with words, I will no longer hold back. After dealing with both of you, I will go directly to Amiya Kiritsugu and confront him face to face. The moment the words fell, his aura changed drastically. If before he was an indomitable boulder, now he had transformed into a blade drawn from its sheath, capable of cutting through everything. He no longer dodged. Facing the roaring flames of Jiu Wu Mi that surged again, he charged forward, taking a step. Inch force. Boom. The ground beneath his feet exploded. In an instant, his figure transformed into a blurred black lightning bolt, moving faster than the naked eye could capture, forcefully breaking into Jiu Wu Mi's presumed safe range. Too fast. Jiu Wu Mi's pupils suddenly constricted. She didn't even have time to pull the trigger. She could only watch helplessly as that expressionless face suddenly magnified before her eyes. Poochie, Poochie, two nearly simultaneous muffled thuds of flesh being pierced. Yanfeng Chili did not use any flashy moves. He simply used the two black keys in his hands to pierce through Jiu Yu Wu Mi's slender arms that were gripping the firearms with a speed that was like lightning. Ugh, A sharp pain caused her to scream in agony. The two submachine guns in her hands fell to the ground. Her combat power instantly dropped to 0. Wu Mi. Alice Phil, seeing this from behind, changed her expression drastically. Without hesitation, she summoned all the little remaining magical power within her. Countless silver threads shot out from her hands once again, but this time, they were no longer restraints. Instead, they condensed into several extremely sharp silver-long spears glistening with cold light, shooting towards Yanfeng Chili's back. However, Yanfeng Chili didn't even turn his head. He merely resolved Jiu Yu Wu Mi while casually flicking his hand behind him. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Several spare black keys shot out from beneath his priest robe. Each black key contained enough power to pierce through magical barriers. Poochie, 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 Poochie. Alice Phil's hastily conjured defensive shield was as fragile as a sheet of paper before those seemingly ordinary black keys instantly pierced through. Then those several black keys continued their momentum, plunging deep into her weak abdomen. Ugh, ugh. Alice Phil's body stiffened suddenly. She looked down at the several holes in her abdomen, blood oozing from them, her beautiful crimson eyes filled with disbelief. Then her body fell limply to the ground. Ailey. Jiu Yu Wu Mi's knees buckled, and she uncontrollably knelt down on the ground. She didn't even have the strength to look at her arms, which were bloodied and pierced by the black keys. Her pained eyes were fixated on the figure in white lying not far away in a pool of blood. That was the wife of Qiqing. That was the person Qiqing wanted to protect at all costs. Moreover, she was the one Qiqing entrusted to her before his departure, insisting that she must protect her at all costs. She had failed his trust. A wave of despair like venom began to quietly spread within Jiu Yu Wu Mi's heart. Was she going to die here? Would Alisai Fayer also die here? Qiqing's plan, Qiqing's wish. Would it all come to an end here, due to her own helplessness? Unwilling. Just as she was on the verge of being completely consumed by this despair, a calm yet seemingly penetrating voice abruptly resonated deep within her mind. Do you desire power? Who? Jiu Yu Wu Mi's heart suddenly tightened. Do you wish to possess the power to save Alisai Fayer from this man's hands? The voice continued to tempt her. Save Alisai Fayer. This thought ignited a flicker of hope within her heart, which was on the brink of death. Chen Gong, hiding in the shadows, frowned slightly at the sight. Strange. While maintaining the transmission, he pondered quietly. This woman doesn't seem to have an intense reaction to pure power or to saving Alisai Fayer. Her willpower was far more resilient than he had imagined, unlike the fanatical followers from before, nor was she like Kenneth, who was blinded by jealousy. It seemed that there was a more solid anchor point within her heart. Then, a light bulb went off in Chen Gong's mind, and he suddenly understood what the keyword was that could make this woman before him abandon all reason. Thus he changed his speech. The voice resonating in his mind transformed from temptation into a reminder filled with goodwill. It seems you have little interest in power and companions. Then, do you wish to eliminate his greatest threat, the man named Yanfeng Chili, for the sake of Amiya Qiqing? The moment the name Amiya Qiqing was clearly spoken, a spark of unprecedented light erupted in Jiu Yu Wu Mi's eyes, which had dulled from blood loss. Oh, a knowing smile slowly curled at the corner of Chen Gong's mouth. It seems the name Amiya Qiqing works wonders. I agree. Jiu Yu Wu Mi almost hesitated, not at all using all her strength to roar these words in her heart. For Qiqing, to eliminate Yanfeng Chili. As long as she could achieve this, she would not hesitate to sell her soul, even if it meant turning into ashes. But even at this point, her vigilance hadn't completely vanished. Who are you really? She questioned in her heart with the last shred of reason. Since the other party had sincerely asked, Chen Gong naturally had to kindly inform her. Haha. A light chuckle came from the shadows in the forest. Following that, the magic that had enveloped him was slowly dispelled. Chen Gong's figure emerged from the shadows as if rising from water, ultimately becoming clear before everyone's eyes. It's Yue. At the moment Chen Gong appeared, not only did Jiu Yu Wu Mi freeze, but even Yanfeng Chili, who was about to step forward to deliver a final blow to the two, abruptly halted, revealing a hint of vigilance in his hollow eyes. This man, the only one who saw through Archer's existence during the battle at the port, the one who had vanished unexpectedly while being monitored. When did he arrive here? Good evening, both of you. Chen Gong ignored Yanfeng Chili's hostile gaze, simply smiling at Jiu Yu Wu Mi, who knelt yet still fixed her fiery eyes upon him. Don't be so nervous, Miss Wu Mi. His tone was as relaxed as if he were greeting an old friend. We are not enemies. He spread his hands, wearing an expression filled with sincerity and cooperation. At least not on a certain goal. He slowly turned his gaze towards Yanfeng Chili not far away. Don't we share a common enemy and goal? His voice was filled with seduction. That is to eliminate this man before you, the greatest threat to your Qiqing, Yanfeng Chili. Jiu Yu Wu Mi's body trembled slightly. She looked at Chen Gong's sincere smile, and then glanced at Yanfeng Chili, who was on alert due to Chen Gong's appearance, finally letting down her last bit of guard. That's right. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Okay. She nodded. Seeing her finally bite the bait, Chen Gong's face broke into an immensely radiant smile. Excellent. He raised his hand, and the light belonging to Horned One shone brightly once more. Then let me bestow upon you the power to eliminate Yanfeng Qili for your Emiya Qiqing. Such a gaze. This gaze, which burned everything for a certain person willing to transform into a demon, was simply too valuable to explode. He no longer hesitated. Come feel this gift. As his words fell, a pure stream of magic surged from his palm, precisely entering the body of the kneeling Jiu Yu Wumi. The activation was exquisite this time. He did not push the magic to the critical point like he did with the fanatical followers of the church or Mephistopheles. Instead, he maintained it at a safe yet overclocked state that would unleash her astonishing power. Ugh! A force that seemed capable of bursting her body flowed within Jiu Yu Wumi. The two black keys that had pierced her arms were surprisingly forced out by her suddenly swollen and strengthened muscles under this force. The torn wounds began to heal and scab at a visible speed thanks to her recovery capabilities that far exceeded human limits. She slowly stood up from the ground. She was still clad in her black combat suit, but her aura had undergone a tremendous transformation, exuding a violent energy from her petite frame. What is this? Yanfeng Qili could clearly sense that this woman before him had transformed from a somewhat troublesome human into a monster capable of confronting him directly. Looking at his masterpiece, Chen Gong smiled with satisfaction. He took a step back, returning the stage to the two protagonists. Go, Miss Wu Mi. His voice like a devil's whisper echoed in Wu Mi's ears. For your chizzy, tear this man apart. In the next second, her figure vanished. Boom. The ground beneath her exploded violently. Her speed had completely surpassed the limits of humanity. She picked up the Calico M960A submachine guns that had fallen to the ground, but this time the bullets spewing from the gun's muzzle were enveloped in her magic. Tat 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 tat. Faced with this completely different barrage, Yanfeng Qili's expression lost its previous composure. He roared, instantly adopting the stance of Bagwazang. Iron Mountain Lean. Boom. He clashed heat in, using his tempered physique to forcefully shatter several incoming magic bullets. However, more bullets followed closely. Two different monsters engaged in a life-and-death struggle within this small forest. The battle was extraordinarily fierce. Yet in Chen Gong's eyes it appeared as if time had slowed crystal clear. Jiu Yu Wumi had indeed grown stronger, but this strength had its limits. Chen Gong deliberately kept the output power of the horn array at a delicate balance. This balance allowed Jiu Yu Wumi's strength to rise just enough to barely match Yanfeng Qili in a serious state, but that was all. Yanfeng Qili's combat experience and skills were terrifyingly high. He quickly adapted to Jiu Yu Wumi's frenzied attack patterns. Each of his evasions was textbook precise, and every counterattack targeted the small openings created by Wu Mi's excessive blood loss. As time went on, the effects of blood loss and physical overload began to show on Jiu Yu Wumi. Her movements started to slow slightly, and her breathing became increasingly labored. The scales of victory had begun to tilt towards Yanfeng Qili. So simple, so simple. Chen Gong watched the woman, though on the verge of collapse, still crazily pouring firepower towards Yanfeng Qili, and couldn't help but shake his head. Just having faith won't win you the battle. At this rate you will die. As if to validate his words, Yanfeng Qili seized an opportunity and lunged forward, delivering a powerful elbow strike infused with internal energy to Wu Mi's side. Uffed. Jiu Yu Wumi spat out a mouthful of blood, her whole body flying backward like a kite, with a broken string crashing heavily against a large tree. Not enough. She struggled, trying to rise from the ground, her gray eyes still burning with an unquenchable flame. 4. Chizzy. She did not attack Yanfeng Qili again. Instead, she turned her head, looking at the person who had been observing from afar, Chen Gong, with a gaze full of yearning, almost as if in prayer. Power. Please give me more power. As long as I can kill him, I don't care what happens. Seeing her eyes, Chen Gong's face revealed a smile of approval. He knew the moment had come. This battle was about to culminate in a spectacular explosion. He raised his hand, the azure glow in his palm reigniting. But this time, there would be no reservations. No mercy. No compassion. In his heart, Chen Gong silently recited the principles belonging to that strategist. Then he poured all the Sunto Bien-controlled magic into Jiu Yu Wumi. He let out a sigh full of regret. I originally wanted to spare you, but it's a pity. Looks like I'll have to use self-detonation. Chen Gong's words, filled with regret, and almost as if he were talking to himself, resonated clearly in the ears of both combatants. Self-detonation. What's self-detonation? Yanfeng Qili, poised to deliver the final blow to Jiu Yu Wumi, halted suddenly, and the kneeling Jiu Yu Wumi also froze momentarily. Neither of them immediately understood the meaning behind Chen Gong's words. I said. Chen Gong looked at their confused expressions, revealing a truly troublesome, helpless smile. He raised his hand and pointed at Jiu Yu Wumi like a general issuing a final command. Jiu Yu Wumi, now you should self-detonate. He repeated himself. Then, without heeding their thoughts or giving them any time to react. Boom. A massive aura capable of rivaling the servants like Saber and Lancer from the earlier port erupted from Chen Gong. If he had previously been an enigmatic magician, now he was a genuine out-of-spec monster. This sudden disruptive change left the two, already struggling to understand Chen Gong's words, even more confused. Servant. This man is a servant. However, there was no time for them to think. Chen Gong had already raised his arm like an executioner. Noble phantasm activate. In his eyes, always carrying a hint of a smile, only the cold logic of that strategist willing to go to any lengths for his goals remained. It's about time. His face illuminated by the azure glow revealed a cold smile. With cunning strategies and cold blood and everything. The one exploding is the horn array. The magic he had forcibly contained within Jiu Wu Mi had already reached its critical point, instantly going out of control under this release of true name. Ugh! Ah! Jiu Wu Mi let out a shrill scream, filled with pain and confusion. Her body began to uncontrollably swell, twist, and glow like a balloon suddenly filled with countless high-pressure gases. A surge of magic powerful enough to flatten this entire place was about to erupt from her. Looking at the dazzling fireworks about to bloom, Chen Gong's face showed no emotion, only cold words, as if stating some truth. This is a necessary sacrifice. Looking at the work that was about to transform into a brilliant flower of destruction, Chen Gong's face showed no sign of emotion. He was well aware that the explosion caused by the horn array using Jiyumi's mortal body as a vessel could not compare to the terrifying power of using a heroic spirit as ammunition. However, completely eliminating Yin Feng Chili was more than sufficient. Chen Gong certainly wasn't foolish enough to stay and admire the fireworks he had orchestrated. He turned around and instantly appeared next to the fainted Alice Phil, who had lost too much blood. This woman was still of use. She was the vessel for the little Holy Grail, and she couldn't die just yet. He effortlessly slung the unconscious Alice Phil over his shoulder like a sack, exerting force under his feet, and in a few leaps he appeared on a safe hillside 100 meters away. After doing all this, he leisurely turned back, casually placing Alice Phil on the ground, like an ordinary spectator waiting for the New Year's fireworks, gazing towards the forest that was about to welcome its demise. He could clearly see that Yin Feng Chili's eternally unchanging ice-cold face revealed a mixture of shock and confusion. She wanted to escape, but it was already too late. The woman consumed by love and obsession for Emiya Kiritsugu had transformed into a dazzling human-shaped sun. Goodbye, Miss Wumi, to shine so brilliantly for the one you love. You could be said to have died well. The next moment, boom! A silent explosion erupted from that forest enveloped in blinding white light. Immediately after, a small mushroom cloud slowly rose. The violent shockwave carried countless burnt tree remnants sweeping madly in all directions. The entire mountaintop where the Einsburn castle was located seemed to tremble from the intense explosion. As the shockwave gradually subsided, the world returned to silence. Only then did Chen Gong carry the still unconscious Alice Phil back, unhurriedly walking to the scene that had been completely turned into scorched earth. The area within several dozen meters had transformed into a black circular pit, emitting wisps of smoke, with the center being the most concentrated point of the explosion's force. Jiyumi, that loyal female assistant, left not a trace of her existence. She, along with her obsession for Emiya Kiritsugu, had utterly disappeared from this world. At the edge of the explosion's center, a charred, curled, human-shaped object lay there unmoving. Chen Gong walked over and gently kicked the corpse with his toe. Oh, a slightly surprised expression appeared on his face, as if it were within reason. How surprising that a complete corpse remains. One must admit the physical quality of the Chuch's executor was indeed monstrous. Moreover, with his holy shroud and specially crafted materials woven together, he had barely managed to preserve his form amidst such a close-range explosion, but that was all he had managed to maintain. At this moment, he had long since lost any trace of life. Chen Gong's lips curled into a smile filled with the joy of harvest as he crouched down, unceremoniously covering Yin Feng Chili's right hand marked with 3 command seals. The 3 command seals that should have vanished with their master began to slowly peel away from Yin Feng Chili's hand, like iron filings attracted to a magnet, all being absorbed and transformed by Chen Gong. Buzz! A brilliant light erupted on the back of Chen Gong's left hand. 3 command seals belonging to Assassin appeared one line at a time. 3 command seals. Very good, very good. But this was not the end. In the instant after claiming the command seals, dozens of different visions and perceptions surged into his mind. These were the visions of all the incarnations belonging to Hassan of the Cursed Arm, lurking in every corner of Fuyuki City. From this moment on, this strongest assassination and intelligence unit officially changed hands. Chen Gong felt the authority to control these nearly 100 pieces at will and could no longer suppress the ecstatic sigh that erupted from his heart, filled with satisfaction and excitement. The most suitable ammunition. A brilliant light flickered in his eyes. Finally, it's in my hands. Chen Gong stood up with satisfaction, feeling the powerful surveillance ability that seemed to encompass the entire Dongmu city within his sight. He casually issued his first command as the new master to the shadow beside him. Come out. With a swish, a figure donning a skull mask and draped in a black robe silently emerged from the shadow beneath his feet, kneeling on one knee in an exceptionally respectful posture. Master. Hassan's voice was hoarse and dry. He knew well that the master had changed. They had witnessed the terrifying explosion and the death of Kiritsugu Emiya in clear detail. He had wanted to intervene and rescue, but in the face of such a level of power, he had no opportunity to interject at all. Now the command seal on the back of his hand and the binding link of the contract were stark reminders of one fact. The man before him was his new master. Thus, as a tool known only for loyalty and obedience, Hassan's only duty was to, "We shall pledge our loyalty to you." Very well. Chen Gong nodded with satisfaction, gesturing towards the still unconscious Alice Fayer on the ground. "Take her with you. There is another good show to visit." "Understood." Hassan asked no questions, silently hoisting Alice Fayer onto his shoulder. Looking at this incredibly useful tool, a pleased smile appeared on Chen Gong's face. Tonight's secondary target was already secured. Now what comes next is to retrieve the primary target he had been eyeing from the very beginning. Inside the Einsburn castle, a battle-wielding intellect and conspiracy as weapons had reached its most critical stage. Amiya Kiritsugu held his beloved gun, cautiously advancing step by step through the corridor, filled with deadly intent. The entire castle had been eroded by Kenneth's moonlight essence, transforming it into a massive death trap. The floor, walls, ceiling, everything in sight could be hiding lethal magical traps. The air was thick with the metallic scent of mercury and the chilling pressure brought on by murderous intent. Every step Kiritsugu took was exceptionally cautious. His intrinsic time control was pushed to the limits in this complex offensive and defensive battle. The twofold time acceleration was enough to allow him to make the most precise evasions and counterattacks in life-and-death situations. Tat tat tat. The submachine gun in his hands continuously spat out flames, shattering a mercury whip that surged from beneath the floor. In the distance, Kenneth Elmalloy Archibald's face was ashen as he controlled his proud masterpiece, the moonlight essence. The silver, seemingly alive mercury transformed under his will into the most perfect magical armament that incorporated offense, defense, and reconnaissance. It would become sharp blades slicing towards the despicable intruder who dared to invade his divine domain from all directions. It would become solid barriers, perfectly blocking every potentially fatal bullet from Kiritsugu. It would transform into countless tiny, all-seeing eyes, relaying every one of Kiritsugu's movements back to his mind with crystal clarity. This was the ultimate and purest contest between a magician and a magician killer. One was a genius standing at the pinnacle of the traditional magical world. The other was a heretic proficient in all modern technology and unorthodox methods. Relying on his extraordinary combat intuition and accelerated intrinsic time control, Kiritsugu could find that slim, barely survivable chance amidst Kenneth's overwhelming network of mercury attacks each time. Meanwhile, Kenneth was huddled within his almost absolute defensive fortress constructed from moonlight essence. Although his attacks could never capture that slippery magician killer, Kiritsugu's counterattacks, whether bullets or wide-sword mines, also could not shake his indestructible silver barrier in the slightest. Kiritsugu could not break in. Kenneth could not strike out. The two fell into a stalemate of neither could harm the other. However, Kenneth's heart was filled with a firm belief of victory in his grasp. He knew very well that the number of bullets was finite, and that the suddenly accelerated magic would inevitably take a toll on his body. He could not possibly last much longer. Just a few more minutes. Once that despicable magician killer exposed a flaw due to physical strain or running out of bullets, it would be the moment for him to achieve victory. Just as he was fully focused on manipulating the moonlight essence, preparing for a new round of saturation attacks on Kiritsugu, a voice filled with leisure and mockery which he never expected to hear here suddenly rang out behind him. "Oh dear, Professor Kenneth, your turtle shell tactics are quite elegant indeed." Kenneth's body stiffened suddenly. He turned around sharply. There stood the man who called himself Chen Gong, leisurely leaning against a nearby rack. And behind him, an assassin emanating an ominous aura, while wearing a skull mask, stood silently, like a loyal servant. You. Kenneth's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. A mixture of shock and incomprehension appeared on his face, which was somewhat pale from arrogance, as if he had seen a ghost. Amiya Kiritsugu also halted his attack upon this sudden intrusion, his expression turning wary. The heart that had maintained its calm skipped a beat upon seeing Chen Gong and the assassin behind him. Assassin, this man shouldn't be the master of Berserker. Why is assassin with him? And in a manner of servant treating master with obedience. Where is Kiritsugu Amiya? Where is Tosaka Tokiomi? Then when his gaze landed on the unconscious white figure that assassin was carrying like a piece of cargo, his pupils constricted suddenly. Alice Fayer. Shock clenched his heart instantly. But what he was most worried about was not the captured Alice, but another figure who should have been acting alongside Alice yet was not here. Where is Mia? What happened to Mia? After experiencing the initial shock, Kenneth finally recognized the figure wearing a skull mask. Assassin. The servant who should have been eliminated by Archer on the first day of the war. Impossible. Was an assassin already out of the game? Why? Why are you here? His sharp questions echoed in the empty workshop, driven by the massive shock to his comprehension. At that moment, both were plunged into confusion and misunderstanding because of this disruptor who did not play by the rules. However, Chen Gong was not the kind of person who would patiently explain the ins and outs to them. He simply gestured for Hassan, who was carrying Alice Fayer, to keep an eye on the hostage. He himself leisurely walked towards Kenneth, who was temporarily stunned and had forgotten to control the moonlight essence. The kind smile on his face appeared more terrifying to Kenneth than any demon's grimace. Professor Kenneth Chen Gong's tone was so warm and familiar, filled with the intimacy of an old friend. It's been a while since we last met. Hope you've been well. As he spoke, he extended his hand and gently patted the magical attire that Kenneth cherished. I came today just to borrow your masterpiece for use. Unlike the atmosphere of despair and gravity that enveloped the outside world, the interior of the Matu residence at this moment was filled with a rare warmth and tranquility of a serene afternoon. Chen Gong was reclining on the soft sofa in the living room, leisurely flipping through a hefty tome salvaged from the Matu family's study, which contained records of their magical arts. Beside him, Sakura was sitting obediently on the carpet, stretching her tiny fingers as she earnestly tried to gather a wisp of feeble magical energy into a delicate butterfly made of light that danced in the air. No, Sakura. Chen Gong set down the book and gently tapped her forehead with his finger. The flow of magical energy should be as natural as a stream, not released all at once like a faucet that would frighten them. As he spoke, he guided the faint magical energy within Sakura in a more skillful manner. Soon a vividly lifelike butterfly glowing with a faint purple hue fluttered up from her fingertips, dancing and spiraling joyfully around the room. Wow, I did it. A radiant smile lit up Sakura's face, her purple eyes sparkling with excitement, and seeing her happiness brought a gentle smile to Chen Gong's face as well. A television mounted on the wall of the living room was broadcasting an urgent news report. According to our latest news, early this morning citizens observed an astronomical phenomenon resembling a meteor shower in the deep mountains outside of Fuyuki City, accompanied by strong tremors and bright lights. The screen displayed the site of the once grand Einsborn castle, now reduced to ruins alongside a massive glassy crater. Preliminary assessments by experts suggest that this phenomenon was likely triggered by the fall of a small meteorite. The relevant area has been cordoned off and authorities are conducting further investigations. Chen Gong glanced at the news on television and couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. What a straightforward and brutal way to cover things up, truly nuclear cleansing. He could already imagine the splendid expressions on the faces of Tosaka Tokiomi and the church officials when they faced the aftermath of that disaster. As he mused, a stream of information quietly entered his mind through the link of a contract revealing the latest intelligence from his assassin. Master Saber and her master Amiya Kiritsugu have left their hiding place and are moving rapidly towards the Tosaka residence. Oh, they're heading to the Tosaka residence. Chen Gong raised an eyebrow slightly, but then he relaxed as he could roughly guess Kiritsugu's intentions. Given the severe depletion of their combat strength and the extreme disparity in power, choosing to collaborate or exchange intelligence with the nominal enemy Tosaka Tokiomi to jointly counter him was indeed the most rational choice. However, Chen Gong bore no trace of worry on his face. He merely shook his head lightly, not taking this matter to heart. After all, from the moment he secured Hassan of the 100 Faces, this information war of the Holy Grail War had already entered a time exclusively belonging to him. Everything was under control, and he could choose to strike whenever he wished. He chuckled softly, redirecting his focus back to the little girl diligently learning magic before him. Come Sakura, let's try this next, the magic of turning water into ice. Meanwhile, the Tosaka residence, an elegant and composed abode, was currently shrouded in an unprecedented atmosphere of gravity. Tosaka Tokiomi sat upright in the main seat. Although he maintained an aristocratic calmness on his face, his slightly squinted eyes betrayed his intense inner turmoil, for the mage killer Amiya Kiritsugu was sitting boldly across from him. Speak your purpose, Amiya Kiritsugu. Tokiomi's voice betrayed no hint of emotion. I thought there was nothing for us to discuss besides our mutual slaughter. Now there is. Kiritsugu's response was simple and direct. He had neither the time nor the inclination for any unnecessary pleasantries or probing. First, let me correct a misconception. Saber's master is me, not Alice Phil. Kiritsugu wasted no words, tearing away the mask of deception that claimed Alice Phil was the master. Tokiomi paused momentarily, holding his red teacup, but his face showed little surprise as he had already suspected this through curious intel. And then, oi. He elegantly sipped his red tea, casually asking. An alliance. Kiritsugu's answer was equally succinct. Before we deal with the most troublesome enemy, let us temporarily cease hostilities and join forces to eliminate him first. Oh, Tokiomi raised an eyebrow. A troublesome enemy that would prompt you, Amiya Kiritsugu, to seek an alliance. Chen Gong, I believe you witnessed the aftermath of his battle last night as well. Kiritsugu's voice was cold and hoarse. However, the real reason we must join forces is that the man who calls himself Chen Gong possesses at least 3 servants. What did you say? Even Tokiomi, no matter how composed, trembled slightly at this statement, spilling a few drops of scalding red tea. 3 servants. He frowned, his face filled with disbelief. Amiya Kiritsugu, are you joking? Tokiomi scoffed incredulously. Or are you treating me like a 3-year-old child? 3 servants. Let's not even mention if the rules of the Holy Grail War allow for that. Just maintaining the magical energy supply for 3 servants simultaneously is nearly an impossible task. Moreover, it seems you forgot. A hint of sarcasm flickered in Tokiomi's eyes. Currently, 3 servants have already exited the stage, the eliminated caster rider and the lancer who withdrew last night. Adding my archer and your saber, there are at most only berserker and assassin remaining. Where would these 3 servants come from? Where do you think I can conjure a 3rd servant from? Facing Tokiomi's rational and aggressive inquiry, Kiritsugu's expression remained as impassive as ever. He continued with an emotionless tone. Berserker, and the caster who should have already been eliminated, as well as that assassin who should have belonged to Kirai. These 3 servants are all part of Chen Gong's forces. Caster. Hearing this word, Tokiomi nearly burst into laughter, the sarcasm on his face intensifying. Amiya Kiritsugu, are you treating me for a fool? Or did you lose your mind in that explosion? Caster Mephistopheles has perished in the clash with your saber's noble phantasm. Now you tell me that this dead caster belongs to him. Have you lost your mind? If he truly is the master of caster, then he only has two servants left. Assassin is curious servant, how could he possibly be involved with that Chen Gong? Yet even as he spoke, a certain ominous suspicion began to surface in Tokiomi's heart. Seeing the pallor spreading across Tokiomi's face, Kiritsugu knew he was beginning to comprehend. Therefore Kiritsugu continued in his cold tone, laying out the final pieces of the puzzle before Tokiomi. First, Chen Gong is the master of the caster Mephistopheles who caused the chaos in the building, not the master of Berserker, as we previously believed. The rightful master of Berserker should be Matu Korea, but Chen Gong possesses the authority to command Berserker. Secondly, Chen Gong is already the master of Assassin. According to my deductions, Kirai must have encountered him and his assassin during last night's battle at Einsburn Castle. The result was that Kirai was eliminated, and the ownership of Assassin along with the command seals was seized by Chen Gong. A cold glint flashed in Kiritsugu's eyes. And finally, Kiritsugu paused, stating the fact that even he found absurd, yet had to accept. The man named Chen Gong is himself a servant. According to Saber's assessment, he possesses a genuine spiritual foundation. The confusion lasted only a few seconds. After all, Saber and Lancer were seasoned warriors. Although their minds were still in a chaotic state, like a muddled mess, their honed battle instincts clearly told them one thing. No matter what this man before them was, no matter what incomprehensible secrets lay hidden within, he is the enemy. Since he is the enemy, then there is only one thing to do. Charge. Lancer. Oh. Saber and Lancer almost simultaneously broke free from the cognitive shock. They once again reached a silent understanding. No tactics were needed, nor any words. The golden glow intertwined with the azure lightning. The two powerful knights brandished their weapons, charging at the bewildering enemy with their utmost might. Attack! The strike of the invisible sword and the thrust of the demon-breaking lance sealed off all of Chen Gong's escape routes from two different angles. However, facing these two fatal attacks capable of splitting mountains, Chen Gong's expression remained that of ease, as if he were watching two ignorant children fighting. His figure merely floated back a step. Such a simple step seemed to contain some kind of foreknowledge, evading Saber and Lancer's seemingly inevitable joint attack with an incredible precision. So naive, so naive. He even had the leisure to shake his head and let out a long sigh in the interval of dodging the attack. Rushing in with sheer brute force won't work, you know. Then he made a move that nearly made everyone present, including the distant watching Amiya Kiritsugu and Kenneth, drop their jaws in astonishment. He calmly extended his hand, and countless shimmering blue glowing bamboo slips from the Xia dynasty materialized in his hand, swiftly combining and assembling into an ancient and mysterious battle bow. Then he drew the bowstring, and the arrow was placed upon it. Saber and Lancer's recently rekindled battle intent froze once again at the sight of this scene. He pulled out a bow and arrow. Isn't he a caster? What's going on with a caster class heroic spirit pulling out a bow and arrow without a staff or casting magic? Are you also an archer? While everyone's attention in the workshop was drawn to the magnificent battle bow in his hand, they fell into a new round of cognitive dissonance. In a blind spot, they could neither see nor perceive the assassin Hassan of the 100 Faces, who had been silently standing behind Chen Gong like a loyal servant, was undergoing a terrifying transformation. A flow of magical energy potent enough to make his spiritual foundation tremble surged through Chen Gong's treasure, accelerating to its limit within his body. The true noble phantasm, horn of the rampaging wind, had already been activated the moment he raised his hand to condense the battle bow. This is a necessary sacrifice, you understand that, right? Chen Gong's voice calmly echoed in Hassan's mind. Yes, master. Hassan's voice bore a hint of suppressed pain, but more was absolute obedience. He could already feel that the spiritual core within him was becoming extremely unstable under the catalysis of the raging magical energy approaching the critical point. Meanwhile, inside the workshop, after a brief moment of daze, Saber and Lancer immediately broke free from the absurd thought of why caster would use a bow and arrow. No matter what he is using, let's take him down first. The two rallied their battle spirit, once more preparing to charge. However, it was already too late. Chen Gong had already released his bowstring. Whoosh! The arrow shining with a deadly cold light shot towards Saber and Lancer like a meteor streaking across the night sky, accompanied by a sharp breaking sound. And at the very moment the arrow was released, the assassin's doppelganger, who had been standing back, also moved. His figure transformed into a black lightning that raced alongside the arrow, even merging into one with it as it surged forward. A petty trick. An arrow of this level. Saber and Lancer looked at the incoming arrow with disdain. They unhesitatingly raised their weapons, preparing to easily shatter it. Saber's invisible sword, Lancer's demon-breaking red rose. Clang! Their weapons accurately blocked the incoming arrow. The arrow shattered into a myriad of light points. Blocked it. So easily. A single thought flashed through both knights' minds. Good opportunity. Chen Gong's voice suddenly rang in their ears, sending chills down their spines. This is how you should attack. A sense of unprecedented crisis erupted from the shattered arrow. They could not see the presence of assassin in their line of sight. There was nothing there. However, their honed battle instincts screamed at them in hysteria. Run away. A look of horror appeared on Saber and Lancer's faces. They unhesitatingly attempted to retreat. But it was already too late to escape, because that transparent reaper had already arrived before them. In the horrified vision of the two knights, the fragments of the arrow they had just shattered suddenly emitted a light more dazzling and blinding than the sun. Then, boom, without any warning, without any buffer, a terrifying explosion powerful enough to overturn everything here erupted at close range, thus within less than half a meter before Saber and Lancer. Boom. In that deadly 1,000th of a second, which could freeze thought itself, time seemed to stretch infinitely. In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Saber and Lancer's minds. Run. There was no time. Defend. Ordinary magical defenses were utterly ineffective against the explosion of a noble phantasm at such close range. Master was still there. There was no retreat, no escape. At this moment, the two battle-hardened elite knights made the same and indeed the only correct choice: to confront the noble phantasm heathen. Excalibur. Saber's triumphant chant echoed through the courtyard, infusing the remaining magical energy into the holy sword, unleashing a resplendent beam of light that severed evil. Meanwhile, Lancer required no words. The red rose in his hand erupted forth with all his magical power, a crimson stream racing ahead, like entwined thunder piercing through the core of the annihilating white light. The sacred golden stream collided violently with the deadly brilliance of the red magical spear. Then, the two distinct noble phantasms erupted in an unstable annihilation reaction at point-blank range. Boom. A wave of destructive energy more terrifying than any before surged forth from the trio, sweeping outwards in all directions. The entire Einsburn castle trembled violently and moaned under the pressure of this horrifying explosion. When the blinding light finally began to fade, the castle was left in ruins. The ground had been blasted into a massive bottomless pit. Walls, ceilings, everything had vanished. Only a desolate wasteland remained. In the center of the ruins, a small golden figure knelt on the ground, gasping heavily. It was Artoria. She had survived. The Oathkeeper Excalibur in her hand, as the ultimate counter to the castle's destruction, had clashed at the last moment with the explosion, ultimately saving her life. Although she was now severely depleted of magical power, battered, and in disarray, she was at least still alive. However, the azure figure that had fought alongside her was no longer by her side. D'Armuid Ue Duibni. He had completely vanished. The red rose in his hand, despite its powerful anti-magic attribute, was fundamentally just a human-targeting noble phantasm. Its might was insufficient to withstand the pure destructive self-detonation of the horned array. In that annihilating light, this loyal and illustrious knight, along with his tragically fated destiny, evaporated without leaving a trace. So unfortunate. Standing at a distance, unscathed, Chen Gong let out an incredibly cold sigh at the sight before him. They actually released a noble phantasm. Holy Grail War. The third servant. Lancer was forcibly eliminated by the successfully launched assassin. The massive roar and destructive shockwave left Emiya, Kiritsugu, and Kenneth momentarily deafened. When they regained their senses from the violent tremors, they beheld the expanse of devastation laid before them. When they noticed the vanished figure of Lancer, both were astonished. Lancer had been eliminated. Was he just erased in one blow by Chen Gong using an attack they could not comprehend, which could even be described as cheating? How could this be possible? That was Lancer. A Lancer renowned for his martial prowess and agility. Kenneth staggered, his face turning pale as he realized that one of his legs was just gone. Emiya Kiritsugu's expression also turned extremely grave. Chen Gong's attack method was too bizarre, too unsolvable. It was even more unpredictable than Archer's overwhelming reign of noble phantasms. Saber. He urgently whispered to the only surviving servant who was kneeling amidst the ruins, "Can you still fight?" "I can." Saber gritted her teeth and forced herself to stand, aiming her holy sword once more at the unharmed instigator. Chen Gong, however, seemed entirely unfazed by their horrified and hostile gazes. He merely focused his attention on Saber, wearing a concern-filled smile that sent chills down the spine. "Is your magical power sufficient, Miss Night King?" His voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. That last light cannon was indeed formidable. "You must have expended quite a bit of energy, right?" Saber's face turned pale. Her assertion of being able to fight was merely a facade. In order to counter that terrifying explosion, she had completely drained the last remnants of her magical power. Now she could barely even maintain the Wind King's hammer, let alone unleash her curry stick again. But, as a king, she absolutely could not show weakness before her enemy. "That's enough to deal with you." Saber strained herself to point her sword at Chen Gong. "Oh, is that so?" Chen Gong reacted with an exaggerated expression of "I'm so scared." Then, amidst the increasingly horrified and despairing gazes of Saber, Emiya, Kiritsugu, and Kenneth, he raised his hand once more. The ancient and mysterious war bow coalesced in his grasp again. "Yua? That level of attack. Do you want to do it again?" Three incredulous exclamations rang out simultaneously. Has he gone mad? That level of power was at least comparable to an rank noble phantasm. Was his magical power infinite? Would his magical power not deplete at all? However, Chen Gong answered all their questions with action. He drew the bowstring once more, placing an arrow identical to the last onto the bowstring. Behind him, another incarnation of Hassan of the Cursed Arm, wearing a skull mask, emerged, silently standing behind him, like ammunition waiting to be loaded into the cannon. Assassin's projectile second shot. Load. A mocking smile appeared on Chen Gong's face. His eyes, illuminated by a ghostly blue light, were filled with absolute coldness. With cunning and cold-bloodedness, let it all end. The eruption is horned array. His gaze swept over the 3 audience members whose faces had gone pale from fear and despair. So who is it this time that will retreat? The arrow was about to be released. The deadly threat capable of instantly evaporating even heroic spirits once again enveloped everyone present. What to do? What should I do? Saber was already completely drained. Not to mention countering such an attack again, she couldn't even unleash the simplest Wind King hammer. Am I really just going to wait here and die? No. At this most desperate moment. From a distance, Amiya Kiritsugu raised his right hand without hesitation. By the command seal, I command you. A bright red command seal suddenly lit up on the back of his hand, and then vanished. Saber, fully unleash your noble phantasm. A surge of magical power from the Holy Grail violently poured into Saber's already exhausted body, like a river breaking its dam. The dried riverbed was instantly filled. Saber's weakened body, drained of magical energy, was once again filled with strength at this moment. Master, she felt the overflowing power within her, and looked surprised towards Amiya Kiritsugu's direction. Quick. There was no unnecessary chatter. Saber instantly understood her master's intent. She raised the holy sword high above her head again, and golden light converged towards the sword at an unprecedented speed and scale. This time it was not a hasty defensive counterattack, but rather an unreserved and complete, maximum output noble phantasm release supported by the infinite magical power of the command seal. However, is it a comparison of whose power is greater? Chen Gong's smile grew even more excited upon seeing this scene. He raised his left hand. Then let me add some spice to it. By the command seal, I command you. A command seal belonging to Assassin also ignited. My projectile, unleash your most dazzling brilliance. The command seal from the Holy Grail also vanished in a flash, and the immense magical power was fully poured into the Assassin clone, which was about to be launched as a projectile. Understood. Master. Hassan let out a fervent roar. Immediately following, cluster of the horned beast. Whoosh, Chen Gong's arrow was released. Excalibur. Saber's holy sword also swung down at the same time. The second shot, fully powered cluster of the horned beast, enhanced by the command seal. Faced off. The second shot, fully powered sword of promised victory, enhanced by the command seal. 2 noble phantasms capable of easily leveling the Einsburn castle. 2 noble phantasms, both enhanced to their limits by the command seal, once again clashed hidden in this already dilapidated Einsburn castle. At this moment the world seemed to have lost its sound. It also lost its color. Only a pure white remained, pure enough to swallow and melt everything. The Einsburn castle, a magician's castle that had witnessed centuries of history along with the surrounding forest. In this terrifying clash of noble phantasms, no explosions, no rumbling, just quietly, silently vaporized, erased, forever disappearing from the map of Fuyuki City. When that white light capable of turning everything into nothingness finally began to fade, nothing remained in the place. No ruins, no scorched earth, only a smooth glass-like basin. The Einsburn castle along with everything within it vanished, except for a pool of metallic liquid quietly flowing in the center of the basin, shimmering with an eerie silver glow under the moonlight. Are they all dead? Hassan, standing hundreds of meters away in the safe zone, couldn't help but murmur as he looked at the terrifying scene before him, as if a myth had returned. Of course not. A hint of lingering satisfaction curved Chen Gong's lips. He closed his eyes and shifted his consciousness to the view of the assassin clones that had long been set up by Kirai Kodomine further away, acting as eyes to monitor the changes. Soon he saw it. On the road several kilometers away, a golden petite figure was racing at a terrifying speed that nearly surpassed the speed of sound. She was tightly clutching the completely unconscious magician assassin. It was Saber and Amiya Kiritsugu. TSK Tisk. Chen Gong switched back to his own view, shaking his head with some regret. Even with the command seal enhancement, mass-produced projectiles like Assassin really can't take down a servant of Artoria's caliber in just 1 or 2 shots. After all, that holy sword in her hand is already among the top-tier noble phantasms of regular servants. But to be able to clash Hedon with a fully powered Excalibur, successfully forcing them back completely, leaving them with no energy left to continue fighting. He walked to the edge of the vast glass-like basin, looking at the only remaining trophy. In the center, a smile of accomplishment spreading across his face. That's already enough. He unceremoniously walked over to pack up the moonlight fluid that had turned into a masterless state after losing its owner in the explosion, which was Kenneth's last remnant. Ownership of Assassin, the hostage Alice Phil, and Kenneth's magical attire. Today's goals have all been achieved. Chen Gong clapped his hands with satisfaction. As for Kenneth, who was also caught up in the explosion and met an unclear fate. Oh well, who cares? Anyway, from now on this treasure will officially take the surname Chun. Although it would only be for a short time, soon it would become part of the material for the creation of the War God 5 weapons. The terrifying light that rivaled the rising sun illuminated half of Fuyuki City's night sky in an instant. Inside the Tosaka mansion, Tosaka Tokiomi abruptly stood up from the sofa. His face, which always maintained elegance and composure, showed unmistakable shock. What? What is this? For the army? No. This power is even at least that of a city-class noble phantasm. Against the army? No. The power of this is at least on par with a city's treasure. He rushed to the window, gazing at the radiant light in the distance that seemed to disperse the night itself, his heart skipping a beat. Who is that? Saber? Berserker? No. I must immediately find out what is happening over there. Without hesitation, he picked up the gem communicator, preparing to dispatch his most loyal disciple, Yanfeng Qili, to investigate the situation. However, Qili, there was only a dead silence from the gem communicator. Qili, a heavy dread surged within Tosaka Tokiomi. He tried to contact the assassin avatars that Yanfeng Qili had placed throughout Fuyuki City as eyes. But there was still no response. Whether it was Yanfeng Qili himself or the assassins scattered across the city, they seemed to have evaporated from this world in an instant. A strong sense of unease instantly gripped Tosaka Tokiomi's heart. He could no longer sit still. He immediately set off at the fastest speed towards the Fuyuki church. However, there he only saw his old friend, the grave-faced observer of the Holy Grail War, Yanfeng Rise, and there was no sign of Yanfeng Qili. Tosaka-kun, you are here. Yanfeng Rise looked at him, his aged face etched with fatigue. Just a moment ago, there was new activity on the spiritual energy board. Lancer has also withdrawn. Lancer has also withdrawn. Tosaka Tokiomi's mind was in chaos, with Assassin and Yanfeng Qili missing, Lancer withdrawn, and the terrifying extraordinary surge of magical power earlier. Although there was no news of Assassin's withdrawal, he felt a vague premonition that something important had completely slipped from his control. He'll leave the church to you. He suppressed his unease and left a polite remark. I must personally confirm what has happened over there. After saying that, he did not linger and immediately turned to rush towards the direction of the explosive light. Half an hour later, when Tosaka Tokiomi finally arrived at the Einsburn residence located on the outskirts of the city, the sight before him left him completely stunned. The forest was gone. The sturdy Einsburn castle that should have stood here had also vanished. All that remained was a crater over 100 meters in diameter, seemingly struck by a meteor, smooth and devoid of any features. The edges of the pit still bore the residual waves of two utterly different, yet equally terrifying treasure energies. What on earth is this? Even Tosaka Tokiomi, who had seen much in his life, was left speechless by the scene before him. And at this moment, the instigator of all this, Chen Gong, had long since returned to the workshop of the Matu family, gradually integrating his greatest spoils of the night, the moon spirit essence, into his awaiting upgraded artifact, the fused divine armament. As the last drop of silver moon spirit essence was perfectly incorporated into the liquid metal by Chen Gong's exquisite technique, a low hum resonated throughout the workshop. The silver moon spirit essence melded flawlessly with the original fused divine armament. A stronger, more agile and dangerous aura began to emanate from the newly crafted treasure. The metallic sphere suspended in midair was no longer the simple silver it once was, but had transformed into a deeper liquid mithril. Its surface was no longer smooth like a mirror, but was adorned with countless intricate magical runes that flickered in and out like breathing. The brand new fused divine armament was complete. He. Chen Gong's joyful laughter echoed in the workshop, filled with the delight of harvest. He glanced back at Lancelot, hesitated momentarily, and then placed a small safety measure in the core of the fused divine armament before turning to call him over. Come, Berserker. A gleam of admiration shone in Chen Gong's eyes as he gazed upon his perfect creation. Try your new half-body. Roar. The black berserker stepped forward, and as his finger clad in dark armor touched this completely new weapon, a perfect sense of synchronization instantly transmitted from the core of the weapon to his soul. Although the previous fused divine armament could also change form, each transformation required Lancelot to actively infuse magical power to shape it, like an artisan manipulating a fine modeling clay. But now it was completely different. With the integration of Kenneth's highly disciplined moon spirit essence and Chen Gong's ancient magic, this weapon seemed to possess a soul capable of continuous growth through constant refinement. With Lancelot, a single thought flashed through Lancelot's mind: sword. Buzz. The liquid mithril instantly flowed, elongated and solidified in his hand, transforming into a knight's longsword, more splendid and sharper than ever before, even subtly radiating a lake-like luster. Even the blade was adorned with exquisite enchantment patterns resembling ripples on a lake. Let's try something else. Axed. With a thought, the knight's longsword dissolved, instantly transforming into a heavy, wild, power-filled Viking battle axe. Spear. The battle axe transformed again into a sleek, shining knight's lance. Submachine gun. Rocket launcher. Even a massive kite-shaped shield that could protect his entire body appeared. Each transformation was several times faster than before. Moreover, each change no longer required Lancelot to expend magical power to control it. He only needed to think, and the weapon would automatically morph into the most perfect and suitable form for the current battle. This was no longer just a weapon. It felt more like a battle partner that could change infinitely and was connected to his soul. Roar. Even in his berserk state, Lancelot could not help but let out a joyous and battle-hungry roar. He could feel that with this brand new weapon his strength had surpassed the previous level. He absolutely thoroughly loved this new weapon. Lancelot was enamored with his new weapon, wielding it in the workshop with ever-changing forms, the surging battle intent nearly shaking the entire workshop. However, when his gaze fell upon the white-haired woman who was still in a faint state with a weak breath brought back by Chen Gong using the assassin, his joyful battle intent vanished like a flame extinguished by icy water, disappearing without a trace. That was another trophy of Chen Gong, the nearly lifeless Alice Phil, who had lost too much blood from being pierced by the Black Key and had subsequently been transferred and tightly bound now on the brink of death. Lancelot's wild aura immediately turned restless, emitting a low hostile growl from his throat, his feet instinctively moving toward her direction. His frenzied beast instinct seemed to sense the unique and sacred magical energy within Alice Phil, somewhat similar to Saber. No more accurately, it sensed the aura of the treasure known as Avalon, which was sleeping within her. That aura undoubtedly had an extremely deep connection with his king. Do not get agitated, berserker. Seeing Lancelot's restless demeanor, Chen Gong helplessly shrugged. Don't take your anger out on a half-dead body. He stepped forward and unceremoniously pushed aside Berserker's hand, which seemed intent on destroying Alice Phil. She cannot move yet, at least not now. All right, you go outside and test your half-body. He directly chased Berserker away and then focused his attention on the woman. At that moment, Alice Phil's condition had deteriorated to the extreme. This specially crafted body, designed to be a little holy grail, had suffered from the caster's assault and the terrifying clash of noble phantasms last night, leading to the departure of 3 servants. At this moment, her body was already riddled with holes on the brink of collapse. Chen Gong had always been merciless towards useless beings. He had no interest in being this woman's savior, even less interest in wasting his precious magical energy to maintain her crumbling body. His purpose was singular. Then, he lowered his head to look at Alice Phil's pale little face. Since you're on the verge of death, Chen Gong squatted down, reaching out his hand, the magical energy instantly covering Alice Phil's abdomen. Then hand over the trophy that belongs to me. In the next moment, he unhesitatingly unleashed his magic. A forceful power instantly penetrated into Alice Phil's body, extracting the azure sword sheath Avalon, which resided deep within her, with surgical precision. Puff. Without the peculiar power of Avalon to support her, Alice Phil's body, which was on the verge of collapse, yet still barely holding together, could finally no longer endure. Her body began to disintegrate and melt away like shattered glass. Her snow-white skin rapidly darkened, turning into patches of black ash. She let out one last faint groan filled with pain, then lost her breath, turning into a puddle of mud. Chen Gong looked at this tragic scene with no pity on his face. He merely extended another hand, unhesitatingly releasing dozens of threads constructed of pure magical energy, incredibly resilient. Swish, swish, swish. Those threads, like a spider's web, instantly wrapped around and bound Alice Phil's rapidly disintegrating little holy grail body tightly. Alice Phil was dead. Her duty, her mission, her meaning of existence had all been exhausted in this cruel Holy Grail War. Her life had originally ended here, but for some unknown reason, whether it was the little Holy Grail or something else, her body, which should have perished, still retained some semblance of vitality. Tisk. He clicked his tongue, looking at the massive body before him, akin to a white cocoon. Disgusting, but I'll temporarily take the little Holy Grail into my possession. He disdainfully collected the human remnants that were completely bound by black magical energy, yet still slightly writhing along with the Avalon that shone with golden divine light into his storage space. As for whether Alice Phil's soul still existed, who knows? Meanwhile, in a hidden cave. Cough, cough, cough. Amiya Kiritsugu gradually awakened from his unconscious state amidst a violent coughing fit. He shook his buzzing head, and what came into view were the jagged cracks at the cave's ceiling, as well as a petite golden figure sitting not far away, covered in wounds and dirt, quietly wiping the invisible holy sword. Saber. He hoarsely called out the name of his servant. Master, you're awake. Saber raised her head, her aquamarine eyes filled with fatigue and sorrow. Kiritsugu struggled to sit up, surveying his surroundings. It was a cave whose location he could not discern. After moving his body, he found himself tattered, but overall he bore no serious injuries. However, his wife Alice Phil was nowhere to be found. His assistant Kuya Mia had also not been heard from. And on the back of his right hand, the 3 marks that once represented absolute command now bore only the last solitary mark. An unprecedented despair silently crawled up his heart. Was there really any hope for victory in this Holy Grail War? Ryder had exited in an absurd manner. Caster Mephistopheles had also exited. Lancer had exited amidst the aftermath of last night's collision. But every remaining one was a monster among monsters. That archer who seemed to possess endless noble phantasms beyond standard specifications. That assassin who had always been elusive and had only appeared twice. That berserker whose fury could not be measured by common sense. And, in Kiritsugu's mind, emerged the man who had seemingly toyed with everyone from start to finish, the man whose face was always adorned with a relaxed smile. Chen Gong. That man was the most terrifying. He possessed strength comparable to a servant in attack, capable of countering Saber's noble phantasm. Under his command was Berserker, who could almost be considered Saber's nemesis. Even now, the assassin which should have belonged to Kirii Kotamine had all fallen into his hands. One person, one faction, simultaneously possessing 3 servants. He could even mass-produce attacks with power comparable to a rank noble phantasms. Moreover, Alice had also been captured by him. How could they fight like this? Kiritsugu's fist slammed hard against the rock beside him. Blood flowed down through his fingers. Damn. 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 His face, which always maintained absolute calm, revealed an expression filled with helplessness and anger, nearly breaking down. The enemy was unprecedentedly powerful. Meanwhile, on his side, Saber was in poor condition. His life and death were unknown. Alice had been captured, and the command seals had dwindled to the last one. He had gambled everything to participate in this war, all for that naive ideal of saving the world. Yet now it seemed this war had already been destined to end in his failure from the very beginning. Unlike the atmosphere of despair and gravity that enveloped the outside world, the interior of the Matu residence at this moment was filled with a rare warmth and tranquility of a serene afternoon. Chen Gong was reclining on the soft sofa in the living room, leisurely flipping through a hefty tome salvaged from the Matu family's study, which contained records of their magical arts. Beside him, Sakura was sitting obediently on the carpet, stretching her tiny fingers as she earnestly tried to gather a wisp of feeble magical energy into a delicate butterfly made of light that danced in the air. No, Sakura. Chen Gong set down the book and gently tapped her forehead with his finger. The flow of magical energy should be as natural as a stream, not released all at once like a faucet that would frighten them. As he spoke, he guided the faint magical energy within Sakura in a more skillful manner. Soon a vividly lifelike butterfly glowing with a faint purple hue fluttered up from her fingertips, dancing and spiraling joyfully around the room. Wow, I did it. A radiant smile lit up Sakura's face, her purple eyes sparkling with excitement, and seeing her happiness brought a gentle smile to Chen Gong's face as well. A television mounted on the wall of the living room was broadcasting an urgent news report. According to our latest news, early this morning citizens observed an astronomical phenomenon resembling a meteor shower in the deep mountains outside of Fuyuki City, accompanied by strong tremors and bright lights. The screen displayed the site of the once grand Einsburn Castle, now reduced to ruins alongside a massive glassy crater. Preliminary assessments by experts suggest that this phenomenon was likely triggered by the fall of a small meteorite. The relevant area has been cordoned off and authorities are conducting further investigations. Chen Gong glanced at the news on television and couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. What a straightforward and brutal way to cover things up, truly nuclear cleansing. He could already imagine the splendid expressions on the faces of Tosaka Tokiomi and the church officials when they faced the aftermath of that disaster. As he mused, a stream of information quietly entered his mind through the link of a contract revealing the latest intelligence from his assassin. Master Saber and her master Amiya Kiritsugu have left their hiding place and are moving rapidly towards the Tosaka residence. Oh, they're heading to the Tosaka residence. Chen Gong raised an eyebrow slightly, but then he relaxed as he could roughly guess Kiritsugu's intentions. Given the severe depletion of their combat strength and the extreme disparity in power, choosing to collaborate or exchange intelligence with the nominal enemy Tosaka Tokiomi to jointly counter him was indeed the most rational choice. However, Chen Gong bore no trace of worry on his face. He merely shook his head lightly, not taking this matter to heart. After all, from the moment he secured Hassan of the 100 Faces, this information war of the Holy Grail War had already entered a time exclusively belonging to him. Everything was under control, and he could choose to strike whenever he wished. He chuckled softly, redirecting his focus back to the little girl diligently learning magic before him. Come Sakura, let's try this next, the magic of turning water into ice. Meanwhile, the Tosaka residence, an elegant and composed abode, was currently shrouded in an unprecedented atmosphere of gravity. Tosaka Tokiomi sat upright in the main seat. Although he maintained an aristocratic calmness on his face, his slightly squinted eyes betrayed his intense inner turmoil, for the mage killer Amiya Kiritsugu was sitting boldly across from him. Speak your purpose, Amiya Kiritsugu. Tokiomi's voice betrayed no hint of emotion. I thought there was nothing for us to discuss besides our mutual slaughter. Now there is. Kiritsugu's response was simple and direct. He had neither the time nor the inclination for any unnecessary pleasantries or probing. First, let me correct a misconception. Saber's master is me, not Alice Phil. Kiritsugu wasted no words, tearing away the mask of deception that claimed Alice Phil was the master. Tokiomi paused momentarily, holding his red teacup, but his face showed little surprise as he had already suspected this through curious intel. And then, oi. He elegantly sipped his red tea, casually asking. An alliance. Kiritsugu's answer was equally succinct. Before we deal with the most troublesome enemy, let us temporarily cease hostilities and join forces to eliminate him first. Oh, Tokiomi raised an eyebrow. A troublesome enemy that would prompt you, Amiya Kiritsugu, to seek an alliance. Chen Gong, I believe you witnessed the aftermath of his battle last night as well. Kiritsugu's voice was cold and hoarse. However, the real reason we must join forces is that the man who calls himself Chen Gong possesses at least 3 servants. What did you say? Even Tokiomi, no matter how composed, trembled slightly at this statement, spilling a few drops of scalding red tea. 3 servants. He frowned, his face filled with disbelief. Amiya Kiritsugu, are you joking? Tokiomi scoffed incredulously. Or are you treating me like a 3-year-old child? 3 servants. Let's not even mention if the rules of the Holy Grail War allow for that. Just maintaining the magical energy supply for 3 servants simultaneously is nearly an impossible task. Moreover, it seems you forgot. A hint of sarcasm flickered in Tokiomi's eyes. Currently 3 servants have already exited the stage: the eliminated caster rider and the lancer who withdrew last night. Adding my archer and your saber, there are at most only berserker and assassin remaining. Where would these 3 servants come from? Where do you think I can conjure a 3rd servant from? Facing Tokiomi's rational and aggressive inquiry, Kiritsugu's expression remained as impassive as ever. He continued with an emotionless tone. Berserker, and the caster who should have already been eliminated, as well as that assassin who should have belonged to Kirai. These 3 servants are all part of Chen Gong's forces. Caster. Hearing this word, Tokiomi nearly burst into laughter, the sarcasm on his face intensifying. Amiya Kiritsugu, are you treating me for a fool? Or did you lose your mind in that explosion? Caster Mephistopheles has perished in the clash with your saber's noble phantasm. Now you tell me that this dead caster belongs to him. Have you lost your mind? If he truly is the master of caster, then he only has 2 servants left. Assassin is Kiria's servant, how could he possibly be involved with that Chen Gong? Yet even as he spoke, a certain ominous suspicion began to surface in Tokiomi's heart. Seeing the pallor spreading across Tokiomi's face, Kiritsugu knew he was beginning to comprehend. Therefore Kiritsugu continued in his cold tone, laying out the final pieces of the puzzle before Tokiomi. First, Chen Gong is the master of the caster Mephistopheles who caused the chaos in the building, not the master of Berserker, as we previously believed. The rightful master of Berserker should be Matu Kiria, but Chen Gong possesses the authority to command Berserker. Secondly, Chen Gong is already the master of assassin. According to my deductions, Kirai must have encountered him and his assassin during last night's battle at Einsburn Castle. The result was that Kirai was eliminated, and the ownership of assassin along with the command seals was seized by Chen Gong. A cold glint flashed in Kiritsugu's eyes. And finally, Kiritsugu paused, stating the fact that even he found absurd, yet had to accept. The man named Chen Gong is himself a servant. According to Saber's assessment, he possesses a genuine spiritual foundation. This series of information struck Tokiomi like a heavy blow, plunging him into silence, no longer refuting as he had just moments before. For what Wei Gongqiezi had said, although sounding absurd and unbelievable, was disturbingly capable of perfectly linking all the inexplicable events that had occurred since the beginning of the conflict. Yet it was damningly able to connect all those bizarre occurrences. The simultaneous disappearance of Yanfeng Qili and Assassin Lancer's strange retreat, the extraordinary explosion at the Einsburn Castle, and the current disheveled Wei Gongqiezi alongside his nearly depleted saber. These were all facts. Tokiomi's expression fluctuated dramatically, clearly an intense internal struggle and weighing of options was taking place. Wei Gongqiezi, observing his indecisiveness, knew he must deliver one final potent blow. Tokiomi. Qizi's voice was even hoarser and more solemn than before. You still do not realize the most terrifying aspect of that man. His method of attack. Qiezi recounted without reservation their final confrontation with Chen Gong at the Einsburn Castle last night, of course from his own perspective. That man, although classified as caster, wields a bow and arrow. A bow and arrow. Tokiomi furrowed his brows. Using a bow and arrow as a weapon. Surely it must just be some illusion or trick. A trick that can stand against Saber's noble phantasm Hedon. Qiezi retorted coldly. A trick that can completely vaporize Lancer in an instant. Tokiomi's pupils constricted sharply. The arrows he fires possess a terrifying power that rivals a rank or even higher noble phantasms. Qizi's voice carried a deep sense of helplessness that even he was unaware of. And the most terrifying thing is his magical power. He unleashed attacks of a magnitude that could rival Saber's noble phantasm twice in a short span. And it seems there was no significant cost to him. This statement pierced through Tokiomi's last pride as a magician like a sharp dagger. He suddenly raised his head. The image of that pit that had been turned to rubble, no should be said liquefied, flashed through his mind. An attack of that magnitude. Could it come again? Even more times. And do you not realize it yet, Tokiomi? Qizi's voice was like the whisper of a demon. So far those who have exited are not just the servants. Rider's Master Weber Velvet. Lancer's Master Kenneth Elmalloy Archibald. Assassin's Master Yanfeng Qili. All of them have exited together. This statement became the last straw that broke the camel's back, causing Tokiomi's hand, holding the teacup, to tremble slightly. He understood. He fully understood. It was no longer a time for an elegant victory, but a real do-or-die survival game. If they did not unite, the next to be wiped off the board by that Chen Gong along with his master could very well be Tokiomi Fujimura or the Wei Gongqiezi before him. I understand. Finally Tokiomi set down his teacup, revealing a cold, killing intent in his deep-set eyes that mirrored that of Wei Gongqiezi. Then let's work together, Wei Gongqiezi. Pleasure working together, Tokiomi Fujimura. Wei Gongqiezi's ever-stoic poker face did not reveal the slightest hint of joy. This was not an alliance based on trust, but rather under a common massive threat that could utterly crush both parties. Two sworn enemies were forced to reach a fragile ceasefire agreement for the sake of survival. As their brief and cold pact was formed, the atmosphere in the workshop did not ease, instead it grew even more tense. Then first, Tokiomi spoke to break the silence, his mindset as a noble magician quickly regaining dominance. What we need to do is integrate and analyze information. I have reviewed all records related to the Holy Grail War, be they official histories or hidden secrets. Tokiomi's voice was low and serious. In past Holy Grail Wars, there has never been a case where multiple servants or a servant who is also a master existed simultaneously. This completely contradicts the most fundamental rules of the Holy Grail War. Rules can be broken, Chiesi replied coldly. Since the three founding families can set the rules, they can naturally find loopholes to circumvent them. The Einsburn family once attempted to summon an 8th class. Are you implying? A glimmer of insight flickered in Tokiomi's eyes. That Chen Gong very likely also utilized some loophole we are unaware of to manifest as an extraordinary existence. As for his true name, you should have heard it on the first night. Wei Gongqizi's voice was low and assured. He explicitly stated his name, Chen Gong, and when he unleashed that terrifying attack, he chanted his name, Horn of the Charge. Without a doubt, he is the strategist Chen Gong from the era of the Three Kingdoms, the military advisor known in Eastern history for his cunning and ruthlessness. Now that we know his true name, things become much simpler. A trace of composure returned to Tokiomi's face, reminiscent of a magician. As a strategist, and with his class as caster, his inherent strength and endurance must be his weaknesses. No matter what methods he employs to disguise his archer abilities, he cannot change the essence of being a caster. They already knew the enemy's identity and saw through their weaknesses. However, the most critical issue now is how we can eliminate him. Kizi's index finger lightly tapped the table. This was the core issue that felt most despairing. A direct confrontation is nearly impossible. Saber spoke up beside them, her petite face filled with seriousness. I have personally endured his attacks. That power, even my Excalibur, can only counter directly with the support of a command spell, and such an opportunity arises only once. Her words deepened the oppressive atmosphere within the workshop. Moreover, he also commands that berserker who has an unusual obsession with me. Saber added. A direct confrontation is tantamount to suicide. Then there is only assassination. Tokiomi and Chiesi, two men with extremely poor synergy, simultaneously uttered the same word at that moment. As long as we can create an opportunity for Saber or my archer to get close to him. No. Chiesi directly interrupted his words. Your archer's personality is far too arrogant. He would never follow your orders to execute such a dishonorable assassination. Moreover, a cold glint flickered in Kizi's eyes. Our greatest advantage does not lie in a direct confrontation, but rather. He glanced at Tokiomi. That man does not know we have formed an alliance. Tokiomi, hearing this, slowly shook his head, his expression revealing deep concern. Wei Gongqizi, I think you may have underestimated our enemy. Chiesi frowned. If your intelligence is accurate, if that man has truly become Assassin's Master, then he has undoubtedly known about your visit here today. What? Kizi's expression changed instantly. Tokiomi ignored his astonishment and explained in a tone that seemed to articulate some cold law. You may have already encountered the abilities of the assassin known as Hassan of the 100 Faces. They are perfect eyes and all-pervasive information network. They can transform into nearly 100 different avatars lurking in every corner of Fuyuki City. In every shadow. Tokiomi paused here, looking at Wei Gongqizi with unprecedented seriousness. So do you truly believe your actions today can evade those 100 pairs of eyes? The moment you stepped into my residence, we must have already been seen by the assassins under his command. And since he is the strategist Chen Gong known for his cunning and schemes, a deep sense of dread flickered in Tokiomi's eyes. Do you think he would fail to guess why the two of us suddenly came together? The advantage you believe to be greatest is probably nothing more than a transparent joke in his eyes from the very start. Kiritsugu Amiya miscalculated. He instinctively stood from his own perspective, trying to gauge Chen Gong's actions, unaware that the latter was holding a card of information that he could not possibly deal with. Then Saber broke the silence beside him, her voice still resolute. Even if he knows about our alliance, so what? What we need to do remains unchanged to defeat him in a fair fight. Defeat? How can we defeat him? Tosaka Tokiomi looked at her and shook his head. With your noble phantasm, or rely on my archer. He pointed out the core dilemma they faced. Saber, you must understand that you have no trump card to counter his seemingly infinite noble phantasm Hedon. Although Saber was indignant at his words, she could not refute them. She clenched her fists tightly, feeling powerless as a knight unable to protect her master. Are we just going to do nothing and wait for death? She asked defiantly. Of course not. If we can't confront him, Hedon, then let's return to the original topic. Assassination. But who will carry out this assassination mission? Saber immediately countered. Archer is too proud to accept such an undignified task. And a hint of struggle appeared on her face, but it ultimately transformed into the pride of being a knight. An ambush goes against my oath as a knight. I cannot do it. I understand. Kiritsugu nodded. He was not surprised by this. Then the remaining task falls to us masters. He smiled wryly. But do you think that with just the two of us magicians we can assassinate a caster-class servant, especially in their workshop? Is there any chance of victory? What do we have to assassinate? Are we using our heads? His words, though harsh, revealed a fundamental truth. Servants can only be confronted by other servants. Only battles between masters belong to their stage. Masters. Fighting masters. Suddenly, a sharp glint flashed in Kiritsugu Amiya's gray eyes, which had always appeared as stagnant as dead water. He had an idea. Servants against servants. Masters against masters. They had always treated that man as an unconventional servant, devising ways to defeat him, but they unconsciously overlooked one thing. That man, despite possessing formidable power as the master of both berserker and assassin, was still a servant. Since they could not assassinate Chen Gong as a servant then, they would assassinate the true master of the berserker who had always been treated as a puppet, Matu Korea. Isn't this a solution? Matu Korea? The moment Kiritsugu spoke this name through clenched teeth, Tosaka Tokiomi's deep-set eyes suddenly brightened. Yes, how could he have forgotten this most vulnerable link? No matter how strong Chen Gong was, he commanded berserker through a certain proxy authority. As long as they could sever the true source of berserker's mana, Matu Korea, then they could instantly incapacitate the opponent's most powerful berserker. At that time, Chen Gong's forces would be halved. Beautiful. Tokiomi looked at Kiritsugu for the first time, expressing heartfelt admiration without any pretense. Truly the magician killer. He always finds a flaw in the blind spots that everyone else overlooks. Since that's the case, we can't afford any hesitation. All our actions must be based on the worst-case scenario that Chen Gong already knows we have allied and has guessed our objective, and we must deploy accordingly. Exactly. Tokiomi nodded. He knows we are aware of his information network, so he will certainly think we want dare to act recklessly in a short time. So the less preparation time we leave him, the better. As for the timing of our action, Kiritsugu glanced out the window at the gradually darkening sky. Let's set it for tonight. All right. Tokiomi readily agreed. The two masters who had been extremely incompatible in the Holy Grail War finally stood on the same front for a common goal. Saber will be responsible for the frontal feint, Kiritsugu said. Lure Chen Gong and Berserker's main forces out of the Matu residence. Understood. Tokiomi quickly added, I will have my archer create a huge commotion in another direction, diverting his attention so he cannot determine which direction our main attack is coming from. While they are lured out, I will personally infiltrate the Matu residence to execute cleansing on Matu Korea. Kiritsugu paused and uttered the cold word elimination. I will also cause destruction in the Matu residence to create maximum chaos and the best cover for you. Deal. Deal. The plan was finalized. An operation that gathered the forces of both factions, seemingly flawless in its execution, was about to commence. Of course, both Kiritsugu and Tokiomi were well aware that beneath this so-called alliance each still harbored ulterior motives. Kiritsugu was thinking that after eliminating Matu Korea, if there was still an opportunity, could he also eliminate Tosaka Tokiomi, this hidden threat? And Tokiomi was considering whether he could find an excellent opportunity amidst the chaos to have his archer take down the already weakened Saber and the similarly diminished Chen Gong in one fell swoop. This was a partnership filled with betrayal and calculation, but for now they shared a common goal. Inside the Kodo Mine household workshop, Chen Gong displayed a smile that was to be expected. Although Saber's rank instinct prevented his assassin from directly eavesdropping on the conversations within the workshop. However, he didn't need to eavesdrop. Through the assassin's head long placed outside the Tosaka residence, he had already seen everything from afar. He witnessed Amiya Kiritsugu entering the workshop and having a private conversation with Tosaka Tokiomi that lasted half an hour. He saw Kiritsugu emerge from the workshop, his face set with a cold, killing intent that expressed a determination to succeed. That was enough. Chen Gong leaned back in his chair and stretched, saying, so what will you do next? He didn't even need to conduct any complicated deductions. He merely needed to adopt Kiritsugu's way of thinking. Kiritsugu was a rationalist willing to go to any lengths to achieve his goals. He proactively sought out Tosaka Tokiomi, and the method he proposed was nothing more than the old trick of making the front appear strong while secretly preparing a sneak attack. Though he was not the historical Chen Gong they understood through his control of the Hundred Faces Hassan information network and his past life memories, he understood the personality and behavioral style of all the key figures present even better than they did themselves. A sardonic smile crept across Chen Gong's lips. He understood too well the two trump cards in their hands. He knew Saber harbored an unshakable pride as the king of knights and would absolutely disdain and never execute a sneak attack that went against his chivalric code. He also understood that making the proud archer engage in a direct assault was doable, but asking him to cooperate with others in feigned attacks and assassinations was akin to asking him to die. Thus, the only ones available to execute the assassination were those two masters themselves. The front line would have to be handled by those two disobedient servants to create chaos. Since the two servants were responsible for the frontal engagement, it was inevitable that he and Berserker would confront the enemy, so who would be the target for assassination? The most vulnerable, the one with a soft spot that could be fatally exploited, was just one. His gaze seemed to penetrate the ceiling, resting on the man upstairs who appeared somewhat weakened due to supplying mana to Berserker. Right? Kodo Mine Anya. My dear ally. There is no victory that comes without sacrifice. Of course, Chen Gong stroked his chin, acknowledging that in dealing with someone as unscrupulous as Kiritsugu, all possibilities must be considered. Given Kiritsugu's nature to ensure nothing goes awry, we cannot rule out the possibility that he might also consider Sakura a target for elimination. Then the countermeasures are quite simple. Lurking and waiting. That would be too passive. We shall relocate. Oh, let's change the battlefield tonight. Chen Gong stood up, a smile of excitement upon his face. He exited the workshop and issued an undeniable command to Kodo Mine Anya upstairs. Anya, pack up, we're heading to Mount Kozo now. Remaining here in this Kodo Mine residence that had already been targeted by everyone as a passive target was not Chen Gong's style. If we are to play, let's play bigger. He whispered to the shadow beside him, bring Sakura with us. Let's go to a sanctuary they could never dream of, absolutely safe. Swish. A figure wearing a skull mask emerged from the shadows, respectfully kneeling on one knee. Where is the safest place? Of course it is the church aligned with Tosaka Tokiomi. In the dark under the lamp, who would suspect he would hide Sakura there? Moreover, Kirii Kotomine well knew that Sakura was Tosaka Tokiomi's daughter. And then, since you wish to play decapitation, I shall prepare for you the best, most suitable guillotine for decapitation. That place is the epicenter of the spiritual veins of Fuyuki City. It is also the final resting place of the Holy Grail. The assassin clone showed no hesitation and respectfully accepted the order. His figure vanished like ink dissolving in water, silently stealthing toward Sakura's room upstairs. A few minutes later, Sakura was brought out of her room by several suddenly appearing mysterious uncles wearing skull masks. Though she was somewhat frightened when the assassin spoke in a hoarse voice, "This is your brother's command," Sakura obediently nodded. She did not understand why they had to go out so late, nor why she had to leave with this seemingly scary uncle. But she only needed to know one thing: this was her brother's order, so she obediently allowed the black figure to take her away, completely disappearing into the mansion with a gentle breeze. Watching the figure that had completely vanished, sending Sakura to the church, was certainly not solely for her safety. Although it was indeed the calmest eye of the storm in this tempest, Chen Gong's objective was far beyond that. He was quite covetous. He was covetous of the command seals held by Kirii Kotomine, the overseer of the Holy Grail War from past Holy Grail Wars. Those were not just a few strokes, but an entire armful, dozens of command seals. In Chen Gong's eyes, what were those command seals? They were clearly a whole box of armory-grade gunpowder. Each command seal represented a dose of the highest enhancement agent capable of upgrading ordinary shells to missiles. In this ultimate Holy Grail War, when facing that extraordinary hero King Gilgamesh, relying solely on Berserker and those 80 ordinary assassin shells would be far from sufficient. He must stockpile enough to decisively overturn the entire chessboard. A glint of greed and excitement flickered in Chen Gong's eyes. I hope the old priest will willingly hand over those storage fees for the sake of how adorable Sakura is. Otherwise, don't blame me for not respecting the elderly and loving the young. In the church of Dongmu, within the prayer room that always exuded an atmosphere of solemnity and reverence, Yin Fengli was performing his evening prayers before the cross, yet his heart was devoid of the usual tranquility. Chili had gone missing. Although the spiritual energy disk had not signaled the departure of the assassin, he couldn't shake off an ominous premonition. Chili. He murmured his son's name, his aged face filled with worry and fatigue. At that moment, a calm voice, seemingly capable of penetrating walls, unexpectedly rang out from behind him. "Your Excellency, Yin Fengli." Yin Fengli's body stiffened abruptly. He hadn't even sensed anyone approaching. He turned around sharply. He saw an assassin clad in a black robe and wearing a skull mask standing at the entrance of the prayer room, though he could not recall when they had arrived. In the assassin's arms was a small girl with purple hair sleeping peacefully, evoking a sense of compassion. "Assassin, my master entrusted me with this child to temporarily care for her at the church, believing it to be the safest place in all of Dongmu City." "Your master?" Yin Fengli furrowed his brow, his wariness unwavering. "Where is Chili?" "Where is your master, Yin Feng Chili?" The assassin fell silent. He gently placed the sleeping Sakura on a pew in the church, then replied in a factual tone, "The previous master has already exited the stage. Now my master is another esteemed individual." Although he had sensed it beforehand, hearing this cruel truth from the assassin's lips made Yin Fengli's body tremble involuntarily. Chili has truly encountered misfortune. Who is the other party's master? What is their objective? "My master said." The assassin slowly raised his head beneath the skull mask, as if a pair of invisible eyes were quietly observing him. "He has no intention of becoming enemies with the Holy Church." The assassin paused before continuing to convey his new master's words. "At the same time, my master would like to ask you for a small favor." He said, "Those command spells you are safeguarding. He is very interested in them." "What did you say?" Anguish was replaced by fury at that moment. The assassin had changed masters. Chili must have perished at the hands of this assassin's new master. The grudge of a slain child. It cannot be forgiven. How dare he come to demand the command spells from me? Dream on. Yin Fengli roared, unleashing terrifying power that belied his age. He sprang up from the ground, several sharp black keys appearing between his fingers in an instant. "You treacherous scum." He glared fiercely at the assassin, his voice filled with hatred and killing intent. "Don't you want to avenge Chili?" Yet in response to his inquiry, the assassin's answer remained cold as ever. "We are merely tools. Tools only need to obey the commands of the holder." Good. What a fine tool." Yin Fengli was so enraged that even his beard trembled. In that case, he no longer hesitated. The killing intent of the former chief of the 8th Mystery Society surged forth. "Then let this old man dismantle you, this tool." No sooner had he spoken than he moved to strike. However, it was already too late. At the moment he prepared to attack, a silent shadow materialized behind him. Thud! A poisoned curved dagger pierced his heart with pinpoint precision from behind. Yin Fengli's body stiffened suddenly. He looked down at the cold blade stained with his blood protruding from his chest, his wide eyes filled with disbelief. "When did? From behind me. When did? What a joke. How could Chen Gong dare to send only one assassin to act as a messenger against the former one of the Holy Church? In total 5 have come." A voice gently rang in Yin Fengli's ear. He saw 3 more identical figures wearing skull masks slowly emerging from the shadows behind him and from the ceiling. Cut off his arm. The first assassin to arrive issued a cold command. Understood. The assassin behind drew his dagger and struck. Thud. Yin Feng Li's right arm, branded with all the command spells, was cleanly severed at the shoulder. He let out a final painful groan before helplessly collapsing forward, raising a cloud of dust. Yu, the leading assassin, pointed at the one who had just completed the dismemberment task. Take the arm to Yuanzong Mountain immediately and deliver it to my master. The rest of us four will remain here. He glanced at Sakura, who was still sleeping soundly on the bench, slightly disturbed by the earlier commotion. Ensure her safety. Having said that, he vanished like a specter, taking Sakura into a hidden chamber deep within the church. The entire church returned to a deathly silence once more. It was as if nothing had ever happened. Chen Gong wished for the command spell. Did Tosaka Tokiomi not desire it as well? Especially after acquiring Gilgamesh, a servant so powerful that even he could not fully control him. The command spell was not merely a tool for issuing orders, it was the only reins tied around the proud lion's neck. Moreover, his alliance with Emiya Kiritsugu tonight was not simply to cut off the wings. He was contemplating whether he could, amidst the chaos, ensnare all enemies and secure a decisive victory. To achieve this grand goal, ample command spells were indispensable, so after formulating the plan with Emiya Kiritsugu, he immediately used discussing post-incident matters as an excuse and hurried to the Fuyuki church. However, it was truly a pity that when he pushed open the slightly ajar door to the prayer room, he was not greeted by his old friend's welcome, but by an overwhelming and lingering stench of fresh blood. Tokiomi's heart sank suddenly. He hurried into the prayer room and saw his close friend, the overseer of the Holy Grail War, Kotamine, lying in a cold pool of blood devoid of any sign of life. Next to his corpse on the pristine marble floor, written in his own still fresh blood, was a twisted line of blood letters. The murderer is Chen Gong. Chen Gong. Tokiomi's pupils suddenly constricted. A distorted expression appeared on his face which adhered to the family teachings of maintaining elegance. Chen Gong. A roar suppressed to the extreme, as if he would crush his own teeth, erupted from deep within his throat. But Tokiomi's rationality forcibly suppressed the surging emotions. Curious vengeance was unimportant. What mattered most now was the command spell. He immediately crouched down to examine Curious' body. However, when his gaze fell upon Curious' empty right shoulder, he froze in shock. The arm was gone. The right arm that bore all the command spells was missing. Unable to contain the roar filled with impotent rage any longer, it echoed through the desecrated sanctity of this vast and silent church. All his plans, all his calculations, his self-righteous elegance that he believed he could control everything. In this moment, all were crushed by the man named Chen Gong. And in the shadow of the bell tower at the highest point of the church, a manifestation of assassin coldly looked down at Tosaka Tokiomi, who was dominated by anger and despair, caught in impotent fury. He did nothing at all. Just like a most faithful recorder, he quietly waited. When the discomposed man finally vented his emotions and left the church in a daze, he slowly transformed everything that had transpired here into cold intelligence and silently transmitted it to the master high atop Ryuzen Mountain. Ryuzen Mountain at the summit. Chen Gong received the intelligence from Hasen regarding Tosaka Tokiomi's visit to the church. He stood atop a giant rock at the mountain's peak, overlooking the brightly lit night view of Fuyuki City, revealing a smirk filled with regretful mockery. What a pity, Lord Tokiomi. He could almost envision the man's helpless and furious demeanor in the church. It was just a little too late. Even if you had arrived just 10 minutes earlier, perhaps you could have seen Kirai for the last time before assassin struck. At that time, under the pretext of avenging my disciple and seeking justice for your son. How could that old priest who had just lost his beloved son possibly refuse to help you? Perhaps he would have been so moved that he would have given you all the spare explosives. Chen Gong shook his head, his tone of sighing, as if he were lamenting a poor soul who missed out on a billion-dollar lottery. But it was merely regret. Since he had already taken the lead to acquire the key, he now needed to make good use of this inheritance. Will he really come? A somewhat uncertain hoarse voice came from behind him. It was Matu Yenri. He stood behind Chen Gong, his face paler than ever before. Frequent mana supply to Berserker had pushed his already battered body to the brink of exhaustion. He knew he would not live much longer, perhaps not even through tonight. He will come, Chen Gong replied without turning his head, his tone filled with unwavering certainty. Or rather, not coming would be wrong. He understood Tosaka Tokiomi and Emiya Kiritsugu all too well. They would never miss any opportunity to eradicate this persistent threat once and for all. Tonight this place would undoubtedly become the site of the final showdown. I understand. Matu Yenri received the answer he sought. Then he took a deep breath, as if using all his strength to kneel before the man who had changed his fate. I seek power from you. His voice was not loud, but it was filled with determination. I know my body cannot hold out much longer. The Holy Grail has never been important to me. You have already fulfilled my wish to save Sakura. But, he suddenly raised his head. In the remaining single, I burn the flames of vengeance potent enough to scorch the entire world. At least, please let me, in the final moment of my life, personally take away that bastard Tosaka Tokiomi. Take away that culprit who robbed Aoi and harmed Sakura. Chen Gong slowly turned around. He gazed upon the man kneeling before him, begging for the power to exact vengeance. his expression revealing neither surprise nor pity, only an icy, unyielding calm. He extended his hand. Once again that familiar, ominous, yet lethally seductive indigo radiance flared to life within his palm. You must understand, Yin Yi, he said, his voice cold and crystalline. No victory is ever won without sacrifice. He lowered his glowing hand slowly toward Matu Yin Ye's forehead. And you must also understand. All lives hold equal worth, whether enemy or ally. Do you understand? Faced with Chen Gong's emotionless glacial words, Matu Yin Yi did not flinch. Not a single tremor ran through his body, nor did his lone eye blazing with the fire of vengeance waver in the slightest. I made my decision long ago. His voice remained hoarse, yet now carried an unprecedented serenity. From the moment he resolved to enter this Holy Grail War, he had already cast aside his own life, as a cheap disposable chip on fate's gambling table. However, he bowed his head slowly, the posture of unwavering resolve, and seething hatred softened in that instant into something profoundly humble. I have one final request. No, rather a plea. This rebel of the Matu clan, this man who had burned every last ember of himself for love and vengeance, now discarded the very last vestige of his dignity in the final hour of his life. I beg you. He pressed his forehead hard against the frigid mountain rock before him. Please, treat Sakura well. His voice trembled, uncontrollably, though he could see clearly that Chen Gong bore no ill will towards Sakura, indeed treated her with genuine brotherly care and tenderness. That warmth was rooted more in compassion than in kinship. And so let this be the last soul-selfish and humbly desperate wish of a man stepping toward death. Chen Gong's hand poised to descend paused midair. Gazing upon this tragic man who had surrendered everything, he finally let out a soft, weary sigh. I grant your request. With that vow, his indigo-lit hand settled gently upon Matu Yin Ye's brow. Go now. His voice warmed just slightly, tinged with humanity at last. Complete your final act of vengeance. As he channeled into Yin Yi both the infernal power capable of consuming his final breath and a single command seal, Chen Gong's mind drifted to a question wholly unrelated to the battle soon to unfold. How then shall I settle Sakura's future? Shall I return her to the Zenju household, to live once more with her birth mother and elder sister? The thought lasted but a second before vanishing. He knew all too well the merciless reality of the mage's world with the Zenju family's rigid traditions, and Zenju always unwavering obedience to her husband. How much true happiness could Sakura, the second daughter, ever hope to find there? Besides, Yuanbo Shichen would die tonight. That was certain. Then sever her ties to the mage's world entirely. Forge a new identity, place her with a kind, ordinary family as their adopted daughter, and let her grow up in quiet safety. That idea seemed promising. Yet, a deeper, more penetrating light flickered in Chen Gong's eyes. Sakura's talent was extraordinary, her rare imaginary number attribute coupled with exceptional magical aptitude. Such brilliance was like a diamond buried in sand. No matter how deeply concealed, it would inevitably be scented out, unearthed, and claimed by those predatory hyenas driven solely by greed. To let her live as an ordinary person, perhaps that was merely wishful thinking on his part. What then is the answer? Chen Gong furrowed his brow, a dilemma far thornier than winning the Holy Grail War itself. As he sank deeper into contemplation, a chill night wind swept up from the mountainside, fluttering the hem of his whitened purple official robes. He lifted his gaze, drawing himself back from the abyss of thought into the present. Below, the vast expanse of Fuyuki City lay cloaked in deep night, its countless lights shimmering like stars scattered across land destined for its final reckoning. His eyes locked onto one unassuming point among them. The Matu residence, long since abandoned, now yawning open like a blood-stained maw silently awaiting its prey. Chen Gong glanced at the sky, a faint smile returning to his lips. It is nearly time, he murmured softly to himself. Those two self-assured fools should be moving soon. Time to begin my performance. Having raided the police headquarters for ample ammunition and gear, Amiya Kiritsugu reappeared within the Yuanbo residence. Time's up, Shurchen. His voice was cold, decisive. We depart now. I know. Shurchen rose from the sofa, his face etched with undisguised gloom. Yuanbo Shurchen looked terrible. His mood tonight was nothing short of catastrophic. His dearest friend slain, his beloved disciple vanished, and, most unforgivable, the command seals he'd reserved to fully bind Archer stolen outright by that accursed Chen Gong. His once unshakable plan was instantly shrouded in the thick, suffocating shadow of chaos. Yet retreat was impossible. Now the arrow was drawn and must fly. He offered no explanation to Amiya Kiritsugu for his distress. None was needed. Their sole shared purpose now was to channel every ounce of fury toward their common enemy. Saber. Kiritsugu issued the command. O King. Shurchen summoned his servant. In a blaze of golden light, two mighty heroic spirits manifested once more. High above the Vimana tore silently through the night sky. Two masters, two servants. The most formidable alliance ever forged, born of necessity, yet rife with contradiction and mutual distrust, soared aboard that resplendent ancient flying vessel, streaking across the heavens like a meteor bound for the Matu mansion, an empty nest, a perfect trap. Full speed ahead. Tonight they would shatter Berserker's chains with the force of thunder and lightning. The Vimana hovered amidst the clouds above the Matu residence. This is the place, Shurchen said coldly, gazing down at the somewhat eerie mansion in the night. However, Amiya Kiritsugu frowned. His instincts honed from years of dancing on the edge of life and death warned him. Something was amiss. It was too quiet. Though the lights were on in the mansion suggesting someone was home, it was eerily silent like a grave. Wait a moment. He instinctively wanted to stop, but Tosaka Tokiomi was not inclined to heed Amiya Kiritsugu's advice. My King Saber. Without hesitation, he issued the command, draw out the enemy. Gilgamesh merely snorted disdainfully before vanishing in a flash of golden light. He had long wished to settle the score with that mad dog, and his master, and Saber, responding to Kiritsugu's helpless glance of cooperation, followed suit in a stream of golden light. Let's go, Amiya Kiritsugu. Tokiomi glanced at his hesitating ally. Once they emerge to engage, it will be our turn to act. Kiritsugu's unease intensified, but he could only follow along. Mado Mansion Main Hall. Saber and Archer appeared one after another in the desolate and silent hall. The two kings no longer concealed themselves, unleashing their imposing auras without reservation. The powerful surge of magical energy swept through the entire mansion like a hurricane. They were issuing a challenge to the owner of this mansion in the most direct manner. We have arrived. Come out and face us. Meanwhile, Amiya Kiritsugu and Tosaka Tokiomi silently lurked in the shadows outside the mansion. They were waiting for the moment when Chen Gong and Berserker would be drawn out by Saber and Archer. As soon as they left the mansion, they would swiftly infiltrate to execute the final decapitation. However, 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds, the entire mansion remained eerily silent. No response. Yuanzong Mountain Ludong Temple. Chen Gong was observing everything clearly through an assassin clone hidden outside the Mado Mansion. He watched the two powerful spirits standing in the hall, like fools posing, then glanced at the two assassins hiding outside, believing themselves to be perfectly concealed. A foolish smile appeared on his face. Really, you can still be patient at a time like this. I was initially planning to give you both a great surprise after you went inside. He shook his head helplessly. Since you are so uncooperative, then this welcome ceremony will have to start ahead of schedule. He glanced at the various precious magical tomes and materials he had moved from the Mado house, no trace of nostalgia on his face. He raised his hand like a conductor directing a symphony and snapped his fingers. Farewell, my temporary residence. Outside the Mado Mansion, Amiya Kiritsugu's unease had reached its peak. It shouldn't be. The lights were clearly still on inside the mansion. His Saber had raised her presence to its utmost. That berserker who would go mad the moment he saw Saber should be fixated on her right. Why? Why is he not coming out? Surely, they aren't. Not here at all. A chilling thought crept up from the depths of his heart. It's a trap. Yet it was already too late. The moment Amiya Kiritsugu realized it was a trap, boom. Without any warning. The underground spiritual vein of the Mado Mansion had long been rigged with countless explosive spells by Chen Gong, and the spells were triggered, causing the vein to explode from the core. The earth wailed. An explosion far more terrifying than that of a hotel blast erupted from right below the mansion. The ancient, eerie building couldn't even maintain its complete form for a second, as if a giant had struck it from below, sending it flying into the air like a knocked-over toy. In the even more violent shockwave of the explosion, it was utterly torn apart and crushed, transforming into a sky full of burning wood chips and rubble. Amiya Kiritsugu could only roar in anger at the moment before the explosion, using his cheetah-like instincts to grab the still-dazed Tosaka Tokiomi and leap backward. Boom. The devastating shockwave engulfed the two of them in an instant, along with countless deadly shards. The aftershock of the explosion took a long time to gradually subside. Where the Mado family mansion once stood, a deep pit still emitting wisps of smoke had completely disappeared from the map. Only a large smoking crater remained. Cough, cough, cough. Amiya Kiritsugu and Tosaka Tokiomi struggled to climb up from the ruins at the edge of the pit. The two looked extremely miserable. Tokiomi's always immaculate red suit was now tattered, his face smeared with black dust. Kiritsugu's trench coat had been torn in half by the shockwave. However, in reality, neither of them was severely injured, as they had merely been caught by the aftershock while standing at the edge of the explosion, and both had defended themselves at the last moment with their respective means. In the center of the explosion, as the golden light faded, the figures of Saber and Archer emerged once more, their heroic bodies naturally unharmed by such an explosion. But they were merely uninjured. Saber was fine, as she quietly brushed off the dust from her blue dress, her emerald eyes filled with seriousness. As for Gilgamesh, his magnificent golden armor was unscathed, yet it was coated with a layer of dust that made him feel incredibly disgusted and humiliated. Mediocre. A murderous intent more terrifying than the earlier explosion surged from this ancient king. He had actually been made to look so disheveled twice in a single war. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Chen Gong observed the enemies through the vision of the assassin, noticing that although they were in disarray, none had suffered any fatal injuries, and he shook his head with a hint of regret. What a pity, I thought at least I could take one down. He clicked his tongue, seemingly dissatisfied with this outcome. But never mind. He quickly let it go. After all, blowing up the Matu family was merely a casual move. He made a small diversion meant to ridicule his opponent and completely draw their attention away from the Church of the Holy Grail. The real focus is still here. His gaze returned to the vast summit of Yuanzong Mountain, which he had meticulously arranged as the final stage. He slowly settled into a rattan chair that he had somehow obtained, and the battle bow in his hand quietly materialized once more. He sat quietly, like the most patient hunter waiting for the prey driven mad by anger and humiliation to unwittingly step into his trap. Yan Yi stood silently behind Chen Gong. His body, filled with the power of the horned assault, appeared stronger than ever. Yet in his remaining single eye, there was little vitality left, only the remnants of dying embers. Berserker stood loyally at his side. His crimson eyes gazed down the mountain at the approaching Vamana. Everything was ready. Chen Gong's gaze fell upon the cocoon, tightly bound by countless threads of magical energy at his feet, which was Alice's remains. No, it was completely devoid of any human trace. It was merely a mass of flesh magical circuits, and the little Holy Grail, mixed together, constantly writhing. Yet Chen Gong could clearly sense an increasingly strong resonance between it and the great Holy Grail beneath him. Lancer, Rider, Caster. The souls of the 3 servants had already been absorbed by it, and only 2 more were needed. Once 2 more servants fell and their souls were absorbed by this little Holy Grail, the path to the root, the legendary wish-granting machine, would be revealed. And this quantity would soon be fulfilled for. A brilliant blaze of rage and the golden radiance of kingship had appeared not far from Yuanzhong Mountain and was rapidly charging straight towards the summit. It was Vamana, the enraged ancient king. Here it comes. Chen Gong looked at the approaching golden light, his face breaking into a smile filled with anticipation. He slowly stood up from the rattan chair, lifting the battle bow in his hand. Then, the final feast shall begin. However, before the main course is served, Chen Gong gazed at the golden king's ship rushing straight towards the summit, his face displaying a warm smile, as if welcoming a distinguished guest. Let us start with an appetizer to whet the appetite. He drew back the bowstring, and an assassin clone already prepared silently stepped forward. Horned assault activate. The noble phantasm activated magical energy, surged to its limit. Go, whoosh. The figure of the assassin shot forth like a cannonball, instantly disappearing from the spot. His speed broke the sound barrier, leaving a dark straight trajectory in the night sky. Its target was singular. That rapidly flying Vamana. Gilgamesh atop Vamana clearly sensed the ominous arrow shooting straight towards him from below. Boring little trick. He couldn't even be bothered to activate his treasury, disdainfully preparing to deflect it easily with Vamana's automatic defenses. However, boom! Just as the assassin was about to collide with Vamana, his internal core reached its limit and exploded in an instant. A terrifying explosion powerful enough to rival an rank noble phantasm erupted directly beneath the bow of Vamana. The violent shockwave and destructive magical energy violently struck the golden ship. Buzz! Vamana's golden hull shook violently amid a piercing wail. On the ship, the once stable flight posture was instantly shattered, causing the entire king's vessel to sway drunkenly in the air. What a steady! Saber and Tosaka Tokiomi aboard the ship were startled by the sudden violent shaking. Damn you, mixed breed! Gilgamesh roared in anger. It took him several seconds to finally stabilize Vamana's flight posture. When they finally turned their gaze back to the summit, a scene full of provocation and a sense of destiny clearly reflected in the eyes of the 4 of them. In front of the serene Sanmon gate of the Ryudo temple, 3 figures stood quietly. On the left was the berserker shrouded in dark magical energy. On the right was Matu Yan Yi, radiating an aura of death and vengeful flames. In the center stood Chen Gong, dressed in purple and white official robes, holding an ancient battle bow, looking like a general awaiting the final battle, his face adorned with a confident smile, silently awaiting their arrival. The final battlefield lay before everyone. Ambush. Assassination. After witnessing the other party's ability to shoot down the rapidly flying Vamana in such an unfathomable manner, the last flicker of hope for a surprise attack in Tosaka Tokiomi and Amiya Kiritsugu's hearts was finally extinguished. It was already completely unnecessary. Since all schemes and tricks had failed, what remained was the most primal and brutal, a frontal assault. The Vamana slowly descended before the long stone steps leading to the entrance of Ludong Temple. Saber, Amiya Kiritsugu, and Tosaka Tokiomi stepped down from the royal vessel in succession, gazing up at the 3 figures standing at the top of the steps, their faces etched with gravity. Except for Gilgamesh. He showed no interest in stepping down from his throne. Instead, he coldly looked down with a contemptuous gaze at the fool daring to provoke his authority time and again. Mongrel, tonight I shall make you understand the insurmountable chasm between a true king and a mere insect. I can't even be bothered to waste any more words. A hum echoed as hundreds of golden whirlpools opened in the void behind him. Treasures of the king, unleash. Let your despicable deaths bring this boring farce to an end. Thousands of authentic brank treasures were unleashed like ammunition, without cost, instantaneously transforming into a golden meteor shower capable of erasing the entirety of Yuanzhong Mountain from the map. They descended destructively upon the 3 diminutive figures atop the mountain. Yet in the face of this overwhelming cataclysm, Chen Gong, standing before the mountain gate, remained calm and confident. It's merely a clash of treasures. A mocking smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Is it a contest of who has more ammunition? That's so dull. Let's compare equivalents. He raised his battle bow high. This is a necessary sacrifice. Horn of the Rampant. At his command, over a dozen faceless Hassans wearing skull masks emerged from the shadows of the seemingly tranquil dark forest behind him. Then, Under the terrifying amplification of Horn of the Rampant, the shells were simultaneously ignited, accelerated, and fired. Boom, 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 boom. A dozen black meteors erupted into the sky, like a volcanic eruption shooting forth from the summit of Yuanzhong Mountain. They met the rain of treasures falling from the sky. Black and gold, mass-produced shells, and collected treasures. Chen Gong's army and the King of Heroes' treasury. The collision of quality and quantity, two vastly different torrents of terror clashed in this final battleground above Yuanzhong Mountain. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions strong enough to shake the entire Fuyuki city thundered above Yuanzhong Mountain. The sky seemed to be completely ignited by this black and golden fiery spectacle. Countless fragments of brank treasures shattered in the terrifying explosive energy, scattering like burning scrap metal in all directions. The rain of treasures that should have leveled everything was unexpectedly intercepted and destroyed midair by the dozen human cannonballs. And below, amidst the deafening explosions that sounded like a battle cry, the fighting spirit of everyone was ignited. Under the cover of the explosive flames and smoke, Saber and Berserker, who had been eyeing each other since the beginning, moved. In their eyes there was only each other left. Saber's figure transformed into a streak of golden lightning. Berserker's figure became a black torrent. Both wielded their swords propelled by momentum and resentment, charging fiercely at each other. When the crisp yet profoundly heavy clash of metal echoed across the mountaintop, the duel between the righteous King of Knights and her twisted chef officially commenced at that moment. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tosaka Tokiomi finally faced the one person he had always looked down upon and despised the most, a failure. Matu Kariya. He gazed at the man exuding an ominous aura of death, yet whose eyes burned with the fire of vengeance, his face revealing a cold smile filled with pity. You look truly dreadful in this state. To turn yourself into this ghostly figure for that absurd and unrealistic fantasy. Do you regret it, eh? Tokiomi. The words squeezed out of Matu Kariya's mouth, each syllable seemingly drained of his strength and hate. You have the gall to ask if I regret it. His remaining single eye fixed on the impeccably dressed man before him, who seemed even colder than any demon. It's you. His voice sharpened. It's you. For your ridiculous magical path. You personally pushed Sakura into that hell. It's you. To maintain your hypocritical elegance. To watch as always suffered from losing her daughter, yet remained indifferent. You bastard. You have no heart at all. Foolish. Tokiomi's response to Kariya's heart-wrenching accusations remained cold, devoid of any emotion. Sakura becoming the Matu family's heir and continuing the magician's legacy is her honor. And Aoi as my wife must bear this sacrifice for the future of the Tosaka family. All of this is merely a trivial price to be paid for reaching the root for this noble goal. Price. Kariya laughed. His laughter was so desolate, so mad. Then today let you pay the price for your noble goal. Let's pay the price. The moment the words fell, countless black imprints surged from beneath him like a tide. They converged into multiple black arrows and tentacles rushing towards Tosaka Tokiomi with a piercing hum. This was the malevolent and vicious insect magic passed down through the Matu family for centuries. Faced with this insect tide that could make even ordinary magicians pale in fear, Tosaka Tokiomi's face remained its calm and composed elegance. He raised his hand, the ornate staff embedded with a massive ruby radiating brilliant light in his grasp. Flame. Several prepared gemstones flew out of his pocket, suspending before him, and then flames erupted from the gems, forming a scorching barrier of fire. Boom. The black insect tide collided violently with the red flames. The insect's hard shells crumbled before the high-temperature flames of the gem magic that could melt steel. The insects were incinerated into charred remains before they could even close in on Shurchen, falling to the ground like rain. You truly have made no progress, Yinyi. Shurchen looked at his retreating opponent from behind the blazing wall of flames, a mocking smile once again gracing his face. At this point, are you still relying on the petty tricks of the Matu family? Can't you see the vast chasm between your meager skills and my own? Indeed, that was correct. When it came to mastery of magic and strength, the half-baked Matu Yinyi, who had only recently taken up magic and whose body was already hollowed out, stood at an insurmountable distance from the traditional magician Tosaka Shurchen. His insect magic was completely countered by Shichen's flames. However, Shurchen had miscalculated one thing. Yinyi had no intention of defeating him with magic tonight. What he sought was the power from Chen Gong, not to strengthen those pitiful little insects. Indeed. In the face of Shichen's mockery, Yinyi unexpectedly smiled. A smile of relief appeared on his face, which had long been twisted by pain and hatred. He understood that the Horned One enhanced his body rather than his magic. It caused his already broken magical circuits to operate in a frenzied overload, as if in a suicidal manner. And there was only one true use for this power. You're not wrong, Shurchen. Just as he spoke, he suddenly pushed off the ground. That seemingly weak body erupted with terrifying speed and strength comparable to a heroic spirit at that moment. He completely abandoned all long-range magical attacks. He transformed into a black arrow, targeting the momentary gap in Shichen's defense created by maintaining the wall of flames. Straightforwardly, he charged towards him. Just outside the mountain gate, all battles erupted, and everyone's focus was consumed by the fierce fighting. A figure nearly blending into the night silently bypassed all frontal battlefields. From an extremely tricky angle, it infiltrated the Ludong temple, which was supposed to serve as a background. Kiritsugu Amiya. His target was never Matu Yanyi from the very beginning, although he had sworn to assassinate Matu Yanyi alongside Tosaka Shurchin and Saber. However, for someone like him who ingrained the ideology of sacrificing the few to save the many, killing Matu Yanyi was indeed important. But it was not the most efficient. He had heard from Aliceville that Chen Gong always had a little girl around 6 or 7 years old by his side, an ordinary little girl with no ability to resist, as long as he could control her. Then both Chen Gong and that insane berserker's master would inevitably be constrained by their fears. This was the simplest and most effective. General Kiritsugu Amiya's true target was always that child. He utilized his extensive infiltration experience and the acceleration of temporal control to swiftly navigate through the complex buildings of Ludong Temple searching. But it was strange. He couldn't find her, whether it was the guest rooms, the main hall, or the Zen rooms. They were all empty. That child was simply not here. As his doubts grew heavier, he sensed an extremely faint yet familiar magical fluctuation from a remote little shed in the back courtyard of the temple, which looked like a storage room. He cautiously approached, gently pushing open the slightly ajar wooden door. Then, he saw it. He saw the terrifying sight that could shatter his already frozen heart. In the center of the room lay a massive, writhing mass tightly bound by countless threads of magic, an indescribable flesh lump quietly resting there. That familiar magic. On that flesh mass, the tattered remnants of white clothing could be vaguely seen. No. Kiritsugu's pupils suddenly constricted. Impossible. His body began to tremble uncontrollably. Impossible. Just as he was about to completely collapse from this immense shock, a cold, emotionless figure slowly emerged from the shadows beside him. You actually found me. A doppelganger of Hassan of the Cursed Arm leaned against the doorframe with crossed arms, speaking in a mocking tone as if he were watching a play. This was all arranged by the master, otherwise he would not have allowed Kiritsugu to sneak in. Kiritsugu suddenly turned his head, the gun in his hand instantly aimed at the suddenly appearing assassin. What have you done? His voice was hoarse like two rusty iron sheets rubbing against each other. I haven't done anything, Hassan shrugged. But I advise you to leave the master's little Holy Grail quickly. Otherwise, little Holy Grail. The term struck Kiritsugu like a lightning bolt, shattering the tension in his mind. No matter how much he disbelieved, no matter how unwilling he was to accept, but he knew. He was more aware than anyone else. Aliceville's body was the vessel for the soul of a deceased servant, the little Holy Grail. Alice. He gazed at the mass that was still slightly writhing, but had completely lost any semblance of human form. Alice. Cry. Wail. Kiritsugu Amiya didn't even have time to grieve. The assassin who had been coldly watching from the side moved. For him, this was the best opportunity to eliminate his target. Whoosh! A deadly glint of poisoned light silently pierced toward his back like a snake's fang. Even at the brink of complete mental collapse, Kiritsugu Amiya's battle instincts, deeply ingrained in his bones like those of a beast, still existed. Temporal control, fourfold speed. His own time flow was forcibly accelerated fourfold in that instant. Just before Assassin's inevitable attack was about to reach his back, Kiritsugu's figure suddenly moved sideways like a phantom in a videotape that had been fast-forwarded 4 times. Puff! The poisoned dagger barely managed to slice a long gash across his windbreaker, just narrowly evading this lethal strike. But it was merely an evasion. Without a moment's hesitation, the assassin, having missed his strike, reappeared like a ghost, unleashing dozens of black flying knives like a torrential downpour to seal off all of Chihiro's escape routes. I can't win. Chihiro made an instant judgment. His current state could no longer engage in a direct confrontation with a servant of the assassin class. He took a deep glance back at the mask that was once his wife. Then he left. He no longer harbored any lingering attachments or hesitations, transforming into a blurred black phantom in the quadruple speed flow of time, dashing out of the room that had buried his last remnants of humanity, escaping from the Ludong Temple, filled with conspiracies and schemes. He completely vanished into the cold night. Can't I escape even if I can't win? The assassin watched the silhouette that vanished without a trace and chose not to pursue, for his master's command was simply eliminate him if he poses a threat to the little Holy Grail. Since he had left on his own, the mission was considered complete. He merely transformed everything that had occurred here into intelligence, relaying it back to the master who was battling the golden flashes in the sky outside the mountain gate. Chen Gong was naturally aware of Amiya Chihiro's situation. While maintaining a fierce confrontation with the endless treasures of the king in the sky, he calmly received intelligence from various eyes all around. Has he escaped? His other assassin avatars had clearly seen the trajectory of Amiya Chihiro's escape at quadruple speed. Although the assassins couldn't catch up, confirming his position was sufficient. More decisive than I had imagined. Chen Gong's mind raced. But that's fine. What kind of waves can a magician assassin with a shattered heart stir up next? Yet his hands did not cease their movements. Beneath the wide sleeves of the white-purple official robe that fluttered with the currents of magical power, no one could see that the mark he had just inherited from Kiritsugu had quietly ignited, transforming into immense magical power. The horn activated again. Another assassin who had long been on standby was instantly enhanced. Go! The arrow in his hand was released once more. The bullet of the enhanced assassin followed suit, becoming an even darker and more violent meteor soaring into the sky. This time with the additional boost from the command seal, the power of this shell was elevated to a new level. Boom. A more intense explosion erupted in the high sky. The golden body of the Vimana emitted a piercing, unbearable wail under the strain of this suddenly amplified explosion. The entire king's vessel seemed to be struck hard by an invisible giant hand abruptly sinking down and shaking violently. Mongrel. Gilgamesh's proud face finally revealed a hint of impatience, as if he was no longer willing to continue playing this lowly game of tossing trash at each other. Since you wish to compete in quality, then this king shall oblige you. A cold glint flickered in his eyes. Buzz. At that moment, the hundreds of golden whirlpools behind him all transformed together. The previously flashy yet mostly B and C grade mass-produced goods vanished in an instant. In their place were ancient-looking, terrifying artifacts, each capable of being the trump card of a top-tier heroic spirit. A grade, even a grade top-tier treasures. Durandal, Calidbalk, and countless unnamed ones exuding a terrifying aura. Let this king see. Your arrow's quality pales in comparison to this king's absolute quality. What chances do you have left? Oh, finally willing to bring out some decent treasures. Faced with those hundreds of A-grade treasures capable of making any hero despair, Chen Gong's face showed not a hint of fear, but rather a smile filled with anticipation and excitement. That's truly something I desire. What of an A-grade treasure? A treasure that cannot unleash its true name. Chen Gong's voice suddenly rose, filled with absolute confidence and the deepest understanding of this king before him. What difference is there between your Gilgamesh's hands and a pile of glowing scrap metal? You are still just throwing. If so, let us compare. Whose scrap metal flies faster? Or my shells explode louder? Underneath those wide sleeves, a brilliant red glow appeared as if it could pierce through the sleeves. One stroke. Another stroke. Another stroke. The command seals he had just inherited from Kiritsugu, still warm, were being burned wildly like firewood without care. The horn activated. The horn activated. The horn activated. Treasures were released continuously. Assassin shells were loaded endlessly, firing continuously. Each shell was enhanced to the utmost by the power of the command seal. Each shell possessed terrifying power capable of competing heat-in with A-grade treasures. Boom, 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 boom. The sky transformed into a hellish realm. The golden light of destruction and the pitch-black flames of self-detonation collided without pause above Yuanzhong Mountain. Exploding. The series of explosions roared continuously, creating a shockwave visible to the naked eye that spread in all directions. The entire Ludong temple was violently shaking, wailing, and collapsing under the relentless explosions that seemed to herald the end of days. And below, on the battlefield belonging to the master. Anti-die. Now this is the moment. Tosaka Tokitoki gazed at the sky illuminated by the clash of noble phantasms, then glanced at Matu Sakura, who was rigid from controlling her servant. A flicker of pain crossed his eyes, but it was overshadowed by a deadly determination. He raised the staff in his hand with force. The large gem he had treasured for over a decade at the staff's tip shone brilliantly at that moment. It truly pained him. This was his last trump card, prepared for the worst-case scenario. But for the victory of the Holy Grail War. For the Tosaka family's century-old wish. Everything was worth it. However, just as the gem, which contained the essence of Tosaka Tokitoki's lifetime of magic, was about to unleash its devastating strike, he neglected a crucial detail. The Matu Sakura, whom he deemed certainly doomed, was now revealing not despair nor fear on her blood and dirt-covered contorted face, but a fierce smile filled with desperation and madness. That's right, Sakura couldn't escape. His body, already on the brink of collapse from the effects of the horns of frenzy, could not evade this sudden lethal strike. But he never even considered fleeing. In that case, Sakura let out a roar filled with the scent of blood akin to a beast. Then let's perish together. The last and brightest light of his life erupted from his remaining eye. The enormous magical power, already accelerated to its limit within him by the horns of frenzy, was at that moment unleashed by his final will. It detonated completely. He transformed himself into a bomb akin to Chen Gong's assassin, but filled with vengeance and hatred. No. Tosaka Tokitoki's face, usually marked by grace and composure, revealed one last expression of fear and disbelief collapsing. Matu Sakura. This bastard. This waste. This man whom he had always looked down upon as a mere ant-like loser. How dare he? How dare he choose to perish alongside himself in such a manner? Boom. There were no more uncertainties. The red gem magic. And the black critical self-detonation. Two completely different, yet equally lethal and terrifying magical forces. In that moment, in the most primal, most brutal, and most ironic way, they collided heat-in, just before the destructive magic was about to devour everything. Time seemed to slow down once more. Matu Sakura's eyes were devoid of flames and light. She simply watched quietly. She looked at the man pinned beneath her. Once proud and graceful, he was now beaten to a pulp by her own fists. This man whose face was etched with fear and confusion. Tosaka Tokitoki. And then, she smiled in relief. Aoi, Sakura, I have avenged you. She looked at the arm, already broken and bearing the final 3 command seals. By command seal I command you. Her voice sounded so weak amidst the impending destruction, yet it was so clear. This should be well my last words. Berserker. You must win against Saber. By command seal, return to life. You must achieve victory. The final command seal, I command you. With the last shred of strength, she shouted her final last words. Berserker, help Chen Gong win this Holy Grail War. The third command seal was utterly burned away. The power of the three command seals transformed into three massive torrents of magical energy sufficient to overturn the battle, surging into the Berserker, who was fiercely clashing with Saber. Roar! A terrifying black magical storm erupted from Berserker, far more terrifying than ever before. His strength, speed, endurance at that moment received an epic enhancement. What? Saber, in the midst of a sword skill duel with him, felt an unbeatable, terrifying force emanating from the demonic sword. Boom! Her petite body was sent flying as if struck by a battering ram. And the instigator of it all, Matu Sakura. He could no longer see. The explosion of red and black light consumed him along with the terrified sinner beneath him. Devoured. High above, Gilgamesh's face, usually filled with arrogance and disdain, displayed a hint of surprise. He could distinctly feel the thread that continuously supplied him with magical power from the ground severed. TSK. He made a sound filled with disdain and contempt. Tosaka, that waste. Dying is truly without value. He felt not a shred of sadness, only pure disdain for his inept master. Chen Gong quietly watched the small mushroom cloud rising not far away. Listening to Matu Sakura's final roar, his face bore no expression, neither the joy of a plan succeeding, nor the sorrow of losing an ally. He simply watched quietly like the most objective observer. No blame, no pity, no mercy. The cold principle belonging to that strategist of the three kingdoms flowed slowly through his heart once more. Even though we have only known each other for less than 5 days, he murmured softly to himself. A fleeting yet complex glimmer passed through his deep-set eyes. However, Matu Sakura. He lifted his head, redirecting his gaze to the sky, to the golden ship that still floated here without its master. Towards that final and strongest enemy. His face revealed an expression of absolute confidence, as if everything was under his control. You seem to have misunderstood one thing. The victory of this Holy Grail War. From the moment I stepped in, it was already in my grasp. At the moment when Gilgamesh was distracted by the death of his master, Saber was sent flying by the sudden surge of Berserker's power, and Chen Gong made his move. But it was not his body that moved, rather it was a contingency plan that had long been set in place. Under his will's manipulation. From the core of the imitation god of war's 5 weapons that he had personally modified and upgraded, a cleverly disguised device silently fell away. Then, as if it had a life of its own, it instantly merged into Berserker's body. It was the horned formation, a miniature magic circuit accelerator. In a showdown with Archer, Chen Gong looked up at the sky where the king was gathering a golden vortex once more. Assassin, such cannon fodder ultimately lacked a certain edge. A smile filled with madness and anticipation appeared on his face. To send that ancient king to the heavens. It still relies on you. Joker. Berserker. The black Berserker, already enhanced to the limit by the 3 dying command seals, was ignited from within by the power of Chen Gong's already laid horned formation. Without regard for any consequences, it was a suicidal overload enhancement. A pure pitch-black magical storm powerful enough to twist the very fabric of space and produce a wailing sound erupted from Berserker. At that moment, all of his attributes utterly broke through the limits of specifications. X, strength EX, agility EX, endurance EX. All values reached the realm of unmeasurable. Wah! What? Just as Saber managed to rise from the ground ready to re-engage, the power that made even her tremble caused her beautiful face to show an expression of horror. A huge power gap already existed between her and Berserker. Although Berserker was inferior to Saber's strongest holy sword and weaponry, his unrivaled martial arts, hailed as the ideal of knights and the pinnacle of combat, overwhelmingly suppressed Saber. Moreover, the imitation god of war's 5 weapons, which could change freely, and Matu Korea's 3 command seals, had completely overwhelmed Saber. And now, this suppression instantaneously transformed into an absolute dominance, without any suspense. Oh! In the high heavens within the Vimana, Gilgamesh looked down at the black Berserker, who unleashed a terrifying power that even he could not regard as mere cannon fodder. A trace of extremely subtle, almost approving expression appeared in his ruby-red eyes. I suppose he can be considered a wild dog worth looking at. He did not rush to intervene. Instead, like a high and mighty deity, he prepared to enjoy the final clash between this wild dog and the stubborn king of knights. Very good. Chen Gong looked at his greatest masterpiece, his final trump card, nodding in satisfaction. Then he cast his expectant gaze toward Saber, who had long been enveloped by this despairing power. Go, Lancelot. He pronounced the true name of this berserker for the first time. Go fulfill your last wish. Arthur. Accompanied by a roar filled with endless pain, regret, affection, and murderous intent, the black calamity moved. Boom. The rocky ground beneath his feet was instantly crushed to dust by that unmatched, terrifying power. His figure was no longer charging, but rather it appeared before Saber, as if teleporting, crossing the distance between life and death in an instant. It was too fast. So fast that Saber's instinct could only issue a mournful alarm. The only thing she could do was to raise her holy sword defensively across her chest, preparing for the most instinctive block. However, when A deafening sound that seemed capable of shattering the entire round table mountain erupted. Saber felt as if she had not been struck by a sword, but rather by a meteor plummeting from the sky. That terrifying force which could not be countered by any technique surged through the sword into her delicate body. Ugh! Pooh! A mouthful of blood gushed from her lips. Her entire body was sent flying as if struck by a speeding train like a rag doll. Boom! 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 She crashed through several massive rocks, finally being smashed into the solid wall of the Ludong temple. Crushing. This was a completely one-sided, undeniable crushing. Now, aside from the holy sword still in her hand, maintaining an advantage in terms of power, speed, endurance, and even martial prowess, she had been entirely surpassed by Berserker. She was no longer a match for Berserker. Cough. Cough, cough. Amidst the rubble and dust, Saber struggled for a long time, finally, using the still radiating golden holy sword to support herself, barely managing to crawl out of the humanoid crater. Blood dripped from the corner of her mouth. Her silver armor had already developed numerous jagged cracks, revealing her equally battered, luxurious blue dress beneath. Her sword hand trembled uncontrollably. Her palms had long since torn apart, but her gaze remained unyielding. She lifted her head, staring at the black warrior approaching her step by step. She watched as he held a sword that was slowly deforming and coalescing into a pitch-black magic sword remarkably similar to her holy sword. She knew she had no way out. Conventional combat had no chance of victory left. The only and final method to win was left. She gazed at her holy sword, which was also emitting a mournful cry of unwillingness. She trembled as she gripped the sword that bore her lifetime of glory and ideals, the sword of oath victory.